those who are still standing, could you please take your seats? Somebody from EACHEA Secretariat? Colleagues, good morning. I believe you slept well. Welcome to our second day of our 3-day conference. I believe you still have your program. We are supposed to start our session this morning at 9. But before we start the presentations, we are supposed to have a quick recapitulation of what we discussed yesterday. I've not seen somebody who has been identified to do the recap for day 1. You need how much time? I think it's 30 minutes. No, it's this session. This is for the ministers.
This is day 2?
Yes, it's day 2.
8:30 to 9. Recap of day 1. So 30 minutes.
No, but you are looking at the ministerial roundtable session. This is not ours. Ours is here. This one here. Yeah. It's 8:30 to 9.
Still 30 minutes.
Yes. But it's no, we are almost 9 at 9.
So take a week. I can try to summarize.
Okay. So if you can do it in how many minutes? 20. Do it in less, if you could manage. Okay, are you ready? Okay, thank you. Colleagues, it was announced yesterday that to do minor adjustment in the program. We are going to start with the presentation by Professor Obua. This is in sub-theme 5. Yes, is sub-theme number 5, Research, Innovation, and Partnership in Higher Education. This particular individual will leave immediately, so do a minor adjustment. The rest of the programs or the presentations will flow as indicated in the program. But before we go to the presentation, then I will invite this gentleman here to make a quick recapitulation of what we discussed in less than 15 minutes so that we don't waste time to our scheduled activities for today. Yesterday we completed the session very late in the evening, so people didn't even have time to walk around here in town. We have pastors. Okay, thank you for reminding me. All that begins well, ends well. Yeah, thank you. So, who is ready? The pastors. Yeah, thank you for volunteering.
Let us stand up for prayer. Our Heavenly Father, Almighty God, we thank you for this wonderful time you have created for us. And we thank you for this morning. We welcome you in this place so that whatever we are going to do shall be under your guidance. We pray that, O Lord, presenters, participants, everyone who is in this place shall be guided by you so that whatever you are going to convene should be to accomplish your will. We thank you, we glorify you in the almighty name of Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen.
Good morning, dear participants. I'm Dr. David Musimami. I'm a Principal Higher Education Officer and Head of Department Audit, Monitoring and Compliance at National Council for Higher Education, Uganda. I'm going to provide a recap of what transpired yesterday. Yesterday, we started off with a tour of exhibition stalls. This was done by the ministers responsible for education in the EAC partner states. I know later on, the masters of ceremony will speak to the exhibition stalls. Then we had an official opening of the conference, and the official opening had various remarks. We had welcome remarks from the chairperson of the organizing committee for this conference, Professor Mary J.N. Okwakol, who is also the executive director of National Council for Higher Education, Uganda. The chairperson organizing committee highlighted a number of issues regarding this conference. Most importantly, she made reference to a meeting that was held in Kenya in March this year, in which the CEOs of councils and commissions of higher education in the EAC partner states agreed to organize this conference. She introduced the CEOs of councils and commissions of EAC partner states and also commended them for the support towards this conference. And she also pointed out the 5 objectives for this conference. After that, we had a speech by the Secretary General of the East African Community, who was represented, and a number of issues were highlighted. These included the benefits of operationalization of the EAC Common Higher Education area. He also pointed out the achievements that have been realized, including the East African Qualifications Framework, the Quality Assurance Handbooks, the EACAN, Credit Accumulation and Transfer System, and the Voluntary Regional Program Accreditation. He also highlighted the challenges that are being faced in realizing the EAC Common Higher Education area, issues of inadequate funding and inadequate qualified staff in the institutions that affect quality and relevance. Most importantly, he reaffirmed the commitment of EAC Secretariat to advancing the EAC Common Higher Education area. Then we had a speech by the First Lady and the Minister of Education and Sports of the Republic of Uganda, Honorable Janet Kataka Museveni, who commended the President for finding time to attend the conference. And she highlighted that this conference should be able to review the progress made in achieving the EAC Common Higher Education area. The Minister also noted that a Common Higher Education area is a catalyst for socio-economic transformation of the respective partner states, and pointed out also that higher education institutions are drivers of socio-economic transformation, and urged the institutions to find ways of supporting the communities. The Minister reaffirmed the commitment of the Republic of Uganda in supporting EAC Common Higher Education area. And she concluded by thanking the partner states, the CEOs of councils and commissions for higher education for supporting the conference, and National Council for Higher Education Uganda for organizing the conference. Then we had the official opening of the conference by the President of the Republic of Uganda, His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. And the President, in his remarks, he gave us background information to the regional integration. his remarks mainly focused on the justification for integration and why earlier attempts failed. In the justification for regional integration, he paid emphasis on prosperity of the people in the East African community, and I noted that this comes up when each individual, a family, or an organization is able to produce a good or provide a service. And he noted that to achieve this, patriotism, Pan-Africanism, and democracy are key to prosperity. And also emphasized that strategic security is very important for regional integration. We had a group photo, the president and the minister, the first lady and the minister of Education and Sports Uganda. They had a group photo with the honorable ministers and the other participants. Then after lunch, so that marked the period prior to lunch. After lunch, we had a keynote address on the East African Common Higher Education Area, progress, promise, and the road ahead. And this was presented by the Executive Secretary of the Inter-University Council for East Africa, Professor Gaspard Banyakimbona. And this session was chaired by Professor Michael Kuria, the Commission for the Commission Secretary, Commission for University Education in Kenya. And among other things, he highlighted that the Inter-University Council for East Africa had laid a foundation for EAC Common Higher Education Area, and noted that a number of tools and frameworks have been put in place by the Inter-University Council for East Africa, including the East African Qualifications Framework, comprehensive regional quality assurance frameworks, minimum standards for programs of study. Many people have been trained in quality assurance. They have supported a number of networks such as EACHEA, established voluntary regional program accreditation, and also oversaw the signing of MOU by councils, CEO of councils and commissions for higher education in the EAC partner states, and also alluded to a survey that was conducted among stakeholders, and advised that results of the same can be found on the website of Inter-University Council for East Africa. He highlighted the challenges that are being faced in realizing a common higher education area, including misalignment of national and regional policies, issues of acquisition of student passes, lack of support offices for international students in a number of universities, and funding constraints. He urged that at the end of the 3 days, we should have time-bound action plans. He commended the government of the Republic of Uganda and the development partners for the support towards the Inter-University Council for East Africa. After that keynote address, we had a discussion, and issues that emerged were employment integration in the region, harmonization of fees, and issues of stereotyping among EAC partner states. Then we had the last part, which was on harmonization of the East African Common Higher Education Area. We had 3 presentations here, and this session was chaired by the chairperson of Council of National Council for Higher Education Uganda, Professor Joyce Kwesiga. The presentations were: 1, harmonization of legal and policy frameworks for effective implementation of the EAC Common Higher Education Area, and this was delivered by Professor Lutinwa, the former Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs, University of Dar es Salaam. He highlighted a number of issues, most importantly, the challenges that are being faced in realizing a common higher education area. He also made proposals to some of those issues that included misalignment of policies and legislation by partner states, and some instruments at a regional level being inconsistent with regional frameworks of partner states. and urged Inter-University Council for East Africa to focus on harmonization of policies and legislations, and also to the individual partner states to harmonize laws governing the mandate of regulatory bodies and professional bodies. And the second presentation, which was on quality assurance and accreditation systems in East Africa, was made by Professor Michael Kuria, the Commission Secretary, Commission for University Education in Kenya. He also gave, like the President, background information to integration with respect to higher education in the region. He highlighted that universities have had quality assurance systems, including Senate, faculty boards, departmental boards, external examination, curriculum development committees. He highlighted the achievements that have been realized in achieving a common higher education area, the roadmap to quality, training the peer reviewers at program and institutional level, development of the subject benchmarks for various disciplines, standards for postgraduate studies that were developed, guidelines for disability inclusion, forum for CEOs of national councils and commissions of higher education that was established, and the East African qualifications framework. He also emphasized the benefits for regional integration, comparability, compatibility, mutual recognition of qualifications, and mobility of students and labor. He also highlighted the challenges that are being faced in realizing a common higher education area, including different education systems and different accreditation and legal systems among partner states. The last presentation was on curriculum benchmarks and credit transfer in East Africa, and this was by Professor Paul Nzoki, the president of EACHEA. He also focused on achievements mainly that have been realized by the Inter-University Council for East Africa with regard to achieving a common higher education area. Also highlighted the challenges that are being faced. These cut across, earlier speakers had alluded to them. And also he made recommendations. He proposed the recommendations to some of the challenges that are being faced in achieving a common higher education area in the region. We had a discussion and a number of issues came up, issues of lower education, issues of having regulatory and professional bodies working together, and also emphasizing that quality is a moving target and institutions should always strive to go beyond the minimum. We had a panel discussion on those issues, on those three presentations, and the panel discussions were Professor Isaiah, I'm sorry if I mispronounce, the Permanent Secretary, the Permanent Executive Secretary, National Commission for Higher Education in Burundi. His focus was on legal and policy issues. Then we had Professor Charles Kihampa, Executive Secretary, Tanzanian Commission for Universities. He focused on quality assurance. And then Dr. Edward Kadozi, the Director General, Higher Education Council Rwanda, and he focused on curriculum benchmarks. Then lastly, we had remarks from a representative or a member of EALA, and we concluded yesterday at 6:19. Thank you.
Our colleagues, can we once again put our hands together for that well-captured summary of what transpired yesterday, at least for the benefits of those who were not around yesterday. He captured almost everything, but he missed just one point, and I was among the panelists, but I wasn't Professor Charles Kihampa, and my name is Terem Kasiri. I represented Professor Kihampa. That's the only point he missed, but the rest he captured all of them. Yeah, colleagues, I'm always liberal. I respect others' views. We have to do another adjustment in the program. Flexibility in life is very important. We have to be flexible. I'm told that Professor Obua is not yet here. We have to go back to our original arrangement of the presentations. So we'll move on now straight to Keynote 2. I'm not sure whether the person in charge of this Keynote presentation is also available here. The Secretariat, EACHEA Secretariat. Dr. Abdunil Shehem Mohamud. Can you identify yourself? Dr. Alice Kande. Yeah, you are available. And Professor Mabel Mbuga. Oh, two of you. And you are sitting next to each other. Keynote 2, the presenter. I thought this is going to set the grounds for the next presentations. Logically, this is how it's supposed to be. He was here yesterday. Colleagues, Keynote 2, the presenter is just arriving. This is very important that we have the keynote presentation, then the rest of the presentation will follow, because this is going to set the grounds for the next presentation. If we skip that one, then logically we'll be missing some points. No, we will slot him somewhere. Okay.
Everybody's out here.
Yeah. So just to mention.
Should I wait for a little bit? The commission? Yes, yes. Yeah, that's the announcement. Yeah, the announcements, yeah.
Yeah, unaweza ukafanya.
Maybe the chair ameshaondoka. Maybe there's no need. Good morning, distinguished delegates. We humbly request to remind the honorable ministers, CEOs of commissions and councils, PSs, to go and join the group in Buindi conference room and the chair of IUCA, please. Yeah.
We apologize. We had to do a lot of adjustment this morning because of ongoing ministerial session in Windy. Other people are supposed to chair this session have been invited to join there, so we have hijacked.
You got me.
Professor has humbly accepted to chair this morning session. So please, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. You've got me for the morning session. We should always be ready for anything. I'm delighted to chair this session this morning. My name is Rose Clark Nanyonga. I'm the Vice Chair of the EACHEA Executive Board and also a Vice Chancellor for Clark International University. This morning, I'm delighted to chair the technical session on the sub-theme, Inclusivity and Access to Higher Education. We have two keynotes, I believe, yes. The first is Sheikh Mohammed, the chairperson, Somali National Commission for Higher Education, Ministry of Education, Culture and Higher Education, Federal Republic of Somalia. The bio for our speaker is on page 14 of our conference booklet, if you can look there. Sheikh Mohammed, PhD, is the chairman of the Somali National Commission for Higher Education. He is a senior researcher and education consultant with extensive experience working with government and non-governmental organizations. Dr. Mohammed is also the author of education book, Makalinkin Allow Kal. He previously served as the Minister of Education, Culture and Education of Somalia 2010 to 2011, during which he played a key role in shaping Somalia's education policies in post-conflict context. His research focuses on education in fragile states, development, conflict management, and countering violent extremism. Dr. Mohammed earned his doctorate in education policy and administration from Ohio University. He worked for more than 2 decades with the Ohio Department of Education before relocating to the Horn of Africa region, where he continues to contribute to strengthening education systems and advancing higher education. Please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Mohammed.
Good morning. صباح ونكسن. Habari za asubuhi. Assalamu alaikum. I thought East Africa is more multicultural and multilingual, so Subah Banaksan should be part of the language integration in the East Africa. Assalamu alaikum. Subah Banaksan, Habari Asubuhi, Assalama, all of these are our languages. Huh? It's indeed a good morning. It's a pleasure to be here with you. My name is Abdinur Mohammed, and I'm the new chairman of the Somali Higher Education Commission, recently established. We are just at the initial formation for the first 2 months of our existence, and we like to learn and listen and follow your guidance in this important journey that we're all together. I also want to acknowledge my colleagues from Somalia who are here, and we are well represented here by Ministry of Education officials, higher education representatives from the different universities. So if you could please stand up for those who are here so that you can be acknowledged from Somalia. Thank you. The next conference will have more people to come, inshallah. Before I start my presentation, I'd like to address two things that I heard yesterday from this presentation. One is about stigmatization and cultural sophistication. We from Somalia do not have that sophistication stigma, but unfortunately we have a stigma about war and war fatigue. And I don't know if I have the PowerPoint, but I wanted to show a young lady at the facility here mentioned that in Somalia we always hear about war. What is going on in Somalia? I said, when were you born? She said, in the middle 80s. I said, okay, you only remember Somalia after the 80s. You don't remember what happened before the 80s. Somalia, for those of you that have a gray hair like me, was the key player in saving the Uganda-Tanzania war in 1972. How many of you remember that? Please raise your hand. The Somali armed forces were standing between the Tanzania and the Uganda front lines here in the border. And the colonel who was leading that, Colonel Abdurrahman Sheikh Isa, was our latest Somali ambassador to Italy. So that is the backdrop of where Somalia was for those of you that were born before the 80s or after the 80s. We need to add that into the history books so that at least we remember in the past. And we are proud of that past. And we want to bring that glory in the future. The other thing that we heard about yesterday is the importance of primary education. We couldn't agree more. Successful primary education is a great predictor of successful higher education. And if we don't strengthen our primary education programs, teacher trainings, qualifications of teachers, curricula, and all of that, then we should not start the work at the higher education level. As a matter of fact, research says that students who read and write at the 3rd grade level, by age 3rd grade, is a good indicator of success in high school and in college. So if we don't do well in the first 3 years of our primary education, then we are having a challenge. So we need to start early on, and that the work that we do should be connected with the work done before higher education. So that's a precursor to my presentation, and now I like to begin my prepared text. On behalf of the federal government of Somalia, the Minister of Education, Culture and Higher Education, and the Somali National Commission for Higher Education, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to the organizers of this historic first Regional Ministerial Conference on the East African Common Higher Education Area. We are grateful to participate and partake in this August forum for discussion, deliberation, and development of a joint strategy on standardization and harmonization of education for the East Africa region. Even though Somalia is a new addition to the team, we have been working on building blocks and establishing a roadmap for harmonization and standardization of Somali education system, despite internal socio-political conflict that remains unresolved. In fact, Somalia is committed to meet EAC targets on standardization and harmonization education by the year 2027, inshallah, with the establishment of higher education law, establishing a National Commission for Higher Education comprising of 15 member commissioners from the education sector in Somalia. And the commission is tasked with the mandate to oversee higher education institutions throughout the country, ensure quality assurance, and guide the growth in line with international and regional standards. Yesterday we heard that national standards should be higher than the regional standard. We disagree. We think that all standards must be high-level standards so that nations can also look into the regional standards as a high-level standards rather than meeting a low bar standards at the local levels. We should expect highly of our students at every level, and we should compete locally, regionally, and internationally. We in Somalia, however, are at the beginning of this journey, as I said, but we are committed to building a strong and credible institutions that can deliver this mandate in accordance with EAC targets and timelines. The priorities of our commission include developing the institutional framework so it can effectively regulate and support higher education institutions. Regulation. And a lot of our institutions in Somalia, and by the way, we have about 130 private universities currently functioning in Somalia, 130. You'll be surprised to know that before the civil war, Somalia had one national university, one public national university. But because of the breakup of the state, private education leaders have established universities at every community and every level. And we respect the work that these people have done to maintain education at every level of the community, because now we can build on what they have established early. So 130, I've heard one of the countries here about 30 universities, but 130. Quality is another thing. We will work on emphasizing the quality of the work that these universities do, and we are here to help them, to increase their capacity, to make them at par with the universities in the region. So the Commission's work is not only regulating, but also building capacity and supporting these institutions, and establishing robust quality assurance systems to raise standards in teaching, research, and governance across Somalia's universities, building partnerships and collaboration with EAC partner states, commissions, and quality assurance. We're grateful that many of our universities have been invited to attend this conference as part of this delegation, and we look forward to them establishing networks with other universities throughout the region so that they can compare notes with what everybody else is doing and take something back to their community. Honorable ministers and delegates, Somalia is committed to EAC regional cooperation. We are part of this region, and we are part of the Greater Horn region, but in education and integration, we are part of the East African community, and we want to build on that. We view the East African Common Higher Education Area as an opportunity to accelerate Somalia's educational development process. We heard yesterday that if you want to go fast, go alone. If you're want to go far, go with everybody else. We want to go far and be with everybody else hand in hand. The harmonization of higher education systems and mutual recognition of qualifications will not only benefit Somali students and academics, but will contribute to the broader EAC goals, free of movement of people, skills, and knowledge. I'd like to digress a little bit about student mobility and scholarships. In the glory days of Somalia, Somali universities used to give scholarships to students from African countries, liberation movements throughout Africa, from Mozambique to ANC to Tanzania, Uganda, and you name it, all African leaders. Most African leaders went to Somali higher education systems through scholarships by the Somali government. If you remember the presidents of Burundi, the current president of Eritrea, the former prime minister of Ethiopia, you name it, they were all in Somalia. I went to the College of Education with comrades from ANC who were part of our college system in Somalia. And we want to reciprocate that and continue that tradition. But we also have Somali students in Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, all of East Africa, looking for scholarships and opportunities for education. And we want them to be welcomed at your universities and be supported and helped. I had the luxury of meeting some students here in Kampala who came to visit me last night, who were saying, we are at these schools and looking for supports in our education systems because the government is not able financially to meet their supports and the work that they do. For Somalia, regional cooperation is essential and is eager to align with East African Common Higher Education Area goals, such as the engaging actively in EAC quality assurance initiatives led by the IUCEA, And we think IUCA is doing a great job in facilitating this conference and bringing all these people together. Promotion of Somali institutional participation in regional exchange, research networks, academic mobility program. We like to see research done across the Horn of Africa by African researchers collaborating together on the issues that the president yesterday talked about in terms of what country A has and promoted in country B and vice versa. And our students doing research on the products that are coming from Africa rather than waiting for others to tell us what's available in Tanzania, Uganda, and other countries. Promotion of Somali institutional participation in regional exchange and student mobility programs, harmonization and mutual recognition will benefit. We want to make sure that our college graduates are able to come to Uganda and other countries in the Horn of Africa, show their credentials and say, yeah, you are a member of the IUCA universities, you are a member of the EAC Commission, your standards are in line with our standards, we are accepting you for graduate school, we are accepting you for a doctoral program, rather than saying that we don't know where you're coming from. As a matter of fact, Somalia has been working to harmonize and standardize its education system. We have now a standardized, unified primary education curricula, standardized curricula. We have teacher trainings across the country that are standardized. And our student certifications are unified and offered by the Ministry of Education. So that was difficult to achieve, but the Ministry of Education, in collaboration with regional states in Somalia, has been able to achieve that. So at least we don't have students coming from different regions bringing in different certificates and saying, I graduated from this university, but I'm not recognized by the central authority. Now they all come under the central authority of the government of Somalia. When I was a Minister of Education a decade ago, I visited many African countries and saw students coming from different regions of Somalia. And then the ministries, as well as universities, were saying, Mr. Minister, we need some uniformity in Somalia certifications. How come the Ministry of Education is not providing this uniformity and one diploma for all Somali students? Well, after 10 years, we have been able to achieve that, and I'm grateful for the people who have done this work. In conclusion, as a chairman of Somalia's Higher Education Commission, I pledge to work tirelessly with our higher education institutions in Somalia and in the region to build a strong institution that will contribute meaningfully to EAC's higher education integration agenda. I think this goal of integration of the Horn of Africa is a noble goal. We live in a region where we need each other. We learn from each other. I remember a time when if you wanted to travel to Uganda, you have to go to Italy or to Paris to come and visit Uganda from there, rather than now going through Kenya Airways or Ethiopian Airways or other airways to go from your country to the next door country without going to Europe to only come back to Africa. The president's point was very clear yesterday. Some countries who have been keeping us in this on the ground are with us on the ground when India and other countries have went up in the sky. So we should be also reaching to the skies in the next few years, God willing. I and my team look forward to working with our partner states and are confident that through collaboration, we can create a higher education space that's harmonious, inclusive, competitive, and globally recognized. I have a large presentation, but I like to reduce it for the sake of time. I thank you very much. I'd like to meet with you, and I want the Somali delegates to also meet with you, develop relations with you. We can learn a lot from you, and we need to help one another in this journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Sheikh Mohammed. Please stay around. We will have a session to allow the congregation to ask some questions. Now, ladies and gentlemen, work with me a little bit because I'm going to shift slightly. We have a colleague who was supposed to deliver his keynote in the afternoon. He has an urgent issue, and he has to leave us. So I would like to shift slightly to go to the research, innovation, and partnerships in education, and invite Professor Celestino Obua to come and deliver his keynote. Professor Celestino, his bio is on page 21. The last couple of pages, if you look there, it's really long, so I'll read only the first part of his bio. Professor is a medical doctor and professor of pharmacology and therapeutics. He is the current chairperson, Board of Directors, Uganda National Examinations Board, the chairperson, Board of the National Anti-Doping Organization, NADO, Uganda, a fellow of the Uganda National Academy of Sciences, founding member of the Uganda Pharmacological Society, board member of the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria, country coordinating mechanism, as alternate chair representing academia. He is also the director of the Alpha Center for Research Administration and the immediate former Vice Chancellor, Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Professor Bua has been the principal investigator and mentor on several research grants at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. If you were here yesterday, you recall that technology did come up, and we are all wondering, how do we leverage technology for socio-economic transformation that the president talked about? How do we leverage technology to advance higher education within the region? So the goal for us is to be able to make connections that matter between the conversations we had yesterday and the conversations we are having this morning. For example, the regional qualifications framework that Dr. Muhammad has talked about, and the experiences of mutual recognition of qualifications and the mobility programs. How do we leverage technology to achieve all of that? Please join me in welcoming Dr. Professor Celestino Obua.
First of all, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I apologize for jumping the queue. And because of that, the team that is responsible for working on my slides have just received it now. But hopefully you'll allow me to give some of the presentations without you seeing. But Ben will let me know when I am able to, when everybody is able to see my presentation. I am fortunate to speak right immediately after the chairperson of the Somali Commission for Higher Education. And although my theme is slightly different, but it resonates very well also with the presentation that he made. And some of the issues that he brought up about mobility of students, supporting of students across the region, which my former university, the university that I was leading some few months ago, has indeed participated in supporting students from Somalia, supporting their efforts to train medical doctors from Somalia. Bara University has made a huge contribution, and I'm glad to meet colleagues of mine from Somalia International University and from the University of Somalia who are here, with whom we have been collaborating.
I'm supposed to talk about building research networks and centers for excellence for regional development. In my presentation layout, I want to highlight issues to do with establishing research networks, regional network, types of regional networks that we can use. And I want to pick on two things that has been used very, very well within the region. That is the African Centers of Excellence that has been supported by World Bank, but of course by our individual governments, and the incubation centers that have been set up because of these efforts. And then probably conclude with what is the capacity of the East African Center, community East African Community for a higher education area, what is it that we can do collectively to support networking within the region. Establishing of a well-defined research network requires that we dedicate ourselves to it. It requires a dedicated research team, because we are talking about research networks. That means there must be researchers within the region that can dedicate themselves to working together collaboratively, utilizing the resources that they share, and sometimes avoiding duplication of these researches. It will require a lot of meetings back and forth, and today technology allows us to meet at a moment's notice. We can do Zoom, etc. At our time, when we were young, you needed to travel to go and meet each other. But now that is possible. And therefore, it is easy for us to generate interest in the kind of research that we want to carry out within the region. It involves sharing our vision. And that shared vision will guide the process of network formation. There are, however, important key steps that we must follow. Recruiting like-minded researchers. It is true that if we have people who are interested in mining, and that is now a big thing within the region. Yesterday you had the president talking about mining prospects within the region. So we definitely would have researchers that are interested in that. And then they can be talking with each other. Kenya, Tanzania, Somalia, Ethiopia. Of course, I'm talking about Ethiopia because I know they've applied to join as well. But within the region, we are rich. The region is rich, both with human as well as resources underground. And some of them are on the surface of the ground. That just requires picking. We also need meeting of leaders. And I'm glad that this meeting has brought together leaders within the region. Leaders are important in the success of the researchers, because we'll run to them for support. We'll run to them to sell ideas that we want to work on. We run to them to sell opportunities that are there for them to be able to act on. And indeed, one of the researchers that I've been able to source material from, Alice Braga, in an opinion in the SLIP Research Network, managed to indicate that for Africa, within Africa, we need 4 types of research networks that will stimulate research within our region. However, these research networks require certain key components, such as organizational structure, defining roles and responsibilities that ensure smooth operations. We need these structures in place. Funding strategies is the second strategy. Developing sustainable funding plans, which is essential for networks for long-term survival, as well as requires deliberate funding to facilitate these research networks. It calls upon our governments. Of course, of late we have been running to the World Bank. It is okay for us to go to African Development Bank. It is our bank. It is an African bank. But the World Bank, as you know, for those who are financially oriented to that area. Bankers, their business is to make money. They entice you, get this, we have this money available for you, get it. But then you have to pay for it. So we take loans today for our children and great-grandchildren to pay for them later. They are useful, but they also have problems. I'm not saying that the World Bank is doing anything wrong. You know, they are doing the business of giving out money, but we should know the fine writings of this money. What does it mean? The third component of this is community and membership growth. We need to engage researchers within the various fields. Those who have exposure to certain fields need to be engaged and encouraged to participate in their field. As the majority of us here are vice chancellors, rectors, presidents of universities, it's our responsibility to encourage people with like-minded ideas to work together, to look around within the region, and to encourage collaboration across the region. The third and very important is the rewarding and impactful endeavor that research networks can do for us. We know the process can be lengthy and meticulous, but the end results would be supporting not only the individual researchers, but the community as a whole. It will strengthen the entire field of research that we are interested in. And of course, leading more efficient studies, broader collaborations, and meaningful scientific progress for the region. His Excellency President Yoweri Museveni always talks of, if we want our country, our region to develop, we need to concentrate more on putting efforts on science technology. That's the only way that this region is going to develop. I'm not downplaying the role of historians, the politicians, and so on. That's very important. They bring society together. They keep history for us to follow later on. But what is happening today, history can only report what happened in the past, but it will not be able to tell us what is happening today. So that's something that we need to do. So Alice Braga identified 4 regional types of regional research networks, which she described as being ideal for Africa. One is regional research association, the other one are regional research associations, the other one is regional research organizations, and the development of regional research centers, and of course, regional research programs or projects. And I'm going to go into this and clarify a little more. In terms of regional research networks, okay, now, so where am I? Oh, all right, so that's where we are now, okay. So in terms of regional research association, a good example is ASRECA, okay? This is an association for strengthening agricultural research in Eastern Central Africa. It is a not-for-profit intergovernmental organization which was created in 1994, owned by the National Agricultural Research Institutes of 15 member states within the region. Powerful network. Have we used ASRECA? How many of us here know the existence of ASRECA? It has an overarching mandate to transform agriculture from imperial to improve livelihoods as well as sustain economic growth for our region. Have we utilized these networks? Do we, as vice chancellors, occasionally look for what networks exist within the region that we can utilize? Okay. Oh, okay, now I think I know where I'm getting wrong. I'm not able to follow it from here. Let's see. Yeah. Where? There. That's where I'm now? Okay. All right, sorry. You didn't help me much there. All right, so the next one is regional research organizations. So regional research organizations was set up, and a good example is the consultative group on international agricultural research, a global research partnership for food security dedicated to transforming food, land, and water systems and climate crisis. And we are all aware the impact of climate change or climate impact within the region. It's not only affecting us seated here, and that's why we are sitting under this nice tent, but imagine our producers out there in the field, the men and the women breaking their backs to ensure that we have something to eat later on across the tent there. How does it impact their health, let alone their ability to produce? So this organization is for the whole continent of Africa, but specifically we have a component of the East and Southern Africa. And this component is what I am addressing ourselves to. Have we ever encountered that this network exists, and have we utilized it? The next we should be talking about is the East and Southern Africa within this. So let me just go back to say that this organization has 19 countries within the Eastern and Southern Africa, from Ethiopia down to South Africa. Home to some of the world's fastest growing economies, but also to some most fragile communities in our region. It has a long and successful partnership with regional and national organizational research institutes and organizations. It holds relationships with government agencies, civil society, farmer organizations, and private sectors, collaborative efforts, and contribute immensely to enhancing food and security within our region. The East African Association for Research and Development is a research and development organization with a mission to seek solutions to social, economic, and political challenges within the region. It is important that it helps to make communities throughout our region safer and more secure, healthier, and more prosperous. This morning when I was coming, I was listening to the BBC on the radio in the car, and they were reporting that the number of obese children has doubled, now overshadowing the number of malnourished children in the world. And I ask us to look back home. Do we all think our children are now malnourished, or are they obese, as we classify obesity in terms of BMI? So where is it going wrong? Indeed, we have food insecurity, but how come is it that obesity is becoming a problem within the region? So it's something that we need to think about and address ourselves to. For regional research centers, we have the Nyerere Center for Peace and Research. Now, you all remember the Mzee, the late Julius Nyerere, who I have pictured there. And his quote was that, sorry, it is Nelson Mandela, I'm very sorry, Nelson Mandela. So he was talking about Julius Nyerere, sorry. Nelson Mandela was talking about Julius Nyerere. That even after Nyerere had stepped down from public office in his own country, we benefit from his leadership and wise counsel in pursuit of development, peace, and justice, not only in our countries, our region, and our continent, but throughout the world. And indeed, there is nobody who is much remembered and respected like the late Nelson Mandela. The whole purpose of having research centers is that it helps to provide us with a policy which is quite timely and relevant. And that empirical research information is quite vital for capacity building and training within our region. So we need these centers because we believe the people behind these centers are entrusted with the knowledge and the skills to have preserved peace, security, political, collaboration within us. Yesterday, His Excellency talked of, yes, we are integrated, but we should also have political integration. We should also have all types of integration, not only economic integration. And some of us are still waiting for the day when we shall have a unitary currency within the region. Research centers like the East African Consortium for Clinical Research also exist. So this is for those of us who are medical oriented, that there are numerous research opportunities that we can tap into these networks and be able to support development in improving our health, the health for our society and community. This was established in 2009 and has 23 regional partners within 6 East African countries. Have we utilized this? Of course, we have partnership with our northern colleagues in it. But the aim of this center is to strengthen the capacity to conduct international acceptable health research. You know, the world now is scared because it has been announced that Ebola has erupted again in the DRC. So all of us are scared because is there anybody from DRC sitting near you? And that's where we say disease knows no boundaries. Health, therefore, becomes universal. That we need to put in money to support research in health, and we work towards improving that. There are some, areas of consideration that we need to make in terms of supporting research centers and the network opportunity that it provides. We have a number of our universities here are part and parcel of the World Bank funded East Central and South Africa Centers of Excellence, ACE2. And we have a total of 29 centers within the region, covering industry, agriculture, health, education, and applied sciences. We have what I'm going to talk about shortly, incubation centers that have picked on these different areas or fields of research that are building capacity for individuals, for communities, for companies within the East African region. Most of us have heard of RUFORUM. It's another network opportunity that we have involving over 170 countries across 40 countries in Africa. It is in every corner of Africa, and most of us here are members of RUFORUM. And that is another opportunity for us to form networks that are going to be, that we can use to develop, our region. RUFORUM initially started as an agricultural, collaboration of universities to develop capacity in agricultural production or agricultural research. But now it has been expanded to include sciences, technology, and innovation, including health. And my university initially was not a member of RUFORUM, but when I became the vice chancellor, I quickly latched onto the opportunity and introduced health in under RUFORUM. The interesting thing with RUFORUM is there where you have opportunities for junior faculty within our universities to go to be trained in other universities, and the hosting university waives off tuition fee. The sending university only pays the salaries for this. And we have I have hosted several faculty from other universities. My own faculty have traveled all over. Others went to Nairobi, Moi, and so on. So this is all networking that can be used to help us improve our region. I will talk about the National Forestry Research Institute, which has within Uganda, which has been collaborating with the Kenya Forestry Research Institute. And I think they have gone ahead to try to include or to entice the Tanzanian Forestry Research Institute also to join, to become a member of that network. And it should not stop there. Now we have 8 East African countries. So why can't our forest institutes come together, network for preserving our environment? I have just mentioned the use of the African Centers of Excellence and incubation centers. We have centers in these countries. Kenya has 3 centers in the universities there, Egerton, Jaramogi, Moi. Rwanda has 4 centers, and the other day we were having, I wonder whether the VC of Rwanda University is here. I remember he was challenged whether if he could name all the centers in his institution, and he had difficulty naming them because I think there are very many centers for him, for his university. In Tanzania, we have, Tanzania has also 4 centers. Uganda has 4 centers for, supporting capacity building within our region, and the universities which are hosting these centers are there. And anybody from within the region can go and be incubated in these centers. How prepared are our governments to provide sustainable support to the EACs? Why am I saying this? Because I talked initially about the World Bank being a bank. And so they will come to our government to say, you show interest so that we can give you the money. But I'm going to jump forward a little bit and mention that our incubation hubs is the best opportunity for stimulating research growth, innovation, commercialization, and industrialization. Because when the incubators or the incubatees come out with successful innovation, the next level is how can we commercialize this innovation? The next step for those who are interested in engaging industry, how can we industrialize some of these technologies that we are developing in the institutions? Last week we had a presentation from Dedan Kimathi University, where now they have institutionally, they are now having research into developing these things we have in your mobile phones and computers. This is being developed within the region. How many of us are aware of this? Yesterday, if you went around, and you still have the opportunity to go around and see the exhibitions, these are innovations from universities within your region. And the kind of things they're able to creatively develop, which can change the face of industry in our country. Universities should become problem solving, not just storage for information and knowledge. Problem solving, and that's where we want to go. When we have these networks, we should now encourage ourselves to form our universities into problem solving institutions as opposed to just repositories for knowledge. And that's what is going to encourage development in our university. And that will depend on how well we utilize the opportunities for research networks within the region. I want to jump this a bit because I'm just talking about the same things about the innovation hubs, including what incubators can do and so on. I've just talked about universities becoming problem solvers instead of knowledge repositories. 2 minutes. And I just wanted quickly to take you through what I can only talk well about Mbara University. You'll forgive me. Yes. So this is work that we have been doing. The students or the incubatees you see there is not only, they are not only Ugandans, they are from all over Africa. And we were not selfish to exclude people from the East African region. We even included our brothers and sisters from West Africa. So we had incubatees from Nigeria, from Guinea, from Cameroon, from Benin. They come in with the little English they have, but they had skills that they wanted improved within the region. And so we think that this is possible, but it needs support from our governments. And I have about 2 slides remaining, including this one. I want us to look at this. And this one is to draw our attention to the fact that actually we have the capacity. In terms of population, within our region, we have over 340 million. If tomorrow Ethiopia joins us, it will be 460 million. And of course, that is for you in Arusha to make that decision. But we shall have a population of nearly 500 million. That is going to be a huge block for which we must develop. In terms of GDP, a combined GDP of 349. Of course, individual countries you can see there. Kenya, I think, leads, followed by Tanzania. And these countries now are middle income, right? Yesterday, His Excellency said Uganda is lower middle income, right? Meaning we want also to inch to go. So each of these countries should be able to feature as a country that has a high GDP. If you look at GDP per capita, again, you see that it is 1,700 plus in Kenya, and Tanzania and Uganda is somewhere there. But we want to encourage our other countries to see how they can improve on this. This is the last slide that I'm going to talk about. The message that I want to give us, that our governments can and should commit to deliberate investment, not only in incubation, but also in research, so that we can realize the development that we are talking about within the region. These 3 presidents in 2006, before we formed the idea of the common higher education area, these 3 presidents were the brains behind the forming of this, where we are sitting today. We give them a lot of appreciation for their vision in trying to show that East African region, the common higher education area, can and should do better than where we are today if we can agree to network with each other. I want to thank you for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Professor Obua, for your presentation. Again, I'm requesting that you stick around with the Sheikh Mohamud so that we can have some questions at the end of this session. So ladies and gentlemen, I requested you to work with me because we are now going to move back to our earlier session, Inclusivity and Access to Higher Education. When Professor Bua was talking, I realized that what he talked about actually was pertinent to this topic. particularly all the examples that he has shared with us, associations that exist within the region, organizations that exist within the region, centers, research centers, as well as programs and projects. And there are opportunities there to increase access and to increase inclusivity of other universities that were unfamiliar with those organizations. So I hope that this has increased the opportunity for us to expand our research networks. He is available, and I am sure that EACHEA and National Council will be sharing these important presentations for us if you miss the opportunity to take notes. Now let's shift back to inclusivity and access to higher education. And allow me now to invite our other keynote, Dr. Alice Kande, Director General, Kenyan National Qualifications Authority. Her bio is within the formal document that was shared with us on page 14. Dr. Alice, are you here with us? Ah, excellent. Please join me here. Doctor holds this position as the Director General and CEO of the Kenyan National Qualifications Authority since December of 2022, with over 2 decades experience in education and senior management. She's recognized for her ethical leadership and has been ranked among the top 25 chief executive officers in Kenya for leading businesses with ethics and integrity in a January 2025 publication. Congratulations. Ranked by Business Monthly magazine, East Africa edition. Dr. Kande holds a Bachelor of Education and Masters in Business Administration with a focus on strategic management from Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. She's a member of Kenya Institute of Management and the Academy of International Business Sub-Saharan Africa chapter. I'm going to end there with her bio. Please read the rest of it in the book because we are trying to save time. Please join me in warmly welcoming Dr. Alice Kande.
Thank you so very much, our session chair, Professor Rose, for that kind introduction. Distinguished delegates, all protocols observed, good morning. Very happy to see all of us here. I would like to join the conversation this morning and really appreciate those that have come before me and appreciate the very good grounding that they have given us. Many thanks to Dr. Sheikh for really giving us a bit of information that I personally did not know. I think I joined whoever was asking you about what happens in Somalia. We do appreciate it. It's important to speak good things about the spaces where we are, because that is really what helps us to really anchor and get more. Many thanks also to Professor Obua for, again, that insightful presentation. And so I continue with the same conversation. And of course, what we began yesterday, and we're still seeking indulgence because we keep mentioning and still articulating and echoing each other on this common conversation, because it is common to us. And as the good book says, that when you really want to achieve something, you write it in bold letters, write your vision in bold letters. And I think this is what we're doing. In as much as we feel like we are repeating ourselves time and again and talking about the strategies for integration and realizing a community that we have envisaged, then it is important that we keep talking about it until it becomes part and parcel naturally of ourselves, and we really get to live it. I will be speaking on recognition of academic and professional qualifications in East Africa, appreciating where we are, but also looking at the achievements, the barriers, and the opportunities that abound as well. I will make it very brief, but I will basically just look at the context within our national, regional, and also the global space where we are. Looking at contemporary issues, most of which have already been spoken on this stage and also on our floors, and also getting to achievement recommendations, and probably what conclusion then would we be giving ourselves. As I have been introduced, I work for an agency called Kenya National Qualifications Authority under the Ministry of Education in Kenya. And our work spans across the entire space of education and training, because by its nature, a national qualifications framework basically contains everything that is education and training. And that means whether it is academic right from the most basic to the highest level, and also spanning several sub-frameworks that we may have. And that is basically what we implement as a national qualifications framework. And from our end, the KNQF, the Kenya National Qualifications Framework, is a 10 level. We know our other sister countries could be having others. I know like our sister country, Uganda, our host, their system is 9 level. So for us, whereas the highest level is the doctorate at level 10, Uganda is level 9. But that doesn't mean that we do not connect. This is what I will be speaking to about harmonizing and referencing, and so that what is described at whatever the level that is at the apex, then speak to each other. And that is the integration that we are looking at. And so it is on that basis that I am here, and I want to really appreciate the organizers of this very important convening, very, very critical at this point in time. I want to appreciate the Inter-University Council for East Africa. I want to appreciate the EAC, the steering team in the community. And this could not have been timely for us, because it's a conversation that we're also driving within the continent. I will be indicating very shortly that other than speaking about things within our regional, our community, East Africa community space, this is a conversation that we are also really passionately talking about within the continental space, within the global space, because the world is seemingly that open, it is seemingly that small. And the only way that we can ensure that your movement really makes meaning is if my skill and my competence is really acknowledged for what it is, and whatever the level it is, from my country to the other country. And so I will give this introduction, sorry, going back. Yes, as a way of introduction, I thought it is important that we speak to, why are we talking about recognition? Because again, this is something that we have spoken about, talking about official acknowledgement of a qualification by a competent authority. Because again, the basis of recognition is also important. And that is why we do really appreciate that through efforts of the Inter-University Council for East Africa, also you have critical tools, critical instruments within that regional space, and also trying to get also to the national space to also anchor ourselves and get ready to have that mechanism of recognition of qualifications that is comparable. Talking about equation of qualification, and that is where now again the issue of referencing to the various levels in the national qualifications framework comes in. How do we equate? How do we compare a certificate that is acquired in Somalia to what we have in our system back in Kenya, or where we have in Congo, Burundi? How do we map a level 6 in Kenya to when it gets to Burundi, when it gets to Uganda? That equation is very important, and again, cannot be done in a haphazard way. It has to be done in a structured way, and that is why tools, instruments, frameworks are really, really important. I wouldn't belabor much then to say why this is important, because this is what we've rightly said about fostering regional integration, including free movement of labor, goods, and services. And this is well anchored in a number of documents that we reference to. Of course, we're talking about, for example, the Treaty for East Africa Community. We're also talking about other continental policy documents. For instance, Continental Education Strategy for Africa, the 16 to 2025. And of course, if you look at that, I think we need a pat on our back as Africans, because there's some good good progress that has been made towards realization of that, and also a lot that has been written by and envisaged in other documents, for instance, what we have in UNESCO, that requires that countries have a national qualifications framework to ease recognition, acceptability, comparability, and compatibility of qualifications. And of course, that helps us in making what I carry in form of a certificate portable and acceptable. Of course, talking about supporting regional and global integration, ensuring access, fair access to employment and further education, and also facilitating international collaboration and trust. And I believe we have even greater reasons for why we should really realize what we are speaking about today. Again, getting to where we have within the regional and continental space, appreciating first of all that from where we sit in our national space, because that matters a lot. Preparedness in our national space helps also to give us confidence to really give our support to the regional part of it. And I want to appreciate that as partner states in the East Africa community, we're making a lot of effort in terms of having well-structured systems of education, not just for our own national space, but so that we can allow for that movement, mobility of skills and labor. And again, appreciating what we already have in terms of what we're seeing is East African qualifications framework for higher education. Within our space as well, within the region, I'm glad that we also have someone who spoke about what's happening within the IGAD region. And with the IGAD member states, I know we are having a very active conversation right now on having an IGAD qualification framework, not different from what we're talking about. We're just talking about anchoring really our qualification framework to help us really see how do we support this movement, inclusivity, access, and also movement. And of course, within the continent, we have the Africa Continental Qualifications Framework. Again, it is our preparedness within our national space that helps us to confidently be able to say what we call referencing of our qualifications at whatever the levels to what is there in the levels above us. So that is very, very critical for us. And of course, that helps us to have a ground footing within the global space. And again, this was mentioned yesterday, because all we're doing, even in getting the regional qualifications framework, in getting the continental qualifications framework, it is not the first time that is happening. We keep making reference to Lisbon Recognition Convention that speaks to promoting fair recognition of academic qualifications in Europe. We also have the Asia Pacific Regional Convention on the recognition of qualifications in higher education, our very own Addis Convention, and also the Convention for Latin America, and many, many others. So this really speaks a lot to me, and means that we are just trying to make the space as small as possible, because you would realize what is actually in those conventions speaking to opening up and breaking the barriers that would limit, that would hinder movement and acceptability of qualifications from wherever the space is well handled. And so again, it is important to appreciate that we're riding on the increased internationalization of education and work. Of course, we're seeing a lot of big rise in migration and demand for recognition of foreign qualifications. And of course, it means from where you're seated, your national, local qualifications becomes foreign anytime, wherever it goes. And so it is important to also realize that what you would expect of your qualification being a foreign to be considered in another country, the same way we should be getting ready to also look at that which comes as foreign in our countries. And of course, this would be helping us to support cross-border and also the emerging issues, online education providers that we are seeing. But of course, we also realize that despite the efforts, there are a couple of barriers that hinder seamless recognition, and this affects regional integration that we have so much envisaged. And again, this is where the national qualifications frameworks come into play. This is where we get to anchor, because a qualification framework basically is an articulation of all the levels of education and training, as I said, articulate in terms of a number of parameters like level description, and that has really helped us. For those of the countries that already have a national qualifications framework, we have these different frameworks. Like I have indicated there, you would have a country whose levels of training are 10, others would be 7, others would 6. But then we still have to ensure that in a way, we are still able to reference, we are still able to ensure that there's a way in which we recognize them without discrimination, without really missing out on any competence, any skill that one has acquired for the level that they have been trained. And that has been one of the challenges in the fact that in the process of trying to harmonize this, we have these discrepancies within the frameworks. It is a strength because we also have contextualized systems, but of course, again, it means we have to put in a lot of effort in ensuring that in as much as we're so proud of the space of frameworks, our national frameworks as they are, we also get into such opportunities that we are having this week and having a conversation and seeing, are we really doing what it means to ensure that we open up doors for those that are coming from a country that has a 7-level framework to a country that has a 10 level. And we want to appreciate that a lot of effort, yes, has been done because, for instance, with the East Africa Community qualification framework, that is really a milestone for us as a community. But of course, there are still a couple of barriers there that we still need to ensure that we address. And we've said that for this case then, the solution would be to ensure that we do a lot more in terms of referencing. That means that we would also look at the instruments that we are using, the policy documents that we have provided to help us realize these frameworks to ensure that that referencing is really done in a credible manner. I just wanted us to have a glance on what is happening within the continent. And if you would look at part of what I provided in my profile, we've said that Kenya is serving in the leadership of the Africa Continental Qualification Framework. And by Kenya leading, it means that East Africa community, basically we are leading, and that is why we want to move together. And out of the 55 countries that we have, 41 countries so far are somewhere with implementing their national qualifications framework. And this has really, it goes a long way in opening doors for us, you know, moving even from our region as a community to SADC region, the southern part, to the western part of the continent. And so this is a conversation that we are really having within the continent. And we believe that it will help us to get an inch closer to an integrated global, continental global village. Getting to the next contemporary issue that we're facing, of course, this was discussed yesterday, very first 5 minutes. Yes, we talked about inconsistent quality assurance practices. Again, I wouldn't belabor much because this was discussed. But then again, what are we doing to ensure that we address these hiccups that we already know? Because we are already in the space. Talking about varied accreditation standards and institutional capacity. I heard about the presentations that were made yesterday. And again, appreciating the tools, the many instruments that have been done by EACHEA. But then as institutions, the implementing universities, we embracing this? Have we embedded these in our processes? Because we have the documents, yes, but then we need to walk the talk. We need to walk what has been documented. And of course, again, very deliberately dealing with recognition processes. I want to appreciate that back in our country, we have really concerted effort with the subsector players. When we sit at the point where we harmonizing and coordinating the various sub-frameworks of education and training, basic to university, that is the academic sub-framework, the TVET, the professional pathway and also the industry pathway, we ensure that we unlock any hindrance that would really cause delay in recognizing and equating qualifications. And we're doing a lot in ensuring that we work together in harmony to unlock this, because when we are doing things, we're also driving what really has been envisaged. Of course, digital space, very important. And again, appreciating what has been presented here. Of course, it is about time that we really upped our game in terms of leveraging the digital space. Again, back in the country, we are doing a lot of digitizing our systems. One of the critical functions of the Kenya National Qualifications Authority to enable us make the process of recognizing and equating qualifications to make it more efficient is to ensure that we digitalize it. And since we have a portal, we want to ensure that we have a collective database of all the qualifications. And what we're doing is to ensure that it is interoperable with the rest of the system. So the click of a button would be able to see what is happening in Karatina University, in JKUAT, in KU, and even as we get all the qualifications within a central database, it would be easier also then to compare what is happening within our community as well. Of course, we talked about political and policy misalignments. Again, this was really spoken at length, and I think we already have that commitment with ourselves that we are really walking the talk from the spaces of influence, that we have the policies that we have provided. Those that we don't have, we need to develop so that we move with speed in this. Spoken a bit on the impact of online and alternative credentials, and again, we cannot ignore the emerging issues within the qualifications landscape. Right now, there's a lot of talk about digital credentials and micro-credentials, and if the labor market, the employer, is considering such, then us as institutions, as universities, you also got to be ready with that. You cannot afford to be rigid in our spaces, because that is what the labor market is speaking within our national space, within our regional, within our continental space. And of course, that would help us to unlock mobility and employability concerns, not just within our national space, but also within the broader spaces that we have. The achievements, again, it is important to appreciate what we have done. And again, looking at where we have the anchorage of the National Qualification Framework, we're saying whether it is an academic qualification, whether it is a professional qualifications, it is well articulated in the framework so that seamlessly one would really be able to know if you have pursued the professional pathway. So how do you seamlessly move upwards? How would you move horizontally to any other sub-framework? So that is why we really sing the song of having a clear, well-articulated national qualification framework so that we unlock any bottlenecks that have been there. I think the rest have been spoken about, but recommendations, it is important again to reiterate this. We are looking at doing a lot more in promoting regional and international cooperation on mutual recognition. Development and harmonizing national qualification framework across the region cannot be overemphasized. I'm glad that every so often we get to meet in other forums with our sister institutions, Uganda, Sudan, and others, to really again see how we can work faster in getting the frameworks in place. And of course, harmonizing learning outcomes, qualification descriptors, and other parameters are really critical in helping us to really have a comparison of our qualifications. Of course, investing in digital verification and centralized databases, very, very critical. And I did talk about having interoperable systems, and this would facilitate rapid, reliable, and transparent verification of qualifications within the region. And we're a testament to that, that is really happening. Capacity building, having sustained dialogues, and of course sharing good practices cannot be overemphasized. And so we would really encourage that IUCA and the organizers of such convening that we are today also continue, calling us for these conversations, because the more we speak about it, the more we realize that which we have envisaged. In conclusion, I would say that recognition and equation of qualifications at whatever the level, whichever the sub-frameworks, whether it is industrial, professional, or academic, they're essential, definitely, in our globalized world today. And it's important that we take advantage of the community that we find ourselves in. We have a critical opportunity to make the most of this strategic lever that we have, the East Africa Community Higher Education Area, so that we build a more integrated community. Talking about promoting mutual recognition of qualifications that definitely will pave way for inclusive academic and professional mobility. And of course, it is important to note that we have a greater calling of continued innovation, building trust, and collaboration, which are key to progress. A resolute commitment to all of us. It is important that we be champions of trusted, transparent, transferable, and portable qualifications for all of us. I thank you for the opportunity. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Dr. Kane. Thank you so much, Dr. Kane. We appreciate your succinct presentation. My takeaway really is, let's use what we have and let's try to close the gap between the dialogue and action. We seem to have a lot of resources. All our speakers this morning have pointed to those. I have 2 more presenters, so I request that you bear with us this morning. Just before we get to our health break, I would like to invite Professor Mabel Mbuga to talk to us about towards a gender inclusive and transformative higher education system. Professor is a former Vice Chancellor, Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. Professor's bio also appears on the, in the booklet on page 15. Professor is a professor of biochemistry and the immediate former Vice Chancellor of Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, a public university in Kenya, well known for its leading in agriculture, science and technology and innovation on the African continent. She has held this position for 10 years. Congratulations, Professor. Please read through her bio at the back there to complete, because we are really running out of time. And I request your patience, because our session had an extra panelist, so you will have to bear with us a little bit. Professor, please welcome. I'm really delighted about this topic of gender inclusion, because I had a conversation a while back with Professor Celestino Obua, complaining about the lack of women leaders in higher education. And he told me that we have to do the work, so please help us do the work.
Good morning. All protocols are observed. I'm happy to stand before you, and I hope you'll give me more time, because women issues are many, and we need time. Yeah? Yes. Yeah, so first of all, as the topic states, the women are really underrepresented in all areas, in everything. And this is despite the efforts that have been put in place. Like myself, I started working on women issues from many years ago, when I was still even a dean, as I went up. We even started African Women in Science and Engineering, so that we could tell the women to publish. Because we were telling them the gentlemen will just have 1 sentence of research results, and they will publish. But the women will go on trying to be perfect, whatnot, and so they were never publishing. So we really came up to start encouraging them. And I'm still standing here to encourage all the women in whichever sectors, whether you are leaders or not. And who are these women that we are talking about, first of all? The women we are talking about, first of all, are those women who have given this gentleman here your children. Yeah, those are the women we are talking about. The women we are talking about are the ones who ironed your shirts unpacked your suitcase for you to come to this conference. The women we are talking about are those who make you breakfast, lunch, dinner, and everything else. The women we are talking about are our daughters. These daughters who move out of the nest when they are above 18 or 21, and wherever they go to get jobs, they might be discriminated. Wherever they go in other universities, they might be discriminated. The women we are talking about are our sisters. So we are not talking about some chimpanzees or gazelles. We are talking about human beings that are so important to this earth. And as I said, a lot has been done, but the challenges still persist in achieving gender equality, especially in higher education. And I would like you just to look at your left, look at your right, look back, look forth. How many women can you see next to you? In this conference, and this is the Apex Conference of Higher Education. How many women are we here? We are less than 0.1. Women, can you put your hands up? Yeah? Bravo to those who are able to come and move here. Yeah? So what we are saying right from the beginning, our brothers who are here, our sons who are here, keep on encouraging women right from the household to workplace to wherever you are, because it is so important. So on my project, on my presentation, this is the layout. And I'll start with introducing and analyzing the situation so that you can see it is true. Because sometimes they say hearing is better than anything else. And we have been told many times by this great gentleman here. The first one is Nelson Mandela. His photo has already been shown. And Nelson Mandela specified that education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. So do you want to use only gentlemen to change the world? We need also the women. So we must make sure that women are included. Then also we had Senator Sanders. Senator Sanders said that we need a revolution in the way that United States finds higher education. Education should be a right, not a privilege. So let us not deny the women this privilege, because it is a right. It is a right, and we should not disappoint them. Then, of course, there are all these other ones. And in the last picture of that young girl, we are just asking, where are the women? Because the women are still missing. Then, of course, what is the definition of gender equality? Gender equality is an environment where we have no barriers, no pay discrimination, because you know now the ladies who are young here, you don't know where this started. During our time, when we were just entering universities as tutorial fellows, I married very early. Yeah, I could not wait to give Francis any more time. I said, we got married very early. So by the time I was going for tutorial, do you know the married women were getting less pay than the equivalent gentlemen in the same position with the same qualifications. So it is because of this mainstreaming and encouraging new policies that now women started earning the same. But before it was really difficult. But some of those challenges still happen in other places. So no pay discrimination, no representation gaps, no sector gaps, no employment gaps, no life gaps. But number 7 is the most important. No inequalities in education, enrollment, curricular courses, especially STEM, and leadership. Because those are the areas that all of us here can do something about. Then also the next one is, I like this book, because as I told you, I've been talking about women issues for many years. And this is a current book that was done by UN Women in 2022. You need to read it so that you can understand the women issues in order to help them. And they analyzed the student registration, student retention, graduation rates, staff composition and qualifications, and gender sensitivity curriculum. And then they made 2 observations. One of the observations was that despite progress in achieving gender parity at the primary and secondary school levels, significant gaps remain in tertiary education, particularly in STEM. Tertiary education is the one we are representing here in this conference. And we are seeing that that's where the women are having a lot of problems. And it is true, like in Kenya, there is a nearly 100% transition from primary level to secondary, but from secondary to tertiary, there is a problem. And even if you look at that problem, it is even worse with women than with the gentlemen. So we have come up with affirmative actions, and these affirmative actions can be done by any of these vice chancellors who are here to make sure that the women access in the areas that are very important. Then next is just a histogram to show you the percentage of female students by field of study. And the blue one is arts and humanities. The reddish, I'll call it red because gentlemen sometimes don't tell difference in colors. So I'll say red, education, and then green is STEM. So you can see most of our women are going in education and social sciences. Very few are going into the sciences. And even though they are going there, most of them are below 50%. We are not at parity. You can look at Kenya. I think we are now in STEM, we are just about 30%. And we are 30% because of the policies that were put in place by the government of Kenya, that the minimum of any should be 30%. But once we reach 30% of the women, then they relax. They don't encourage them to go to 40 to 50%. You can see Sudan is the one that has the best parity. Yeah? Rwanda is trying, especially in STEM. And Burundi is coming up. So I think we are all trying to reach the parity, and with all of us who are here, we can really help our women now start going into the STEM areas. Because you know STEM areas, as we have been told, are very important in industrialization, in development, in all the technological areas that are coming up. So affirmative action is very, very important in all these areas. Then the next one, analysis, is a scenario percentage of female staff in universities, yeah? And it is East and Southern Africa. So you can see for yourself, eyes cannot cheat you, even if you have glasses on. You can see Lesotho is the best, yeah? And the others, where are you? Why aren't you having female academic staff in your universities? And yet we are training them. They are there. Sometimes we have just to go searching for them. If we don't make direct efforts, then we shall never help our sisters, our wives, and our daughters. So this is very important for us to put in place strategies that can help the women. Then, of course, we have the next one. If we go globally, if you compare Africa with the rest of the world, you can see the blue line is the global average, which is about 37.9% of the women. But then look at where we are. In Africa sub-Saharan, we are doing about 9%. Yeah. In Kenya, we have gone slightly up. We are just about 12%. But the others, where are you? Why can't we increase this average? And you can see most of the average is from the people upper middle countries, the ones that are developed countries. They have realized the importance of women. How long will it take us in Africa to know that the women are very important and we need them in all places? Yeah. Then the next one is the trends of research and development, R&D expenditure, and all that. We have just been told by Professor, the second speaker, about research. But research is indeed very important because most of these people are academic staff. And you can see in America and Western Europe, you have about 4,488 researchers per million of people. But look at Sub-Saharan, it's just miserable down there. 98, yeah? 98 researchers per a million people. And out of this 98, only 30 are women. So you can do that percentage. 30 out of 98, what is the percentage? It's still miserable. So we need to encourage also the women really to go into research, and because they are really committed and they are hardworking and they are qualified. So Africa, we are still very low, and we need to improve. And also, this same slide is showing you about how much percentage of GDP is put into research. The global average is about 1%. In Kenya, I'll talk about Kenya because that's the country I know. And in Kenya, we are, the policy says 2%. But I think now we are at, is it 0.3% of the amount of money we are putting there? So how can we go to the moon, as the president was saying, if we are not putting money there? And then we also said that the women are only 30% in research. So it means that this money that is being put there, this 0.3% in Kenya, very little is going to the women, because the women are only 30%. So we are not enjoying this money. This money is being enjoyed by our brothers, yeah? So we need to make sure that the women get there so that we can also start building Kenya, building East Africa, and building Africa. Then, of course, this one is self-explanatory. You can look at it, yeah? Then the next one is areas of focus of training in Africa. So where are we training in Africa? I told you about our women were going in education and social science. What about in Africa? The light blue is sub-Saharan Africa, and the deep blue is non-Saharan Africa, or middle-income countries. And you can just see yourselves, yeah? We are training a lot in education and social science. Look at the others. Just look at where engineering is. Look at ICT. If we are going to impress AI, we have to improve in these areas. And as we improve in these areas, I'm only halfway, thank you, yeah. I'm only halfway. Yeah, so you see, we have to improve and make sure that the women are there. And then you can see that only 24% of African agricultural researchers are female. Yeah? And this is even an increase from 18%, which means the efforts are there. We need to put in more efforts to bring more women up. Yeah? The next one, of course, I'll go faster. You can just look at, this is the Kenyan situation with the engineering. How are we doing? You can look at that. The number of consulting engineers, 98.2% are gentlemen. The number of registered engineers, 96.8% are gentlemen. Registered graduate engineers, 92, they are all in the 90s. So 90 minus 100, what do you get? But I know the situation is improving because now more universities are now having courses in engineering, and access is there. So it's us now to encourage the women to go into these areas, because we cannot develop without them. Yeah? Then the next one, of course, is you can look at it and you can read and see. It is just numbers don't lie. Women still trail. So I won't even elaborate on that one because it is true. Where is the leakage, especially in postgraduate research? So in postgraduate research, you can see the women are normally there. First degree, they are there. Second degree, they are there. Then they start dropping out at PhD. And at PhD, we have found that most of them drop out because of these people who are seated here. When women want to go for PhD, you are told, choose. You want your marriage, or you want education, or you want to advance. Surely. Isn't it good to have a wife who is qualified? A wife who can challenge you on the pillow talk. Isn't it important? So encourage them to go into these areas. Then, of course, the challenges are there. There are very many, and you know them. And I've listed quite a number of them. They are very important, and I've put them in very many places, in 3 different areas. Yeah? So one of the challenges, the major challenges, apart from the ones that I'd shown, which we tend to ignore. You know, at one time, I was the chair of board of NACADA. NACADA is the one that deals with alcohol and drug abuse in Kenya. I thought I had there was NADO somewhere. And we did a survey just before I left. I was there for 3 years. And we came up, you can see, it is just, the women are now starting to abuse alcohol. They are starting to abuse drugs. And this is because the marketing strategies, I wish the ministers were here. We should stop the people who make these hard drinks, yeah? They call them what? Is it cognac? Yeah? The whiskeys, the what? All those. You realize, I know on the Kenyan screen, nowadays when they advertise them, they put their elegant ladies drinking so that they can draw ladies into these things. If you look at the electronic cigarettes, the women are now there. If you look at shisha, the women are now there in great numbers because they are being drawn to those areas. How can we stop it? How can we have policies that will stop these people from encouraging our ladies to go there? Yeah? Because we know that the gentlemen are already there anyway, but we don't need any others. Yeah? Then this one, you can see this one at the different levels. In primary school, we were shocked in Kenya to find that there are some ladies, or especially even the gentlemen, when you have had your glass of whatever it is to relax, yeah? Then you tell your child, take this to the kitchen. And some of it is still left. What the child does, they go to test, what is this that daddy is taking? And that is the beginning of trouble, yeah? There are some women that we met, when the child is crying constantly and they are upset, they just take beer, Tusker, and give them. The child sleeps, and they think that is it. But that is the way you initiate the children into this. So even as early as 6 months, the children are taking. And you can see in secondary school, it's very low. But look at the universities that we are heading. It is very, very high, extremely high. So what measures are you putting on your campus to make sure that this level does not go higher? Because it is equal for women and for men. So it is something that is serious, a challenge that needs to be tackled urgently. Then the policy environment. The policies are already there, but they are just mostly on paper. They are not being implemented. For example, the global aspiration on education, we have the GDP 4, 5, and 10. They talk about gender, mainstreaming, and gender issues. Why are we still having problems? Yeah, and yet it's there.
Prof, can you give us your final closing thought?
Yes,
please?
yes.
Thank you.
On the continental, we have those ones. We go to country level, and I know all the countries in East Africa have their vision, country vision. Ours is 2030, and they clearly mention these things. Look at, we have the Kenya Education Plan. It talks about not ignoring women, but we are still being ignored, yeah? Then the best practices. The best practices that are put across, there are very many. So there are just a few, and you read them in my nene, because now I'm being threatened here to get out, yeah? So they are there, you read them. And she's my sister here. By the way, I've known her for many years. So when I talk like that, we are great friends. Just like the previous one, the previous speaker,
Professor.
the previous presenter, Alice. Do you know it's me who put the coffee of PhD on her head? Very proud of her. Yeah? So we are doing something, isn't it? Yes, yeah? Then, of course, we have to exploit the bridges, especially the gaps that are there. There are very many networks involving what women have. Encourage your ladies to enter into some of these networks. Some of them are there. Like for even where I was before, Nakosti has one. African Women in Development, all these, there are these networks for women that you should encourage your students, your brothers, your sisters, and your daughters to join, yeah? Then, of course, we have one network that I really want to also to talk about. This is the network for the women in science, L'Oreal UNESCO Women in Science, because I'm one of the juries there. And it is so disappointing because this is one that targets young women who are about to finish their PhD, they can fund them, or those who are starting to do postdoc, they can fund them. They always advertise for women to address. But vice chancellors, you need to pick it up so that every January you tell your women and ladies, let me call them ladies, to apply. Because it's so annoying when you are a jurist and you see 100 Nigerian women applying, but only 2 Kenyans, 1 Ugandan, 1 Sudanese, and yet we have the same brains, we are doing very well. So encourage your women to join this network. It helps them to finish their work faster. So I'll promote that one very much. The Women in Science UNESCO L'Oreal awards. Right now we have finished, we are going to award 20 of them. And out of those 20, I was happy. Sudan, I think, got one. And I think some Uganda got, and Kenya. So we are improving, but we can do better. Yeah? Then other opportunities that you can exploit. The one in research told us about the research networks. Please, you'll be tired. Give me just 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I'm asking just for 5 minutes, then I wind up this. Yes. So opportunities like we have the PAU, which is dealing with the issues that are affecting Africa in research, and we address our own issues. We come up with our own solutions. And when you look at the applications from PAU that go to PAU, you find that East Africans, where are we? And yet that is ours. The one in Jomo Kenyatta in Kenya, it is for the East African region hosting it. But we are still missing. And yet we should also be going to the northern one, southern one, and the central one. We should also be taking people there. So encourage, especially the few who go there, you find that there are also very few ladies. Then also Ruforum, they talked about Ruforum. This network is very important. They have already talked about it, so I won't also talk too much about it. But it's a good one that encourages people to carry out research in agriculture, because agriculture is very important. Then the last one that I want to talk about is FAO VC. FAO VC, my colleague here, she's a member. And we started it in 2016 with Professor Mary Okwakol, because we realized that the women were missing in university leadership. So we said, how can we encourage them? So we had the first conference in Nairobi in 2016. Myself and Professor Okwakol are the founders. And at that time, in Kenya, we were just a very few vice chancellors. There was I think there was a photo that was to be put there, but sorry, it is not there. So we found that in Africa, we were just about 11 female vice chancellors. Europe was worse, they had 3. Japan was worse, they had just 1. So we started encouraging them. And after this network was started, we started telling our people on our campuses, apply to be DVCs. Because after you have been DVC, then you can now go to VC. So currently, I think we have very many females at the deputy vice chancellor level, and also at the probably chair of departments. So that's where it should start. So vice chancellors who are here, start by encouraging the women. Give them the chair positions, because that is the beginning. That is within you, at the pen, the strike of your pen. Encourage them so that they can go on. And so now, with FAO VC, those are our aspirations, yeah? Women serving as VCs, they can also serve as role models, yeah? We also reward excellence and many other things. We lobby and we do a lot of things. So currently now, we are about, in East Africa, I think we have reached quite a number. We have increased, but we need to do much less. And I wanted to say that there's people, the organizers of this conference, I really commend you, because it's just the beginning. Because if you look at, the ministers level, they were here. I think we had two female ministers out of 9? There were 3 female ministers of education out of the 9 countries. The PSS are a bit more. If you look at the Vice Chancellor's record, it is just pathetic how many we are. Yeah. If you look at in Kenya, if you look at the Commission of University Education, since it was started, we have never had a female person there. There are qualified women in Kenya. If you look at IUCEA, IUCEA, how many have been there CEOs? Female? None. Eh? Have you seen any there? None. And yet they can be there. But I think what we can say is that we are very happy, because at least now we have some women who are now acting as the chairs of boards, isn't it? Can we give her a clap? Yeah. So we start with that one. And then there are these 2 books that I would like you to read. These 2 books are very, very important. I like them. Yeah? And you can see the first one. What does it specify? Can you read if you can see it? Can we all read that? Eh? Yes. It's a woman. Yeah? And the next book, The African Intelligentsia, was written by the gentleman there, was the 4th Chancellor of Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. And he really used to encourage us to encourage the women. And if he had the best vocabularies in English. And he had the best vocabularies in Kiswahili. So you need to read that book, because it encourages both the gentlemen and also the ladies. So thank you for listening to me. I wish I had more time. Yeah. Thank you.
You can all find her where she's sitting. Thank you so much, Professor. Big round of applause for her. Let me just ask the women vice chancellors to stand, if you're in the audience. How many women vice chancellors do we have in the audience? Excellent. Thank you for the work you are doing to advance that conversation. When I started as a vice chancellor almost 10 years ago this year, there were only 3 women vice chancellors in the country, and I think we are now 8. So Uganda is posting some milestones. Now I'm going to introduce the issue of inequality, because our last speaker is going to get much less time, because we are now already in time for breakfast. So I apologize to you, Professor Buyinza, ahead of time, because I would like to now invite you to talk about strategies for financing education for the disadvantaged populations, hopefully including women. Professor Buyinza is the Deputy Vice Chancellor of Academic Affairs at Makerere University, Professor of Forestry Resource Economics, and holds a PhD in Forestry Management from Gajah Mada University, Indonesia. His complete bio is on page 14. Professor, apologies, but we don't have enough time. Thank you.
Professor Rose, you don't need to apologize. For sure, I'll do the task within the less allocated time. Colleagues, it's a pleasure to join you at this important event. I think I'm the only DVC that has really found space at this podium. And Professor said, I'm counting on your prayers that one day I become a full VC. Nonetheless, I'm here to really fill the gap left by my Vice Chancellor, Professor Barnabas Nawangwe. Hopefully I should be able to do the job. I'm only betrayed by my height and size, but I went to school. I will not use PPE. I will not use PowerPoint for sure, to save time. I want to engage in a conversation. It gives me great joy to really come and interface with colleagues and really kickstart a dialogue that will lead us to really innovatively agree on the funding strategies that are appropriate for our context. Colleagues of mine, it is clear that we needed to deepen the integration, we needed to enhance collaboration, and clearly we needed to sustain the development. We can only do so by funding education. Education of the disadvantaged, in this case, of course, from Professor Mebo, you begin to imagine the disadvantaged. The ladies, the children, persons with special needs, immigrants from conflict zones, and of course, the refugees, those from geographically remote spaces of our region, and most importantly, of course, all of those that are economically disadvantaged. Now, this region, of course, there has been an exponential growth in the population of the youth cluster. That means that the demand for education has grown vis-a-vis the resources available to really support and provide quality accessible education. That being the case, it means that you have scarcity, you have to make, of course, a choice. What do you do? Do you fund basic education? Do you fund secondary? Do you fund tertiary? Or you're going for polytechnic and vocational? This is the conversation we needed to openly and brutally confront and agree how to move forward. I know for sure that commitment to education runs deep in all of us. And we want to see governments continue actually providing universal free education to all, from basic to tertiary education. But I doubt if that is possible. Of course, we know that also government subvention, support, public funds to education are also dwindling. Now, if the funds are dwindling vis-a-vis the increasing demand, it means that there is a crisis and we need to innovatively think through and also devise sustainable means how to diversify financing of education. I know that our focus, of course, goes to girls, persons with special needs, migrant communities, learners from remote geographical spaces, and also, of course, the girls that face a number of barriers, okay, to access quality education because of the either gender perspectives and biases and also stereotypes, in addition to the social cultural norms in our region that prevent us to really support, give equal attention to this segment of society. Of course, I know for sure that financing education is a global urgent issue, and adequate financing is essential, of course, to support the economic growth, provide the required skills and also knowledge that will support the knowledge economy that we want to see. Why do we really now have to invest? Why is it urgent now to talk about financing education of the disadvantaged population in our society? It's because of basically three things. Economic growth. We know for sure that education fuels economic growth. And countries that have made it in their development trajectory, of course, are testimony that creating that skilled workforce, of course, will accelerate your growth rate as well. So we need to do that, enhance their productivity. In addition, of course, social development. It has been said variously that SDG 4, SDG 5 talks about education and also empowerment of the disadvantaged populations as a right, not as a privilege. Therefore, education, of course, will help us to reduce the poverty. Of course, it will also help to improve the health outcomes once people are educated enough, and of course, promote the gender equality that we clamor and want to see. And the third one will be sustainable development. You can't talk about sustainable development if you have not financed the crucial activity, that is education, that leads to, of course, inclusivity and equitable quality of education for all. Of course, then what is the problem? Why haven't governments provided adequate financing to this globally important issue? The challenge has been, of course, with our resource envelope, we can say that we have been unable due to the competing demands. All of the sectors, of course, are drawing from the limited resource envelope. But we know that education is dynamically developing. It is a service sector, of course, and therefore we need to give it a little bit of more attention to facilitate the workforce that will really, of course, act as the change agents in the society at whatever level they are. Therefore, of course, supporting universal education has been really the vision of every economy, especially in the EAC. But many of us have really supported, governments have supported adequate resources at the basic education level. Yet, we needed to, if we are to transform society through research, policy engagement, then we have to go to, of course, the higher education levels, the tertiary level, which is a bit expensive, and governments are not committing that enough. Therefore, we need now to think of innovative strategies, how to really enhance the resources available to finance education. We are thinking from our own value proposition. We believe that we need to support the growth of the private institutions. Clearly today, I think in the East African region, the private universities, private institutions have really gained that sort of positive traction, simply because we believe that government cannot do it all. We need to supplement the resources that are available by government. We need to solicit and improve systems of the student support systems, especially the disadvantaged. We are talking about the assistive technologies that will help, of course, the persons with disability to move through their education ladder and also achieve. Of course, we are thinking of where does it leave us? It means we have to come back home, think domestically, and find resources to fill the gap. Of course, we need to encourage institutions to become more entrepreneurial. Universities. Makerere in the 1990s was, I think, one of the first universities that came up with the cost-sharing mode scheme of funding university education, where we came in with the private sponsorship scheme, and it did wonders. You find that many of the brilliant students that will not access university education were able to, simply because we were not limited by the slots provided as scholarships by government. We left it to private sponsorship, households, and also civil society organizations could sponsor these qualifying students. The differentiated unity cost and also the cost fees model has worked well. I know in Kenya it is a success story, and I know for sure that we need to expand the kind of sort of innovative approach beyond the scholarships, beyond the capitation grants given by government, to include other modes of funding, including the industry and private sector. That is the sustainable way to go, because the private sector, okay, sure. Yes. Government and private strategies will include, of course, accelerated increase in funding. Progressive taxation is one of the ways to go. Let's have the graduate contingent tax to support education, debt relief, and also, of course, efficient and frugal use of the budgets and subventions that are given by government, in addition to the other community-based strategies, which may include, of course, targeted programs that really focus on the marginalized groups in our society. The partnerships with NGOs, government, the Triple X model will work best, and of course, the vocational training. All of these will really improve the financing of resources, the funds and the financing of education available in the region. Assistive technologies are also a way of really assisting and recognizing that we have the people with the special needs in our society, and therefore we need to provide budget that provides that enabling supportive environment to this community, this part of our community, and of course focus a lot more on equity. Equity whereby we need to really find financing models that give opportunity to all the children, all of the people with the special needs, and also the girls in our society. Give them a chance to succeed, and that's when they will provide their contribution to the growth needs and national development plan of the country. Lastly, I want to say that I know for sure that when you enhance efficiency and equity, you promote innovation, you shift perspective, okay, shifting education to be perceived as an investment rather than a consumptive commodity, then in that way, of course, we shall succeed, we shall be able to fund our education needs, and most importantly, of course, support and foster collaboration. It's all about coordination, cooperation, and collaboration. This is the way to go, because we need to engage government, we need to engage donors, civil society, all stakeholders to really support us and also synergize our efforts in strengthening the education system in our region. We believe that when we take on these innovative strategies, we should be able to expand access, of course, promote equity, and in most important, also the most important outcome that will come out of this is, of course, improve the relevancy of our education package to the learners, especially the disadvantaged. Therefore, I want to end by saying that sustainable and inclusive financing education models for the disadvantaged community is a critical decision governments need to really adopt and take on. We need to shift our perspective that education is more of a business enterprise and is more of a government enterprise, to make it a business activity that is supported by the private sector. And most importantly, of course, we needed to focus on this rather marginalized sector of our public, our community, the disadvantaged community and population. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Bwinza. May I invite all our speakers back here so that we can thank them properly. Sheikh Mohammed, Professor Celestino, Dr. Alice Kandi, Professor Mabel, and Dr. Bwinza. Please, just so you know who to ask questions, because we don't have time for the discussion.
Yeah, I think we can make it very brief because we are losing the tea time. The break
yes,
tea.
yeah. We are missing our break tea. So if you missed the conversation, Sheikh Mohammed talked about ensuring all students and staff in EAC have equal opportunity to succeed, and called upon commitment to regional integration, ensuring that all countries are implementing the regional qualification framework, mutual recognition of qualification, and mobility programs. And he gave us a case for Somalia. Professor Celestino talked about building research networks and centers of excellence, and he gave us some examples within the region. and emphasized the 4 types of research networks to stimulate growth, and encouraged establishing policy frameworks, funding strategies, and community membership for growth. Dr. Kande talked about recognition of academic and professional qualifications in East Africa, and the main takeaway for me really was we already have quite a bit. Let us reference what we have. Let us close the gap between the dialogue and action. Professor Mabel spoke to us about towards a gender inclusive and transformative education, transformative higher education systems, really passionate about women. We have such disparities, we acknowledge those. And she mentioned one critical area of mental health that is emerging as an important issue for us to address. And then Dr. Buyinza talked to us about strategies for financing education of the disadvantaged populations, for economic growth, for social development, and for sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for all our panel speakers here today. Should you have a question, please, those are the topics. Find them during breakfast. The breakfast area is shortly closing. We have short our time because we had more speakers in this session. So I would like to thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for agreeing to be here today. And I would like to invite the audience to join the crew at the breakfast area. Let's make it fairly short so that we can catch up on our time. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the opportunity. Have a good day.
Before you go, Professor Nanyonga, I want to ask the participants to give you a big round of applause, because it was a blessing in disguise that we had to chair this very complicated panel discussion. Thank you so much, Professor. Yeah, please, let's join all of us together for a break tea, and then we come back in the next 25 minutes. Thank you. Good afternoon. And we take our seats for the next session, please. Distinguished delegates, welcome to the next technical session. And we have a changes again on the chair of the sessions. Initially, we were expecting Professor Kabule Weber from DRC to chair this session. Unfortunately, could not make it to Kampala. So we have asked Professor Mpeza Mihigo, one of the seasoned vice chancellors in the region, to chair this session. Maybe, Professor, you're at liberty to introduce yourself as you wish before you invite your presenters. Yeah. It's good always to have such seasoned people who can, even from the sleep, you just ask them to take up responsibilities without any. When? So departure from the hotel or from 1 p.m.? We have 2 delegates who are scheduled to fly out this afternoon at 16:20 with KQ 415. They're advised to leave the hotel at 1 o'clock. I believe you know yourself, so be ready to be shuttled back to the airport at 1 o'clock. Consult the secretariat. They'll give you all the necessary logistics that you may need. Mpaka lunch. Lunchtime. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. To negotiate na hoteli. Lunch can be ready at 1:30. So yeah. So we have about 1.5 hours. Okay. Yeah.
Asante. Okay. Hamjambo mabibi na mabwana. Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. Musiye mtiano basebo ne banyabo. Thank you so much, the organizers. As they have said, I'm in the second 11, so I'm a substitute for the would-be chair. I am Professor Muhammad Mpeza Mihigo. I'm the Vice Chancellor of EACHEA University of Science and Technology. It's a new university, private, based here in Uganda, in a city called Masaka. It's 120 kilometers south as you go south towards Mbarara city. Before then, I'm the most recent Vice Chancellor of Kampala International University, where I served more than 9 years. Before then, I was a Vice Rector or DVC at the Islamic University in Uganda, where I served more than 11 years. Regarding IUCA, I and Kosam and others who were, I don't know whether I appeared in the picture yesterday, but 2007 were among the first cohorts who went to Oldenburg. And one of our facilitators is here. Nice to see him again. There was also a very great lady, Mama Ina. I hope she's there. You can pass on our regards if she's still living. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to alert the panelists that we had a very affirmative speaker this morning. You saw her, the professor, who negotiated and was given extra time. Yes, but in my tenure as the chair, I will be very polite to reduce that power because I should chair. So basically, we are looking at this session of student and academic staff mobility. May I ask, and it's a great pleasure really to chair a session where our regulator in Uganda would have been Professor Mary Okwakol, the Executive Director, but in her seat will be very able Director of Quality Assurance and Accreditation, Dr. Sembatia Vincent, who is also very known for his contribution while at Makerere University. May I invite him to come and take his seat. Because he's the keynote speaker, he will have sufficient time, but I will alert him when to stop. Dr. Sembatia, sir, you always regulate our universities. I'm going to regulate your time. I think that's a mean regulation, and it will only last for a very short time, and I'll be back in my regulated zone. So I think it would be very good to invite the other panelists also to sit here while the main speaker is here, so that they warm the chairs. May I know if Professor Meshach Amos Obonyo is here? Professor Meshach, is he here? Is where? Please, can you take your, yes, most welcome. Take your seat, please. And then let me also invite Professor Amandas Mhairwa to please come. From Sokoine University, Professor Meshach is a Senior Principal Exchange and Partnership Manager of the IUCA, one of our co-hosts. Professor Amandas Mhairwa, uko sehemu gani? Sokoine. Sokoine University of Agriculture, very known university as well. And then may I call Reverend Father Dr. Jean Bosco Bari Besha, Vice Chancellor Ines Ruhengeri. Please welcome. Can we clap our hands for them, please? Yes, I just wanted to put a prelude from what our former VC of JKUAT raised, really. I think in terms of issues of mainstreaming, emphasis, I think, is always intended to have equity and access. Equality is a very difficult thing, because sometimes you have the numbers, but the productivity is not what you want. I mean, if we had only 3 of you, you could create an earthquake in this audience of men. 1 woman. So it's about, yes, it's about equity and access and presentation. And I would like now to invite Dr. Vincent to please take the floor. He will be discussing accelerating regional integration through student and academic staff mobility in the East African community. His bio is in the booklet, please. So I have already given a summary, snapshot. Let's put our hands together to welcome Professor Vincent Sembatia, the Director of Accreditation and Quality Assurance, National Council for Higher Education in Uganda. Please.
Thank you, Professor Mpeza Mhingo, for the introduction. I should say that probably the bio is not in that book, because I'm part of the...
I beg your pardon, apologies. I left one very important, the one who actually nurtured us, Mr. Stefan Binfield. You are most welcome to take the seat. Head of Division Transnational Education and Cooperation Programs, the German Exchange Service Program. Put our hands to welcome him. He mentored, I think we're about 40 or so, and he's now here. Thank you, and apologies for having skipped your... Ben, thank you for reminding me.
Thank you very much. I'm wearing a hat, invisible one, because I'm standing in for the very able Professor Mary Okakol, who is the ED of National Council for Higher Education, and right now is superintending over the ministerial breakaway session, where they're coming up with a communique. I should say, like, probably that the bio is not in the book. I'm the head of Quality Assurance and Accreditation at the National Council for Higher Education. I'm a trained mathematician. I have a PhD in pure mathematics from the University of Florida at Gainesville. But I used my mathematics, I brought mathematics to higher education, and I published quite a bit in modeling higher education systems. It's quite a fancy thing to do, to bring mathematics to social sciences. I think if you're worried about STEM and social sciences, you look at me. So I will try to deliver this presentation, which is already on the screen, about accelerating regional integration through student and staff mobility. We all know, probably in this room, most of us have been beneficiaries of mobility. We've traveled to other places. There's a time when actually it had to be all mobility, when we didn't have academia, when higher education was being started in East Africa. You heard from the presidential, I should say the keynote, from His Excellency, the President of Uganda, reminded us where we started. You know, this is a cyclic universe. It revisits its earlier positions, but in a very interesting way. So whereas we are trying here to create these things, they were there before, and maybe those could be thought of as the good old times. We had very well coordinated mobility when all education was free, but it was very few people involved, and education was for the very few, and it was elitist. So we probably will not visit that position in the same format. I try to accelerate through the sense of this presentation because I'm very much aware that the keynote address of yesterday actually set the tone for all the discussions we are having here. So the first element is to understand and agree on some form of definition of academic mobility, which refers to the movement of students, teaching staff, researchers, and other academic personnel across institutions, regions, countries, for purposes of learning, teaching, training, or research. So even though very often this mobility is kind of abused or misunderstood, like we think people are fleeing from their nations, they are running away from problems, they are going to other countries to stay there, to look for employment, and education becomes an excuse. So we really want to understand it properly. Okay. So, we want to start with some understanding of acceptable definition. Academic mobility has various dimensions. There's something called horizontal mobility, which is temporary movement for part of the program. It's like comes in form of exchange for semesters abroad, or even for weeks. There's vertical mobility, which is moving to another institution or country for a full degree or further study. We are very familiar with that. And then staff mobility, which engages lecturers, professors, and researchers moving between institutions to teach, conduct research, and share expertise. Forms of mobility mobility comes in different forms: student mobility, staff mobility, as well as now there is this virtual or branded mobility. You can be mobile academically without physically being moving from your country or to another location. Why is mobility important? So why don't we just stay where we are? Mobility gives opportunity to expand learning, and in ways that create multidisciplinary skills, broaden our career pathways. Some of us could not even access our disciplines within our countries because there were no professors in those areas. But then again, there were programs like Fulbright programs where that brought professors to stay in our institution for a few months and then identified students and then moved them to other locations. You are very familiar with that. In our perspective, it strengthens regional or global integration, boosts employability, skills transfer, and it does many other nice things. Learning opportunity expanded, regional integration, expanding skills, the transfer of skills. In addition, driving research. There's a very big program. Professor Williams should have talked about this. He's been coordinating this program for about more than 10 years from SIDA, the Swedish International Development Agency. Funded research for a very long time. But within that research funding, the component of mobility was very important. There were student exchanges and dual degrees. Transcripts were being signed off by 2 institutions or even more than 2. Lots of institutions in Sweden were involved. But I'm sure you are aware of such programs within the region where funding normally comes from another institution or country and then supports, strengthens our research. promoting of quality assurance and standards. When you compare standards from other places where you've been all way you are aware of, you can now start thinking, oh, we want to be the Harvard of Africa. Probably because you've been to Harvard, or you know what happens there. And then it also teaches us a lot of things, like then we come into credit transfers, regional frameworks, mutual recognition of qualifications that have been talked about here highly. Equity and inclusion. A lot of the mobility schemes have these components inherently. And then it has this soft power, the economic and diplomatic values. I think this soft power is reducing in senses. Like, you know that, say, the former president of Singapore, you are aware that he graduated from Oxford. So then he went to Singapore, and then he generated a lot of opportunities for the country. Now you know that Singapore is first world. But he wrote a book from third world to first. And he put there lots of actually blueprint of how to accelerate economic development, utilizing some of the experiences that he had. And then I want to talk about the context in which mobility is being pressed within our region. There are, all over the world, there are so many students, over 260 million students in higher education. And then we also know that the gross enrollment ratio in higher education all over the average of the world is around 43. But sub-Saharan Africa is 9%. What's happening here? And even we half and puff, we can't move this to 20%. It's so difficult. So if you look into where the difficulties are, you realize that we can't even survive without mobility. Here, I saw this map before. Someone presented this map. It's a very popular map. I think we should create it as an emblem or our symbol so that we understand what we are trying to do here. Partnering, partnerships create synergy. African population is big. It is bigger than, it's almost the same size as China and India. But I always challenge people. Chances are that the phone you are holding is made either from China or from Korea, or from these systems where people move. They are big countries. Everyone moves. You know that in US you can grow an orange in Florida and sell it in Seattle. No hardships, no roadblocks. So we have created these artificial boundaries, and they are causing us all these problems. Are we doing enough to erase the boundaries? The president talked about this. The East African population is about 330 million people. I've had a 340 here this morning, so please just bear with us. They have different sources for this information. But the same population in the US, you don't even think about this. US has about the same number of people. So what is the difference? There are no such hurdles as we're talking about. Even US, you don't even need to talk about mobility, except if you're talking of going to Europe, like Bill Clinton did, and then went back to become the president. So they could still learn from, have mobility, but then not as much as we needed to have it here. So here, I just wanted to bring that perspective so that you understand our predicament, where the base that we are starting off with is not very pleasant. Those countries, we know that's where we're coming from. So we know all that, so I will not go through that again. And the population, all that we have, 300 universities, very impressive. I've had like Somalia has 130 universities. I'm very impressed. But then you have now to interrogate inside the university. What is there? Okay, what is inside that specific box you've created? And then we're talking about 2 million students. You may think that's a lot, but think that America has 19 million students. So the population we have the same number of people, but are they going to school? And then do you need to go to school at all? I'll tell you one funny thing that's happening. China is struggling with catching up with the US, but they don't have a certain equipment that creates, that prints at a nano level. It prints at 4 nanometers. I think Professor Winza knows about this. And they can't create it in the next 9 years. It was created by the Netherlands. Extreme ultraviolet lithography, which does all the chips of NVIDIA, creating all this wealth. They have to do it through higher education. Can we create it in East Africa? Is there a chance? How can we do it? So I'm trying to make a case for mobility. Let's go, and even if it means getting the knowledge and bringing it back. If you go and stay there forever, you are not counted. You could be, that's brain saturation, but many people will think of as brain drain. So about 5% of East African students are mobile, especially those that study outside their home. And most of them go outside Africa. And it's very expensive there, you can imagine, but they go outside Africa. There are various barriers that includes, people have talked about these things, so there's no need to labor this. Visas, roads, quality. We know that you can't just join the higher education system from Kenya to Uganda. That is a roadblock. And then the issues of having the high school, like from DRC. There's a problem of A-level, UNEB, having a national exam. So the quality assurance systems, people have talked about that, is a big roadblock. Before even we go to qualification frameworks that we've talked about very ably. There has been studies on this. There's one from our own members here, Mike Correa and Gaspard Bajak, our executive secretary, have been thinking about these things of mobility. So it's not that an accident that we are talking about this. And I've compared this already to the US. And if we are trying to catch a country like US, where now our uncle DT, is that what you called him? Uncle DT has said, don't come from Africa. Don't come to Harvard. So where shall we go?
Recording stopped.
We have to create, then don't give up, become angry. It's better to become angry and get out of your predicament than just giving up. Now, we are thinking, this is now probably what we should see. Seamless movement, credit qualifications, recognized. I think that's a key thing. If I graduated from Kenya in medicine, why do I come to Uganda and then the medical council refuses to register me? So that means we have to collaborate even earlier than training, so that the councils convince themselves that the training is adequate. So Europe has automatic recognition. We must talk of some of the challenges that we must overcome: lack of credit transfer and recognition, visas, quality assurance, funding. You could have, say, every country, the ministers are here, could commit to have a mobility fund. Like this fund could allow a number of students from every country to access universities within the region, probably not paying or paying part of the tuition. And then under success, we still have the auto transfer. People have talked about platforms, digital mobility platform for applications and funding. These are low-hanging fruits, predictable funding with equity safeguards, professional registration processes eased. Every university participates, like it's not just for government universities. And the thousands of learners, I was already talking about this, thousands of learners involved. Europe targets 20% of the enrollment. Even when you do institutional profiling, they ask you, how many international students do you have at your university? So do you enter 0, because your vice chancellor is here? Do you have an entry of 0? No international student in your university, no international staff. How proud are we with this situation? At least when I was at Makerere, we used to have a lot of Kenyans. But the numbers started going down. I don't know why they came back, Professor Without. There were about 3,000 Kenyans in enrollment every year. But there's a time when Kenya opened up enrollment, and Nairobi University moved from around 40,000 students to 60,000. Probably they've gone even higher. So it seems they took back the Kenyans. But anyway, nonetheless, we believe that we need these people to integrate and also saturate the culture among ourselves, even build networks. The enablers, we include qualifications frameworks. Thank you. Bridging pathways, because there is a problem with bridging. Sometimes we ask them to bridge if they came from 844 and they are trying to access systems. Say in Uganda, where A-level is the predominant system, we have the higher education certificate just to check the knowledge gaps and bridge them in there if they are there at all. Because I don't believe this is such a big issue, because here in Uganda, you have a predominantly 3-year education system for universities, whereas in Kenya, you have 4 years. So if they come to do 3 years, that means they have to do some form of 4th year. So that's what now the bridging is about. Sometimes you are bridging for math or language, or if you are coming from TVET dominant programs towards university, there's a bridging. Someone talked about that in the qualification framework. You can bridge for digital and language. So we talked about the one portal. I think that one is agreeable. Analytics to do the planning. The passport, the people in the polity have talked about the passport issue. The visa, giving you a 6 months visa, the registrator here yesterday was talking about that. That had already been agreed. So I think those are not very serious problems anymore. The fund, I've talked about the fund seeded by partner states, private sector co-financing, universities contributing in kind, even those times when the East African, the IUCEA has a mobility program, but they would require either the hosting institutions to cover some of the costs. So you must commit that, okay, we shall have a house available for staff, or we shall even render some more services so that we really enable this mobility even of students. Students have to have international offices. During the lockdown here, lockdown caught everyone unawares, institutions were closed. Students going to another country were stranded. So instead they took them to a hotel, and then the bills started piling. They started crying out, and I don't know what eventually happened, but we have those issues. Special funds for bridging, recognition of prior learning. I'd mentioned some of these things like micro-credentials. Like if you don't have, it doesn't have to be a program for a whole semester. It could be a module that plugs into another program. So mobility does not even have to be a whole year. It could be, we need to, I think, the Quality Assurance Committee is talking about micro-credentialing. Some specific skills can be gotten through that. The professional councils must determine the scope of practice. If it's a region, there must be commonalities. So what is going to be required for you to practice as a dental physician or a medical physician? So if we know the scope of practice, can that be integrated or prepared through the training? The legal reforms, the legal regimes, do we have similar legal reforms? So does it make sense to study law in any of these countries? Are you going to be able to practice? Is it the same law? So there's some of those issues. Mutual recognition protocols, they talked about this. And then the bridging, they talked about that. Supporting, I'll quickly go to what maybe our big brothers should be. Europe. Europe should be studied for mobility, because in Europe you had, in the European Union you had the Bolognian model, which we understudied in creating our own higher education area. It has been working for 49 countries, streamlined the degree structures and the credit transfer across these structures. They promoted quality assurance frameworks. So they were doing all these things, they were preparing, Yeah, they were preparing the mobility platform. So once you have mobility must be enhanced through creating these platforms. So it becomes much easier for me to understand your transcript. I think I'll just give you one example that is really a bit unfortunate. Like we have people in Uganda go a lot to Strathmore University, especially in areas related to commerce. And they come back here, try to access Bank of Uganda. You know, unfortunately, Bank of Uganda only employs first-class students. Okay, well, they would have got a first-class student from Strathmore University. But then we have a grading scheme here that looks into that grade that Strathmore gave them, and some of the grades are put back to second upper. It's a bit unfortunate, and we believe that we should have even comparable grading frameworks. Like, so then a first class in any of these universities remains that, or even the other grades. It doesn't mean that any university is lower, but they have their own grading scheme. So you have to, that's just a specific example of establishing transferability. Why I put these programs there, like the Erasmus program, is because we believe that this can be operated within the area. This higher education area can operate something close to Erasmus Plus, which is focused on mobility, put funds in there. We have here mutual recognition, I've talked about. Joint degrees don't operate very well in the region. You can do part of your degree from another institution and complete it in yet another institution. Targeting mobility, 20% would be a nice target from the 5 that we have. But then increasing 5 to 20% should be ensuring that there is cooperation within the region. So it shouldn't just come for its own sake. It should come with. So people familiar yourself with the General Agreement on Trade in Services that agreed that education is one of the tradable services. Qualifications can be traded on international platforms. This opened up a lot of opportunity for mobility, but also opened up challenges and also requires us to do our part to ensure that qualifications in higher education move around. I don't know how much time I am left with. I wind up. In the General Agreement on Trade in Services, there's a very old agreement of 1995. It's been around for a long time. It brings in cross-border supply, which is education provided across borders without the movement of people. So institutions can be created, like a campus of Aga Khan was created in East Africa. Campuses, they are there in Kenya, Tanzania, and Uganda. So an institution like that can create campuses. That requires law reforms. I know these countries of ours don't agree to having international universities here. And then there is consumption abroad, which involves students traveling abroad to receive education. This happens a lot. African students enrolling at universities in Europe and in Asia is a common phenomenon. There's commercial presence, which involves foreign institutions setting up a branch. I've talked about that. And presence of natural persons, that is academic staff, researchers or trainers moving across borders. Visiting professors and exchange. Please, at your home, in your own university, you don't have to wait for the community. Just invite these scholars, have a house for them where they can stay, leverage their stay and all that. So higher education, the implications and the opportunities that will come through, we shall expand access to education through cross-border provision, encourage investment and international partnerships. So when someone studies here, even when they go back, they will think about that country and they may see them following up. Either they send the equipment or they come and set up a factory here, or so the FDI can start flowing in. I just wanted to end by highlighting the challenges that we have already. Quality assurance and graduation becomes more complex when you allow mobility, but we must go for the challenge. Unequal access. Normally people who travel are rich, I should say. At least they have an air ticket. So how do you counter that? Either provide that funding as well, and don't insist that you must be able, whatever. So there must be equity considerations. and then potential brain drain if mobility is not well balanced. So, and then brain drain has been struggling. We've been struggling with this, but then also we have benefited from it. Sometimes the brain flow to our region, even though a few of them brought to the other side as well. So I think that's a good point to stop, because I think I've talked about how this becomes relevant to us. And I thank you very much for listening, and I'm happy that I represented our ED on this task. Thank you very much.
Can we clap for Vincent again? In summary, he gave us some stats, looked at the existing situation, and also the challenges and way forward. I always ask myself, yesterday His Excellency, the President of this country, gave us a speech he gave in 2015. And the same issues that were highlighted there are being highlighted. Who is responsible for implementation? I think we need to ask this question, and since we are all here, all the regulators are here, the government is here, the ministers are witness, we have permanent secretaries, we need to do something now to remove all these barriers. So join me to invite Professor Meshach Amos to come and put forward his ideas in 7 minutes. And I sought consensus, so we have agreed. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have a not so easy task to speak in 7 minutes. Allow me to recognize the presence of my teacher, the Vice Chancellor from JKUAT. Taught me biochemistry. We call her Mom. Oh no, I also know, Mom, you know, you almost became mother-in-law, because it's just that the science we were doing did not allow us a social life. So your daughter was doing mathematics, we were doing biology, so we never met. So I would have shared a platform with mom-in-law. So I'm waiting for the slides to come up as I say this. I'm going to say something. A story is told. I think it's a principle in philosophy that a donkey fell in water. A donkey fell in water, and the first person comes and looks at, oh, nowadays the temperature, say in Munonyo, it's become so hot that even donkeys are taking a swim. The second person comes and looks at the donkey and says, it's still very hot. Even donkeys are deciding to drink water. You know, donkeys in water, now it's kicking, probably it's beginning to drown, it's drinking water. The third person looks and says, must be a hippo. So the fourth person comes and says, why don't we get it out of the water so that we see if it's a hippo, if it was meant to stay in water or to stay on land, right? I'm picking the cue from you. And as I reflected on the lessons we have learned from our mobility program, that we start thinking about what we can do. The doing part, because we have a number of us who identify problems, but very few decide to move a step further and do. I'm waiting for the slides still, so, and we begin. I know the first slide is to acknowledge the invitation that I got to speak here and share experience. Prof. Vincent, we were with you in a meeting the other week, and I wanted to reiterate that EACHEA has a functional mobility program that is 50 years old. I'm in a project I studied in Africa. They studied, they mapped. EACHEA has a functional mobility program, 50 years old, the only one in Africa. And it is funded by both the member university contribution together with the partner state contribution. So I think we stand somewhere up there. My job, as when the slides those come, my job basically is in the exchange partnership docket of EACHEA. I work with Madame Doreen. Doreen was at the booth yesterday, and I also work with Dr. Javejo. Dr. Jave is at the booth. And I work with Dixon. Dixon hasn't made it here today. So the four of us make what we call the Scholarship Committee of EACHEA. My job, in summary, is I look for opportunities. We enter an agreement with an organization, and then we organize how students move across the border. In summary, we organize how students move across the border. We take students as far as South Korea. Yep, finally they're here. So I am going to try and make my 7 minutes starts now, I hope. Thank you. So I'm going to just share very briefly what is allow me to skip the mandate. It's legal terminology, where we get our mandate from. Again, you know, when you prepare a presentation, you say, I must have an introduction. Yeah, so those colors have been shown. This has also been mentioned yesterday. It was mentioned that we are in a common higher education area. I just highlighted that our qualifications must be comparable, our training. Prof. Mike Kuria yesterday told us about mnemonics. How I remember mnemonics is my teacher used to walk into class. This was geography. My teacher used to walk into class and he would say, colors of the rainbow. And then we would say, ROIG BIV. You remember anything like this? So this ROIG BIV thing was the mnemonics that would remind us the colors of the rainbow. Allow me to drop one mnemonic that I carry around with me. It's called Decision 48. If you're a vice chancellor in a university, Decision 48 works like this. I am pressing the next button. Okay, Decision 48 is a Council of Ministers decision, and this is what it says. Any East African student attending a university in another partner state other than his own be charged the same fees as local. So back to my geography class. Decision 48 says, any East African student attending a university in another partner state other than his own be charged the same fees as locals. It's a legal declaration, the political declaration. What does this mean? We no longer charge a Kenyan fees in dollars. We treat each other as one. So this is Decision 48 of the Council of Ministers. I want to just share some of what we do very quickly in this one slide. Like I mentioned, we have a number of scholarship programs. I will just highlight one. The top, is it top left there? 155. We have sent 155 students from the East African community, the 8 countries, to South Korea to study various courses. We have, and Mom, I followed in your footsteps, the number 116 there, we have a scholarship program entirely for women to increase those numbers that you are talking about, and many others. Then we have a baby which I decided to leave. The executive secretary will talk about tomorrow. There are many. Today is 9th. 4 days ago, we had cohort number 6 of our students land in South Korea to study artificial intelligence, smart computing, and there are girls there. I think I can see girls. Yes, so we are safe. What are some of the lessons we have drawn? And this is where I want us to start reflecting about. There is potential in our mobility programs because we can transform universities into engines for workforce development. However, the numbers are still low. You know, those numbers that EACHEA talks about, the 50-year-old mobility program, the numbers are low in comparison to the number of universities. Those 300, when DRC was ascended into the community, they said they have 1,000 higher education institutions. So we have a lot to do. I would wish that we start reflecting and take upon ourselves, how can we expand regional enrollments and exchanges to ensure our institutions reflect the vision of the common higher education area. That's my point number 1. How can we expand? As a university, how can I contribute to expansion? There's another point here, which is multilingual and inclusive support. because of time, I would have greeted you in Luganda and continued my presentation in Luganda. However, we have English, French, and Kiswahili as official languages of the East African community. Our universities are not preparing our students. I do not remember when I attended a French class in my courses. We are not preparing very well. I still have students, 3 already, okay, point number 2. I still have students who talk about, what? Okay, fine, thank you. So there's a question of cultural diversity that we need to be intentional to integrate the foreign students. And I'm using foreign. We need to be very intentional to bring foreign students on board. We need to have multilingual language support within our students to make them feel at home. Point number 3 still focuses on students. Regional students face barriers, ladies and gentlemen, and these barriers are linked to mental wellness, disabilities, and these have been talked about, gender challenges, and mentorship, just the lack of a person whom I can go and talk to when I'm feeling low. My call to action is we need to think about how to establish student support systems, including counseling, mentorship, and then down there, we have education in fragile states. You're a refugee, you're in my country, you're studying. How do I support you? We have best practices. There are institutions that have gone ahead and say, well, if you're a female and you're studying and you get a baby, that's a biological process. We are not going to send you home. We'll give you a special accommodation. Stay here, have your baby, and then graduate. So those are very good cases. We also have a good case, this slide I put, because EACHEA has a convening power. We convene the parties that make decision. We still struggle with student pass issue. Uganda and South Sudan entered a mutual agreement, and they say this business of, and you heard the Excellency yesterday speak about it. So this has been wiped. I know we have Kenya, DRC, Somalia, and how we handle each other, especially as the communities are growing. It's an issue of consideration. The next one, and we have mentioned, EACHEA benchmarks. Benchmarks are important instrument. Once your program has gone through the benchmark, say Bachelor of Biochemistry, Jomo Kenyatta, Bachelor of Biochemistry, Makerere University, once it has gone through benchmarks, then we start creating the channels for communication between these two programs. We view accreditation as a gateway to enable our universities and to make this happen. So my call to universities and regulators, just about the last one, we support alignment of curriculum to regional benchmarks. He talks about 20. The other day I was challenging Mr. President for EACAN. How many of the 20 are already in use? We need to see this taking place. I'm going to present, among the last things, how harmonization and credit transfer system can be made use of. Then we have issues of access. Allow me to summarize this. Access works itself this way. A student in Uganda would like to come to Jomo Kenyatta to study. He's in Uganda. Many times we find that he has to travel because application process is online and is told M-Pesa, pay this. So those look like barriers. And then in Uganda here, they must have that special number. Is it called TIN number? Mm-hmm. Yes, there must be a special number for you. So these look like barriers. Then we have one important lesson. I think it takes longer to complete a graduate program. And the reasons are very many. Supervision, there are other structures, there are other reasons. It takes longer for our students to complete. We have piloted our milestone reporting, and we are seeing, yes, together with mentorship. So it calls for all hands on deck, all players in this section. And then we need to, finally, we need to work intentionally to generate data that shows us progress. Data that shows us how we are moving towards harmonization. I said I'll finish with this one. Some 4 universities came together under EU funding. With the major players, you can screen them at the bottom, Uforum, all the way CE regulators. We decided to bring them. So I call this Project Hope. because these colleagues decided we have all the documents, why don't we cause mobility to happen? The project began in 2024, and so far, what did you do? JCOAT, Egerton, NCHE, CHU, they sat together and said, let us make mobility happen. We decided to work together to come up with an agri-CBC project. What we discovered, we need a lot more time to consider the benchmark. So we have worked on a common benchmark. Right now, we are at the stage of credit transfer. While the policy is there, there's still a lot to be done to understand how do we handle credits. It is 40% in Kenya, 60% in Uganda. How do we harmonize? So there will be intentional effort that we must put in to make this happen. I am hopeful that when we meet next year, I'll now be explaining how this is a success so that we multiply and replicate it across the community. This project, ideally, is supposed to make an agriculture CBC graduate be able to move from Egerton to JCOAT, from JCOAT to Uganda, it is to the other institution, Bishop Stuart, and to Gulu University. Same program to allow our students to move, as was seen. I will end here by saying Webare, and I am so much pressed for time, I shall hold. The picture there is our students that graduated from South Korea at the bottom. Thank you.
Another big clap, please, for Professor Meshach. Yes, I think he has demonstrated that it is possible, although there are still bottlenecks, and I think in the communique for tomorrow, we should be, on the last day, we should be able to capture that for implementation. Let me now invite the next panelist, Reverend, not in the order, the way they are seated, I'm going in the order of the alignment here. It's actually Professor Amandas Muhairwa, the DVC Sokoine University of Agriculture. Please. Yeah, 7 minutes. I hope the slides will come so that there's no excuse for extra time.
No problem. I think I can make it in 2 minutes. Not possible. And, the slides are coming now. Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Amandus Muhairwa. He has already introduced me. I would like to add that I'm a veterinarian, and I'm teaching animal diseases as well as doing research on the same. What I'm going to present here is more or less a small summary. Oh, I can go with this. Yes, this summary will give all what I'm going to present. And this was a little survey which I did among the academic staff at SUA, and to know their role in external examination as well as visiting lectureship. It is showed that there are benefits of staff mobility, which includes professional development, increased visibility of the university, and enhanced collaboration between staff members. However, there are also challenges such as funding constraints, logistical issues, workload conflicts we are noted, and the recommendations which have come with include emphasis for the need of clear policies, dedicated funding, and stronger partnership to support staff mobility effectively. So I think I'm almost done with all what I planned. Then, to defend myself now, I'm coming from SUA. This is Agricultural University, and what I have somewhat biases on that one, and you can see how it has grown to the level it is today. And we have about 600 academic staff members, and that number of students, and primarily agricultural university, but we also have other fields such as economics, science, and other things which are also taught at the university. This one I think I'll skip because the first presenter covered almost all what I wanted to say. And this was an online questionnaire which involved 63, sorry, not 65, and those are the methods which we are used. And in the results, it is clear that veterinary medicine is a core area for external examinations, as well as visiting lectureship. We have agriculture courses, lecturers, which also showed strong involvement in training and resource sharing. This showed the bias which I mentioned at the beginning. We also have those other miscellaneous areas, economics, chemistry, environmental studies, which we are significantly responsible for academic mobility within the country. So we have mobility within and outside the country. And we found that we have a big number of staff which are involved in mobility internally. As you can see there, mostly are involved in movement within the country. However, there are big movement of staff going to Kenya compared to the rest of the countries. We have other movements going to Kenya, to Uganda, Rwanda, and other areas, but very much limited, only one staff member. One members for each country among the 33 staff which were involved as external examiners out of those I studied. We also have visiting lectureship where only 19 of the surveyed staff had been involved, and those are the countries which they were visiting. Rwanda, Zimbabwe, Malawi, and one of them was even managed to go to Germany. And the funding for this exercise was mostly done by host institution, and duration involved 2 to 3 weeks only. The challenges. There are challenges which I mentioned at the beginning, which included funding and logistical, workload conflicts, and external shocks, like the one which we had at COVID-19, which ended with some people being locked outside. And cultural and language barriers in some places, and some staff reported smooth movement in all the exercise. I wanted to expand on this, the logistics and the funding challenges which were met. This include insufficient funding where people are going to other universities, delayed reimbursements, travel difficulties, and the accommodation issues. Sometimes we are not properly done before somebody appeared at the external area. Also administrative bureaucracy, like a lengthy approval process, delayed communication, and lack of timely investigation, and which hindered smooth logistics. So suggestions, I've said that, is to come up with dedicated resources for mobility, and to have policy and institutional frameworks for mobility of academic staff members. This will also need expansion of the networks, as well as incentives and the recognition of staff mobility, maybe in the up the ladder, promotion, or whatever. And also come up with digital and hybrid opportunities which are coming now. So these are yes. Oh, is this going left or right? Oh, sorry, you have to see my slides. Hello, can it come back? I just want to wind up. How many minutes? 2 left. You can give me 2 more. No, it's not necessary. You promised to use only 2. They're enough. If the slides come up, 2 minutes will wind up. Is it going left or right? Yeah, I think you remember this one, 2 weeks ago. We are siblings, sequential siblings. And usually to have jokes, fights, and laughter is common, And we are kicked out, all of us together. I think we can walk out together. Because that night, Kenya were beaten, Tanzanians giggled, And within 2 hours, Tanzania was out, Kenyans left, and we kept quiet, and overnight, Uganda was also out. But, so we need to be together. I think we should work together to reach where we would like to go. And as what Mwalimu Nyerere said, we need to see opposite direction. Okay, this is the right one. I just wanted to share this last slide. Yes, I happened to go as a visiting lecturer in Zimbabwe, teaching animal diseases, and I learned something which was not very typical in my country. Teaching animal diseases, I had to attend some animal cases with the students, and I found that people there, they are more sensitive than where I was coming from, because I was given a sick dog, which to me, I thought that it's not necessary to give a painkiller, because a dog with a wound, if you give it a painkiller, is going to use the same foot on walking. But the Zimbabwean client, after seeing that and not give a painkiller to the dog, he went to the council and said that that doctor did not give my dog a painkiller. So we have differences, although which we have supposed to learn from each other, but differences are also there, and they are good to know. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Can we clap for him again? Especially for identifying what brought us together recently. We all were losers, so we maintained the focus of losing in order to prepare for winning next time. Thank you so much, Professor from Sokoine. Let me now invite Reverend Father Dr. Jean Bosco to come and also share his ideas about this topic of student and academic mobility. You're welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Chair. Mine is not an example that I am going to give you, but an experience, one of many others, and probably will see that something is working. I am not going to give the background of our university, but just to say that at the beginning, you remember that Rwanda shifted from French to English as a medium language of instruction, and it's very recent. So at the beginning, our university was called Université Internationale au Rwanda. Our moderator refused that, and we were asked to go for institute, asking us to wait a bit so that we have a good number of students, more faculties, to be qualified as a university. This is why we shifted to Institut d'Enseignement Supérieur de Ruhengeri, INES Ruhengeri. So from the beginning, we are just using French, and later on, we shifted to English. What I want to say is that from the beginning, we wanted to be international. So probably our experience will be a bit different because of this vision. Later on, we became a University of Applied Sciences to be more practical, working on skills which will attract students, even regional and international students, because we focus on the job market at the end of our formation. So we have a very strong international office with 5 members of staff to guide and to take care of our regional and and international students. So when we talk about international office, mainly what we have in mind is to work on international standards or regional standards. This is why what we are talking about here is very, very important for us. Our strategic plan has 3 pillars, and one is internationalization. Again, to give you the idea of what we want. So the total number of students we have, I am going too fast, I think. We have 6,480 students in total, and among them, 1,200 are international. So we always have between 15 and 20% of our students as international. We try to work on our curricula to see if they can have these international standards we want. So we provide some language support, especially that shifting from French to English, ourselves or our students are struggling to use English. It's still a problem to all of us. Especially that when you go back, you remember what we said about lower education. Our teachers in the primary and secondary schools do not master the English language. So this is another challenge. But looking at our students, we have some students, and this is a good number, from Arabic speaking area, especially students from Sudan and Yemen. And it becomes a big challenge to be able to help them. Our language center helps, but it's not easy. We have to have this mindset to be able to help them. So at the time of admissions, we have some kind of pre-arrival guidance. We have a digital campus, and we insist on equal treatment. So what we have been discussing about tuition fees, this we do not only for regional, but also for international. All the students from other areas, like Gabon, from Congo, not DRC, the other Congo, and all others, they receive Nigeria, they receive the same treatment. So for us, it's not a big problem. Going to what we do socially, we try to integrate our international students into the whole fabric of our local understanding of education at our university. So they are in all councils, guild councils, different groups, clubs we have. When we have an environmental club, they need to be there. When you have in our innovation centers, we make sure that they are there. When we are having outings, trips outside, we have what you call Visit Rwanda. We take them with Rwandans. So we make sure that they are journeying with all other Rwandan students. And we organize our intercultural day to be able to help them to socialize among themselves. Thank you. And this also helps also to attract more students, because they like it, and when they go on social media, tweeting, on WhatsApp, their status, they put what they do, and we manage to get more they do the work themselves. Some challenges, of course, they have been mentioned by my predecessors who presented before me. So we have some differences in educational policies from their home countries, and we have to adjust with what we have. We have language barriers, as I said before. Some have financial constraints. Of course, those who come to our university, but also when we are planning, especially with Erasmus Plus to go to Europe, they are not able to pay on their own for their stay in some partner universities in Europe. We also have a challenge on visa delays, again for mobility purposes. Rwanda opened the door for all African coming to Rwanda. For East Africa, they have 6 months, they can stay, looking for their papers to join university, or actually they join university, and while they are at university, they can process their documents up to 6 months, they have no problem. So to conclude, on challenges where we are located, we have a problem of accommodation, infrastructure. We are not in Kigali, the capital. We are near volcanoes, the north. The city is very young. We do not have enough accommodation. So to accommodate Rwandans is easy, but for international students, it becomes a bit a challenge. This is why we are able to accommodate 1,000 students in our hostels, and we start with international students. So we have this in mind, and the government helps us. The police issues related to security, we work with the police and immigration, and they are very, very much willing to support our university to achieve this goal of having a good number of international students, help them reach international standards. Thank you very much.
Let's clap for him again. I think he has given a very interesting perspective, but the take home I send you, Reverend Father, is when we fully integrate 7 or 9 countries, whatever they are, or maybe 10, even Ethiopia comes on board, and we melt into one community. Shall we consider those students to be international anymore? So we have to keep the definitions, otherwise we'll appear as if we are all homogeneous. But that is food for thought. Now let's put our hands together to welcome our last panelist, Stefan. As I told you, let's welcome him. He mentored, he did a lot of training. I remember, I think he was in the Rectors Conference at that time. Yes, 2007, we had a long journey, and I'm so happy that he's here, he's been able to stay and continue with his activeness. You're welcome.
Thank you very much, and thank you again for inviting the AD to be part of this important gathering. As has been said, we've been part of the journey of IUCEA, accompanying the institution for a number of years now. For me personally, I haven't been to East Africa for the last 15 years, and I'm actually very impressed how much has changed and how much things have developed since we started with the initial quality assurance initiatives. For those of you who do not know, some short words about the AD. I do not have a PowerPoint because I was told to talk about lessons learned, and I didn't want to put them on slides because it's really more personal experiences in that sense, or organizational ones. DAD is an organization of the German universities and their student organizations, which was first established in 1925, so we are celebrating 100 years this year. With all the turmoils that German history in the 20th century went through, the organization went through as well. It was re-established after the Second World War, and for the time being, it remains the largest organization for international higher education in Germany and in Europe, with a budget of roughly or a little more than €500 million per year. When it comes to experiences from mobility programs, this has been the core of DAD's operation since its initial start in 1925. It was actually started by a German law student who went to the US for an exchange. And when he came back, he thought more students should have that experience, and that was how the organization came into being. So it was organized, and it was a bottom-up approach from the universities and from the students themselves, and not a government organization at the time. Having said that, we've been operating these scholarship programs for roughly 100 years now. And for the region here, what is particularly important, apart from the scholarships that we offer globally for PhDs or postdoc stays in Germany, we also offer in-country and in-region scholarship programs here in East Africa, where universities apply with master or PhD programs. And then they get scholarships funded by DAD that are for students from the same country or from one of the neighboring countries. So we fund Ugandans going to Kenya, but also Kenyans in Kenya, and so on and so forth. That's part of the history, and this is still a very important program. If you want more information on that one, feel free to contact me, and I can put you in touch with our regional office in Nairobi, which is in charge of East Africa, and they can provide you with the necessary information. When it comes to lessons learned from all these scholarship programs, I would say that they are not so dissimilar from the experiences that you make here. A lot of the issues that have been raised here by various speakers yesterday and today sound very familiar. Visas remain an issue even within the Bologna signatory states, because not all of these countries are members of the European Union, which means that if I want to go to Kazakhstan as a student, I would still need a visa, and vice versa. Within the EU member states, this problem is solved, but when it comes to other countries, it is still there. And the only recommendation or lesson learned that we have from that is start the process as early as possible. As soon as you know and you have been accepted at a foreign institution, try to get the visa process speeded up as quickly as possible, because these processes do need time, not only in Europe, but also elsewhere. Recognition remains an issue as well. Credit transfer systems, the EACHEA has been mentioned, and qualification frameworks have been partly able to solve or provide partial solutions to it, but it still is an issue in many cases. What has been helpful in the European context at least is learning agreements. So if the University of Cologne sends a student to the University of Madrid in Spain, they would, prior to the mobility, agree on the courses that the German student is going to take in Spain, and then recognition would be automatically granted when the student returns. In theory. Again, there's theory and practice, but these learning agreements have been proving very helpful to make it easier for students to get their credits recognized, especially when it's credit horizontal mobility and not vertical for a full degree. Infrastructure in universities is an issue. Infrastructure in universities, what I mean by that, first and foremost, accommodation. That is currently a pressing issue in Germany. We have a shortage of student accommodation that includes German students, but obviously for foreign students this is even harder. But what is also part of the infrastructure, and I think my courier mentioned that yesterday, international offices and welcome services in universities are really important to help people coming from other institutions and other countries to integrate well into the academic culture of the institution they are currently visiting or studying in for their mobility term. Financing obviously is an issue. For us in the AD, and this is a lesson that we had to learn the hard way, is that when we start a scholarship or a mobility, we have to make sure that the financing is there for the entire period. So if we grant a scholarship to a student from, let's say, Somalia to do a PhD in Germany, we have to be sure that we have the money to finance that person for the entire 4 years that this PhD will take. If the funding runs out in the middle of the process, then the whole process is disrupted. That leads to all sorts of problems. It's a waste of academic resources, of financial resources, and most importantly, of the lifetime of junior researchers. And a second point that touches financing, and again, that has been alluded to by various speakers before, is the question of support mechanisms for students with special needs. This is both true for the Erasmus Plus program as well as for DAD scholarships. So we offer extra funding if students bring their families with them to Germany. We offer extra financial support for students with disabilities. There is an increasing discussion for students from lower socioeconomic backgrounds to provide them with extra support mechanisms. And as I said, in Erasmus Plus, this is also a precondition by now. This has made it, at least for DAD scholarships, has led to the effect that when it comes to the scholarship holders, we almost reached the gender parity of 50-50. I think we have 51% men, 49% women now, but we're close enough when it comes to the scholarships. That doesn't say that within the German higher education system this parity is reached, especially in the STEM subjects. This continues to be an issue also in many countries in Europe and other parts of the world. This is not only an African issue, and I'm very grateful to Professor Mbuga for raising this very passionately and for keep pushing us to continue to work on that we finally make progress on those issues. Fourth lesson learned are cultural issues. Language has been touched upon by various speakers here. This remains an issue, I think. Even if the language of instruction is English, it remains an issue. If you have to, if let's say a student from Uganda would go to DRC to study, even if the program is taught in English, they would have to know some French to maneuver around in their everyday life outside the university, and vice versa. And this continues to be challenging. I know that there are a number of projects underway, both funded by DAD but also by other institutions that try to bridge the gap or the language barrier between Francophone and Anglophone Africa. We ourselves fund a project at the moment between the University of Nairobi and the Université Félix Houphouët-Boigny in Côte d'Ivoire, on the future of the African savannas and the impact of climate change. And students from Kenya moved to Côte d'Ivoire and vice versa. They have agreed that the language of instruction is English for everybody, but still the Kenyan students are also offered French courses when they come to Côte d'Ivoire. They are not obligatory, but they are voluntarily. They can take them, which gives them an extra qualification also that they learn an extra foreign language. Another cultural issue is intercultural issues, especially when you change continents or cultures in a more dramatic way. African students going to Korea was one of the examples that we had, or going to Germany or vice versa. Learning cultures in different countries, also academic cultures, the way that the universities function can differ significantly. And it is not always necessarily easy for students to adapt to those differences. Last not least, the cultural issue is always the issue of social integration. Again, that has been touched upon by the colleague from Ines Ruhengeri. That includes, at least in the European context, unfortunately, I have to say, the issue of an increasing racism, especially against people from Africa and people who are, I should probably say, read as Arabic or Muslims, but that doesn't concern people from Malaysia or Indonesia who are Muslim as well. It mainly concerns people who to the average German look Arabic, whatever that means, in terms of stereotypes and cliches. But that is an issue in many European countries, and also in the US, as we've seen with the recent developments in that country. Some of the political issues that are there, I think the Bologna process has helped us a lot in Europe to move forward, but it didn't solve, as I said, all the problems that we have. There are still challenges existing. Still, I think that the process of creating an East African common higher education area can also provide solutions to some of those problems. And what is, I think, helpful or good for you to know is that there are similar developments in other parts of Africa, but also beyond. There is an organization for the Francophone countries called CAMES, Conseil Africain et Malgache pour l'Enseignement Supérieur, that promotes a similar process for the Francophone countries. They have similar structures in the higher education system with the bachelor, master, doctoral degree, or as in French, licence, master, doctorat. They also have a joint model of the promotion of teaching staff, which makes it very easy for professors to be mobile in that part of Africa. If you're a professor in Senegal, you can move to Cote d'Ivoire and you take your qualification with you because it's automatically recognized through that system. It is a bureaucratic system, but still, it could offer part of the solution. Similar processes are also happening in Asia and parts of Latin America. Joint degrees can also solve some of these problems. There was one example also mentioned of a degree that is developed jointly here between universities in East Africa. This also exists in other parts. In the Francophone part, the idea of master interuniversitaire has been around for decades. And last not least, this is more of a I don't know if this is my position to say so, but more of a call also to African colleagues. Don't copy paste from what you see elsewhere in Europe. You know, you can look at our experiences. We are happy to share our experience, but you have to adopt them to African circumstances. You have to develop your own mechanisms. You have to, if I may say so, Africanize the solutions and the ideas. We are happy as DAD to accompany you on this journey, and I would like to end my presentation with a quote again, not from an African scholar, but from an African-American civil rights activist, very radical one, Malcolm X, who used to say, "Education is the passport to the future because tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today." And I think this is the motto that we should all follow. In that sense, Asante sana, thank you very much. Merci beaucoup, shukran, dankeschön.
Let's give him another round of applause. Dr. Kosam had given me a target, which I have met, is exactly 1:30, but that means you are excluded from the discussion. So I need guidance from him because we are supposed to have our lunch now so that we catch up. Yeah? Okay, before I conclude, eh? Okay. Oh, I should conclude. Okay.
Yeah, I think Professor Mpeza deserves a bigger crowd. And definitely our panelists. A bigger one. Then yourselves. You don't love yourselves. Now, you have some final remarks?
When Arthur comes, you know, you are supposed to be leaving. Just my take-home message are 3 points, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished scholars, Your Excellencies. We have our regulators. Arthur is from the National Council for Higher Education, and all the other countries are represented here. When we look at staff mobility in the context of IUCA, we are looking at these short-term movements, like they have explained. Universities are faced with a challenge, especially when we offer programs where we still have shortages of human resource. But there are still restrictions within the regulatory framework where the computation of what you would call full-time equivalences is still the traditional one. They want to say Mpeza is a professor of biochemistry, for example. For him to be considered full-time, he must be presently there and he must not go elsewhere. So I think we need to relax that a bit, but in the context of a good framework. The second point, which I would like to propose IUCA to consider, is really, as we move into full integration, we should develop, maybe it should come as a project, we should develop a student and staff database. And with their, like for the student mobility, when Dr. Abdul Nur, the one of Somalia, was talking about education in Somalia, there's a clear problem, especially when students come from different federal states and they come to us without a harmonized grading system. Ugandan universities and other universities face a challenge. So if the regulators work with IUCA, we also develop, like Uganda National Examinations Board, they have a database, and so on and so forth. This can be very good. Last but not least, have we thought about a digital student passport where you know, everything can actually be digitized with technology. I want to thank you. Arthur, I will request, I have not seen it done by any other panel. I would like to request that we stand there as a team. Somebody comes and takes a photograph for historical purposes. And that's all. Thank you very much for being a good audience.
Yeah, photo granted, and I request the chairperson of council, Professor Joy Kwesiga, to join them, and they take that historical photo. Professor. Now, colleagues, as we go for lunch, but before lunch, since the previous speaker was talking about mobility of funds, talking a lot of things, there is one organization that has broken the barriers partner with this conference, and they want to partner with higher education in particular institutions. We are only giving them 5 minutes, then from that we shall go for lunch. Can I request a representative from NSSF Uganda, Penny Nakabagambe Wabwire, who is the Chief Enterprise and Growth Officer with NSSF, who has partnered with this conference, to come and say those words in 5 minutes, because participants and delegates are ready for lunch. I hope you're also preparing for the evening, the cultural dinner. Just a reminder. Over to you, Ben. Yeah, the photo is done. And Dr. Vincent and Professor, I think you can take your seats.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm very privileged to be speaking to distinguished delegates and academicians from the education sector. You must be wondering why NSSF is here, a pension fund. And that's why I would like to. So NSSF, in short, is mandated by an act of parliament to save for workers for the future. I will not go into the statistics of our membership, and I'll quickly go to why we're here. So for the last about 40 years, NSSF has been focusing on workers who work in the formal sector, where the formal sector is that you have an employer who employs you, deducts 10% of your salary at the end of the month, pays for you 10% and deducts 5% from your salary. We have operated a model that we call the relationship management model, where we have relationship managers that are dispersed in every geographical area in Uganda. And the purpose of that relationship is to make sure that employers within that geographical area pay for the workers who they have, because that is their saving to take care of life's uncertainties, where life's uncertainties are definitely age. All of us will grow old. If you're sick, invalid, unable to earn a living, if you move to another country, and I'm glad to hear words like mobility, partnership, synergies. So in 2022, January 22, our president assented to a new law where the amendment was that every Ugandan can now save for their future, even if they don't have a formal employer, where the employer is mandated to deduct an amount of money for them and to also pay for them. What that meant was that potentially all the workers in Uganda should be serviced by NSSF to make sure that they have a saving. Currently, our total number of workers in Uganda is approximately 25 million Ugandans. Out of those, about 5 million are in the formal sector, and the other is in the informal sector. So why does NSSF come now to work with the Ministry of Education and other ministries and MDAs? It's because NSSF alone cannot go to all the employers to make sure that the employees within that sector are taken care of, that employers are paying their money on time and securing their futures. And so that's why we're getting into partnerships with MDAs. Currently, NSSF has a partnership with the National Council for Higher Education as a licensor for all universities. We have discovered that when we work together as government entities, as government agencies, as regulators and licensors, then we take care of the futures of the employees within our sector. We have many organizations and companies that are not paying for their employees, and there are different ways of doing that. Some of them do not actually give appointment letters and any letters to identify their workers that way. Others deduct their workers' money and they do not remit it to NSSF. Others underdeclare that money, and therefore the percentage that is sent to NSSF is a smaller percentage. Our research has shown us that when our workers in Uganda come to claim their money at the point when they've grown old or accidents and everything, about 90% of them, that's the only saving that they have in life. So the saving culture is low, but employers are also, in a way, not complying with deducting this money or the obligation of paying the 10%, and we are having a workforce that is not motivated, and their future is not secured. So the reason we're here, and not just with this ministry, with many other ministries, is to see that government entities come together to secure the futures of their workers. We already have a partnership with the National Council of Education, as I have told you, and you will be seeing a lot of us coming to be friends with you and making sure that the workers that you have under you have got their futures secured with NSSF. Also, those who are into government and pensionable but feel NSSF is tried and tested into keeping this money in the future, there is now a voluntary arm where you can actually save this money for the future. And that's the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
I think Penna paid for our lunch today. I think we need to grab her, and the lunch is going to be so sweet. Thank you. We are breaking off for lunch.
Good. technology for accelerated development. Our custom systems are now exploring AI-driven solutions to speed up trade. Health systems powered by AI and digital research and innovation will save lives. As the first female Secretary General of the East African Community, I have a vision, a future where every young woman can be skilled to lead in technology and innovation. Through our partnership with Germany, we have skilled thousands of young East Africans in digital technologies, worked with hundreds of businesses and universities to create new innovations, but we want to go further. That is why we are launching the East African Community Regional AI Alliance, an investment in the future of regional AI infrastructure. It's all about research, innovation, and skilling.
Germany has been a close partner to the EAC since 25 years. Our partnership has empowered more than 4,000 East Africans with digital skills. Behind these numbers, there's a real impact for people. 1 in 5 graduates is now teaching at university, passing on knowledge to the next generation. But we're not stopping there. Germany is investing in the EAC Regional AI Alliance, through which East Africa and Europe are working together on AI. We cooperate to ensure AI in the EAC is fair, inclusive, and benefits all.
The project is fully aligned with our strategic objective. What is interesting is all the students who graduated from that particular center, actually they are either employed or self-employed. So it came to boost somehow the employability.
The program has impacted my knowledge and my skills in many different ways. It's a program that is practical based, and also it has exposed me to different avenues in terms of conferences. I've been able to attend different conferences in East Africa.
So since we went through the program in 2022, it helped us create the first proof of concept device. This device helps in the detection of the early warning signs of stroke. We detect the early warning signs before a person gets a major attack.
AI is about people. It is about opportunity and ethics to ensure that no one is left behind in the East African community. Our heads of state have made it clear the future demands more. AI and digital transformation are no longer an option. They are a game changer. It's all about leveraging technology for accelerated development. Our custom systems are now exploring AI-driven solutions to speed up trade. Health systems powered by AI and digital research and innovation will save lives. As the first female Secretary General of the East African Community, I have a vision, a future where every young woman can be skilled to lead in technology and innovation. Through our partnership with Germany, we have skilled thousands of young East Africans in digital technologies, worked with hundreds of businesses and universities to create new innovations, But we want to go further. That is why we are launching the East African Community Regional AI Alliance, an investment in the future of regional AI infrastructure. It's all about research, innovation, and skilling.
Germany has been a close partner to the EAC since 25 years. Our partnership has empowered more than 4,000 East Africans with digital skills. Behind these numbers, there's a real impact for people. 1 in 5 graduates is now teaching at university, passing on knowledge to the next generation. But we're not stopping there. Germany is investing in the EAC Regional AI Alliance, through which East Africa and Europe are working together on AI. We cooperate to ensure AI in the EAC is fair, inclusive, and benefits all.
That project is fully aligned with our strategic objective. What is interesting is all the students who graduated from that particular center, actually, they are either employed or self-employed. So it came to boost somehow the employability.
The program has impacted my knowledge and my skills in many different ways. It's a program that is practical based, and also it has exposed me to different avenues in terms of conferences. I've been able to attend different conferences in East Africa.
So since we went through the program in 2022, it helped us create the first proof of concept device. This device helps in the detection of the early warning signs of stroke. We detect the early warning signs before a person gets a major attack.
AI is about people. It is about opportunity and ethics to ensure that no one is left behind in the East African community. Our heads of state have made it clear the future demands more. AI and digital transformation are no longer an option. They are a game changer. It's all about leveraging technology for accelerated development. Our custom systems are now exploring AI-driven solutions to speed up trade. Health systems powered by AI and digital research and innovation will save lives. As the first female Secretary General of the East African Community, I have a vision, a future where every young woman can be skilled to lead in technology and innovation. Through our partnership with Germany, we have skilled thousands of young East Africans in digital technologies, worked with hundreds of businesses and universities to create new innovations, but we want to go further. That is why we are launching the East African Community Regional AI Alliance, an investment in the future of regional AI infrastructure. It's all about research, innovation, and skilling.
Germany has been a close partner to the EAC since 25 years. Our partnership has empowered more than 4,000 East Africans with digital skills. Behind these numbers, there's a real impact for people. 1 in 5 graduates is now teaching at university, passing on knowledge to the next generation. But we're not stopping there. Germany is investing in the EAC Regional AI Alliance, through which East Africa and Europe are working together on AI. We cooperate to ensure AI in the EAC is fair, inclusive, and benefits all.
The project is fully aligned with our strategic objective. What is interesting is all the students who graduated from that particular center, actually they are either employed or self-employed. So it came to boost somehow the employability.
The program has impacted my knowledge and my skills in many different ways. It's a program that is practical based, and also it has exposed me to different avenues in terms of conferences. I've been able to attend different conferences in East Africa.
So since we went through the program in 2022, it helped us create the first proof of concept device. This device helps in the detection of the early warning signs of stroke. We detect the early warning signs before a person gets a major attack.
AI is about people. It is about opportunity and ethics to ensure that no one is left behind in the East African community. Our heads of state have made it clear the future demands more. AI and digital transformation are no longer an option. They are a game changer. It's all about leveraging technology for accelerated development. Our custom systems are now exploring AI-driven solutions to speed up trade. Health systems powered by AI and digital research and innovation will save lives. As the first female Secretary General of the East African Community, I have a vision, a future where every young woman can be skilled to lead in technology and innovation. Through our partnership with Germany, we have skilled thousands of young East Africans in digital technologies, worked with hundreds of businesses and universities to create new innovations, but we want to go further. That is why we are launching the East African Community Regional AI Alliance, an investment in the future of regional AI infrastructure. It's all about research, innovation, and skilling.
Germany has been a close partner to the EAC since 25 years. Our partnership has empowered more than 4,000 East Africans with digital skills. Behind these numbers, there's a real impact for people. 1 in 5 graduates is now teaching at university, passing on knowledge to the next generation. But we're not stopping there. Germany is investing in the EAC Regional AI Alliance, through which East Africa and Europe are working together on AI. We cooperate to ensure AI in the EAC is fair, inclusive, and benefits all.
The project is fully aligned with our strategic objective. What is interesting is all the students who graduated from that particular center, actually they are either employed or self-employed. So it came to boost somehow the employability.
The program has impacted my knowledge and my skills in many different ways. It's a program that is practical based, and also it has exposed me to different avenues in terms of conferences. I've been able to attend different conferences in East Africa.
So since we went through the program in 2022, it helped us create the first proof of concept device. This device helps in the detection of the early warning signs of stroke. We detect the early warning signs before a person gets a major attack.
AI is about people. It is about opportunity and ethics to ensure that no one is left behind in the East African community.
Hello. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's time to start the afternoon session. Let's take our seats. We humbly request all of us to take our seats. May I ask Mr. Wabwire Joshua and Mr. Ogamba Julius to identify yourselves? Wabwire Joshua and Ogamba Julius. Identify yourself with the Secretariat.
Hello, 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 hello. Hello, and a good afternoon. Hello, you've been invited back to your seats. And as you get back to your seats, I would like to introduce the chair of this session. This session of digital transformation. The chair of the session this afternoon is Professor Pauline Biachika, who is the Vice Chancellor of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Vice Chancellor of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. We call it MUST. This university is one of the 10 public universities in Uganda, and actually it's one of the few that started after Makerere University. So this university was created way back in 1989, and she took over the mantle of Vice Chancellorship sometime last year, having been a professor at Makerere University in the College of Health Sciences for quite some time, where I did some profound work in medicine. And it shouldn't come out of as a surprise that one of the presenters this morning, Professor Celeste Obuwa, was also a Vice Chancellor of Mbarara University of Science and Technology, and also a medical professor. So you can imagine medical professors are doing a good job in this arena. So I will, without much ado, I want to invite Professor Biachika to take over the mantle of being a chair for the afternoon part of the afternoon session. Thank you very much, Pauline. And yeah, she's going to invite our speakers this afternoon, and she's very good at time. So as you come, be aware of that. Medical procedures have to happen in time and on time. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you have had a good lunch, and I hope that we're going to be able to keep awake and attentive and participate very actively in this session. I've been introduced. I'm Professor Pauline Biachika Chibuika. I'm the Vice Chancellor of Mbarara University of Science and Technology in southwestern Uganda. I'm very privileged to chair the session this afternoon. And because we don't have much time, I will try and stick to the reduced time that I've been guided to give the speakers. So we have 3 speakers this afternoon. The session is about digital transformation of higher education. This session was supposed to be chaired by my colleague, Professor Rose Nanyonga, who is the Vice Chairperson of IUCEA Executive Committee and the Vice Chancellor of Clark International University. She's here. But because she chaired the session in the morning, we shall not task her to chair this session this afternoon. So I will come in as a dangerous substitute. So this afternoon, we are going to talk about digital transformation of higher education. We have a keynote speaker and 2 additional speakers. Our keynote speaker, Professor Silas Rakabamba, is here with us. He's going to speak to us about enhancing learning and institutional efficiency
through digital transformation. Professor Silas Rakabamba is an engineer, an academic leader, and a former government minister with over 4 decades of experience in higher education and public service across East Africa. That statement I have just read is just to tickle you to read more about him on page, what page is this? Unfortunately, our book doesn't have page numbers. Page 18, yes. Please open page 18 and read the brief bio about Professor Rakabamba. I'm sure it is much bigger than this, but he managed to summarize it in just these few lines. So I want to draw your attention there as I invite Professor Rakabamba to come up and give us his keynote address. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. I have some PowerPoints which will be shown. I think it's there, it's already there. And at the same time, I'm going to speak in general terms. I know that I have some good friends. I see one of them seated there. They are going to speak to be more technical than I have. Esteemed Vice Chancellors and leaders of universities, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Let me begin by thanking the Inter-University Council of East Africa and the Forum of Chief Executives for convening this historic conference. For me, it's a privilege to speak on the theme, enhancing learning and university efficiency through digital transformation. Someone told me a joke once. He said, what is the biggest barrier of digital transformation in higher education? I couldn't get it. So he told me the answer was the Wi-Fi password. The Wi-Fi password may sound trivial, but it symbolizes the barriers that only leadership and collaboration can overcome. If we can unlock these barriers together, the future of higher education in our region will be limitless. What does digital transformation matter? Why does it matter? Technology is no longer an accessory in education. It is at the heart of how knowledge is created, shared, and applied. Artificial intelligence, cloud platforms, and mobile connectivity are reshaping universities worldwide. By 2050, 1 in every 4 people on Earth will be from Africa. East Africa will carry a large share of this youth wave. Our universities must be able to absorb the youth wave. Our university must absorb unprecedented numbers of students and prepare them for the 21st century. I think the slides. Okay, that's what I was talking about. So university must fit into the 21st century economy by absorbing these numbers of students. That's why digital transformation is not optional. Without it, our vision of a common higher education area in East Africa will remain elusive. With it, universities can become the backbone of knowledge-based and regional integrated society. What does digital transformation offer? 3 things stand out. Digital platforms allow a student in Arusha to attend a lecture from Kigali, or a student in Juba to access Nairobi's libraries. AI-powered adaptive learning personifies content for each learner. Digital tools streamline admissions, finance, records, and accreditation. They cut duplication, reduce waste, and improve transparency. Harmonized systems for credit transfer, research, deposits, and the cross-border virtual centers of excellence can drive deeper into collaboration. What are the lessons already learned? We are certainly not starting from zero. COVID-19 pandemic showed that our academic institutions can pivot rapidly to online learning. Globally, we saw useful models. I'll be giving examples about my university, Coventry University, where I presently serve. They have a mobile platform called Aula, which was rolled out across campuses. We have campuses across the world, from China, Singapore, Dubai, Africa, and so on. It was designed to make learning simple, sociable, engaging, and it works well on a basic smartphone. This model speaks directly to East Africa, where mobile penetration far outpaces broadband access. What are the opportunities for East Africa universities? One, digital transformation can reach rural students, support women, and enable learners with disabilities. Two, digital transformation can also enhance employability by ensuring every graduate is digitally competent. Three, digital transformation can improve cost effectiveness through resource sharing. And four, digital transformation can build resilience so that learning continues even in times of crisis. At Coventry University, digital assessment through platforms like Inspera have replaced paper-based examinations. These are authentic, secure, and adaptable, even for practical work. Imagine East African universities adopting blended assessment, part-time online, and part in person. This will be more flexible, more affordable, and more relevant to the real world. What are the risks which we are supposed to manage in this case? We should proceed wisely, as we do not want digital divide, that is risking exclusion with some of the students without devices or connectivity. We must safeguard sensitive university data. Three, technology should enhance but not replace pedagogy. Four, digital projects must outlive donor funding. And what is the role of our universities? One, we need to embed digital literacy as a core graduate attributes. Two, they should also normalize blended learning. Three, they could share e-libraries and online modules. Four, they should connect more closely with industry. At my university, Coventry University, partnership with Sintana Education has enabled scaling of exclusive online programs globally. East African universities could also jointly design online modules in priority areas like public health, renewable energy, and climate resilience. And what should be the role of partners and students? One, it's important that development partners support regional platforms, not fragmented projects. Two, the private sector should help with affordable devices, connectivity, and co-investments. 3, we would work also students to become co-creators by, for example, leading in digital literacy campaigns, building innovation clubs, and driving peer-to-peer learning. In conclusion, allow me to end with a vision. Picture students in Goma registering with the University of Dar es Salaam, earning credits recognized in Nairobi, and being co-supervised by professors in Kigali and Kampala. Picture researchers collaborating virtually across borders on renewable energy projects, public health, and food security. This is not a distant dream. It's within our reach. If you can combine political will, university head leadership, and strategic partnerships, those are the critical things. Colleagues, East Africa can lead Africa in building a digitally empowered, regionally integrated university system. A system that might not easily absorb, that can easily absorb the youth badge, but not only absorb the youth badge, but also unleashes, turning our young people into innovators, problem solvers, and leaders. This is the time to act, so let's save this moment together, and I believe we can do it. I thank you, moderator. I believe I kept my time.
Thank you very much, Professor Rakabamba. You actually did very well and saved us some time. Thank you very much. Let's give him a bigger round of applause. I invite you to write your questions in case you have questions, so that if we save some time, we'll be able to have a discussion. So please write them down. I'll invite you to ask questions at the end of the discussion, or at the end of the presentations. So next we have a presentation, number 7, on digital networks and infrastructure for digital transformation of higher education by Professor James Msele. And again, I draw your attention to page 19. Professor Leonard James Msele is a senior academic member of staff at the Department of Computer Science and Engineering of the University of Dodoma. Please read his short bio on page 19 to get to know him more, and I invite you to listen to him. Prof, you're welcome.
Asante Profesa. Mabibi na mabwana, habari za mchana. I'm a typical Mswahili, and that's why I'm going to behave here. But I don't see a screen where I can. That is Uswahili. So, that one is already okay there. That is the outline. We shall begin with 2 important questions quickly: a definition, call to action, and the basic infrastructure. Then we shall look at the current status on digital infrastructure. A bit about the myth on the internet. I'm going to be somehow challenging Professor Rakabamba there. And then some good news. And then the current direction in Tanzania and Uganda, which I managed to grab from somewhere. And then there was going to be a short demo. It won't be there. So to go in the important question, this was answered yesterday, that we cannot be talking about digitization of tertiary education without considering primary and secondary education. And that's why my presentation will hinge quite a lot at primary, secondary education, which implies the tertiary education. For putting our heads together, when we are talking about digital infrastructure, we are talking of the hardware, the local area network, the software that is governing, and the content that is flowing in it. And people have been talking about call for action, so shortly I am going to call upon all of us to act like Waswahili. What you see there is just a basic scheme of the infrastructure that is necessary for digitization, the basic elements. On the bottom we have the computers, servers, and whatever. On top we have the necessary software. Now let us pay attention on those two. If you don't have computers, no matter what you say, there is nothing like internet and whatever. Use the real internet that we need for education, that I mean. That's what I mean. So my presentation is going to focus on those two lower parts of the infrastructure. I'm about to finish. But the current status, this is the most important part. And the way it is, I have looked at Kenya. These are the big brothers of East Africa. Wanaitwa Nigeria wa East Africa. So Kenya, the data that I got for 2015, in general, the student-to-computer ratio, the general data I didn't find. The primary education is 250 for one machine. Secondary, I didn't find. Tertiary, it is 25. These are disputable. And Tanzania, 2019, disputable. General, I couldn't find, but you can find it somewhere. Primary is 1,036 students for one computer. A secondary school is 371 and tertiary 25. Not too bad. But that is Uswahili, as you can see. Now, you can see Uganda, general, Waswahili tu kama wa Tanzania, primary Waswahili, secondary Waswahili, and college, the data that is there is 10, and that is South Korea, general 3, primary 3, secondary 3. When I was in the lunch, I met a South Korea colleague who is here, and I have to congratulate him for that. And you can see now, my message is that there is a very huge discrepancy between the Waswahili of East Africa. But now come to the good part of it. Rwanda, 2024. General data, 9. When you come to secondary school, 8 students per one computer. When you go to... and this data is so systematic, and it is there in your book, well organized. 7 for college. I think we have to clap for them. And these are our Swahili. However, you can see the discrepancy among ourselves. Now, the myth about internet. Internet, I'm not saying that it is not necessary. But what I'm saying is that it is not number one. What is important is the hardware and the software that is enabling students to access digital machines for educational purposes. What to do? We have to intensify use of, many people have already said that we have to collaborate and we have to get together. Now, I am going to present some good news here. In the technology front, we can proceed without being bothered by Professor Rutinwa's policy and legal misalignment. And Brother Rutinwa yesterday when he was presenting, He was so sophisticated, more than the Ugandan brothers here. But the bad news is that he's coming from the border region, and maybe he's one of those Tanzanians who came to Kampala for secondary and primary education. That's why he was so sophisticated, more than me. Then, the higher education can proceed to implement the technology as they see fit. So we don't need to follow these rules and regulations, actually. And now some good news. That is a typical Swahili classroom in Tanzania. And when I was coming, I saw even in Uganda, that is the typical Swahili classroom. So we don't differ so much. And that is a typical Swahili classroom. I know even in Kenya and Uganda, that's not a pub, eh? Msifikiri kwamba ni baa, hiyo ni darasa, and that is the situation. Now, but good news. Tanzania is now moving to that particular situation. It is called new technology, where the University of Dodoma has discovered how to use virtual technology, where 48 students can have access, as you see there. That classroom is served by only 3 computers. One is serving like a server, and 2 are using what we call the multi-seat software to make sure that all terminals are concurrently drawing resources from the server. And there you see every student have access to the books, all books that are necessary, access to videos and everything. And that pilot was done in 2023 in a remote village in Tanzania by Tanzanians. That's not Korea. And it is working up to now. So there is where we are moving to. So don't think that Waswahili are still sleeping. One of my Kenyan brothers was telling me that mnabidi muamke, naambia tunaamka sasa. Now that's another, I think I didn't. That's another class. But how did we get there? Actually, the first scene that you see, it was not funded by any donor. It was just a communal movement. And the cost was only 22 million Tanzanian shillings. And it is 22 million Tanzanian shillings, including the furniture and the machines that you see there. It means in Uganda it would be only 40 million. And in Kenya itakuwa ni milioni kama 4 tu, kwa sababu shilingi ya Kenya ina nguvu kama wa Kenya. That is the typical Tanzania. Now, when this happened, the Tanzanian Ministry of Education, the Tanzanian Commission for ICT, and the Universal Fund, they have now set aside about 10 billion Tanzanian shillings, and in this year alone, they have earmarked 300 primary and secondary schools for computerization in that mode. And it is possible without asking any donor. And this one is being provided in 2 ways. You can start with 1/3 of the cost, and then you keep paying as you collect money from students as time goes. But then the maintenance, actually the cost to acquire is reduced from 100% to 16%. That is acquisition cost. But maintenance cost, you just consider how do you maintain the cost of maintaining 22 pieces of computer vis-a-vis the cost of maintaining only 3 computers. So even the prototypes that you see, they have been there for 2 years and nothing has happened. Everything is working thanks to that particular innovation. However, when I was searching, I was told in Uganda, somewhere called Mombo, they are using the same technology. But I'm not sure how much aware is the Ministry of Education in Uganda to make sure that they are copying what is happening in Tanzania. So in Tanzania, the software that is being used for multiple access is called the ASTA system. It was borrowed from Estonia, but now they have developed one of their own. And in Uganda, it is MS multipoint. That is the one that I am told is being used, and it is working perfectly. So how do we move from here? I have said, and many people have already said here, we just have to start and we go ahead. And the typical example is the realization of this particular conference. It was not easy, at least to bring someone like me here, who is a Mswahili. So those are the issue of things, and we have to collaborate and inform one another. And even the Rwandan case, it is a typical case that we could borrow and see how did they make it to there. Madam, I still have some time. Thank you. Okay, now, those are the people where, how do we move from here? I have already finished. Now, I have a case to tell you about Kenya, Tanzania, Uganda, and this is good news. Should I switch in Kiswahili? 1998 nilikuwa nafanya kazi UNICEF Tanzania. Sasa tulikuwa wa Kenya, Waganda, wote tunakaa ofisi moja. And there was a certain lady from Uganda. She was just as beautiful as chairman. Sorry, you are beautiful, so I have to say so. And kila mtu anakubali, tupige makofi. So we were just colleagues and we could get together. Now I happened to get a trip to Kenya. So my friend from Uganda told me, and there was one Kenyan, he said, unaenda Nairobi, sasa sikiliza. Ukifika airport, usipande taxi yoyote. Don't just take Kenya taxi. There are special taxis, black, and they have a high board and whatever. And once you get to the hotel, go to Oakwood Hotel. Nenda Oakwood, ndio pekee naona mimi itakufaa. Halafu stoke nje, ovyo ovyo. Ile sio Dar es Salaam. And then he told me, if you happen to be roughed anywhere in the street, don't there go to the police. Kimbilia hotelini alafu funga mlango. And I followed it. Lakini nilipofika pale hotelini, I asked the lady, can I go outside kununua Colgate? Nilikuwa nimesahau ile toothpaste. She told me, no, acha. Afadhali tukakununua ile nyingine. Then I knew, I was told the true story. Sasa, after 2 weeks, because I had to there, I stayed there for 3 weeks. 2 weeks I thought, nimeshajua wa Kenya. Pale inaitwa Moi Avenue, sijui ni Kenyatta. Natembea nakuta jamaa shoeshiners wamekaa kwenye jiwe. Kwa hiyo akaja mmoja akapigwa kiatu chake kikapigwa rangi, the shoe was shined, and then he paid 10 cents and he stayed there. Then I thought I have already known. I gave my shoes for a cleaning. After finishing, nikamuuliza shilingi ngapi? Akasema 2 bobs. Shilingi 2. Hapo mbona umempa senti 10? Akasema sasa wewe Mswahili, sisi Waswahili wenzako tunataka hela, kama Muhindi utampa 10,000. Mimi Mswahili mwenzako nakataa hayo. I had to give him my 2 shillings and then run away because I was afraid that I can't go to the police. But then I happened to be in Rwanda with Kenyan colleagues and Ugandan colleagues. Rwandans, you must be proud, but I think you are proud because we came there to work with you. So applaud for us, East Africa. We have already done. Now, in Rwanda, I was staying in the same house in order to save money with the Kenyan colleagues, the Ugandan colleagues. And one time, one Tanzanian came with a box of chalks for a trade fair which was taking place. And then after the trade, he left about 17 to 20 boxes of chalks, and he went home. Then when I was going for a vacation in Tanzania, I told my colleague, Professor, hey, I'm a box ya tupe bwana. Anambia sawa. After 5 days he called me, akanambia bwana, hey, ile boxi mimi nimeambia huyu mtoto hapa akatafute watu sokoni, imeuzwa, imepatikana faranga 300,000. I was amazed that something which was being thrown away because of Uswahili, a Kenyan sharp mind knew how to deal with that particular thing. So my message is this, that we can go together and we are not so much different actually, because yesterday, it is only today I got my badge for this meeting because of Uswahili wa Waganda. It means, and for that, I have to say, asanteni sana. And
thank you very much. Oh my God. Thank you very much, Professor Museli. Join me to give him a big round of applause. Thank you very much for keeping everybody very awake and attentive. I will not try to summarize what. So let us please note down your questions. I'm sure you have very many questions for Professor Musweni. So our next speaker is Dr. Ernest Mwebaze. Dr. Ernest Mwebaze, are you here? So Dr. Ernest Mwebaze is going to tell us about developing digital learning platforms and integration of AI in teaching and learning for regional integration. Once again, on page 19, Dr. Ernest Mwebaze has had a dual career in academia and industry. He possesses over 10 years of teaching experience in computer science and machine learning. And while at Makerere University, he co-founded the Makerere University Artificial Intelligence Research Lab, leading it to prominence in the field of practical implementation and deployment of artificial intelligence solutions. Join me to welcome Dr. Mwebaze to speak to us. Dr. Mwebaze, kindly do not speak too much Swahili like Professor Musweni.
Thank you very much. I'd actually give my time to Professor to continue, but I guess I'm on the program, so I have to speak. So CEOs of national councils and commissions of higher education, the executive team at IUCEA, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here. Compared to to the previous speakers, I'm clearly a Mswahili. I'm going to borrow that word. These are professors with a lot of experience. I have very limited experience, 10 years of academia, and now I work in industry. So I'll talk about AI. I work with Sunbird AI. We do AI for social good. And I'll talk a bit about my experience. So my experience teaching in Makerere University, I taught there for a bit over 10 years. And recently I met a student of mine. Sorry, let me measure the time. And the student has, they're working, they're responsible people, they're working for government, they are building things, they have a family, and they're going on and on. And I feel very proud as a lecturer. And I started to think about the education pipeline. I think of them as my students, but how many teachers think of them as their students? So I tried to calculate on a napkin, how many teachers have I seen since I began education? Maybe up to the first degree. And I don't know if you've ever tried to calculate that. For my side, it was 71 teachers. So I've gone through a line of 71 teachers sort of imparting bits and pieces of wisdom in my education. And then I thought, okay, maybe I should calculate how much money I would spend to train a kid. I have kids now from nursery until they're 18 years. And I found, at least in Uganda, it's about, if you did average schools, it's about $22,000, right? So this is just school fees. If you add another, I don't know, half of that for, I don't know, pocket money, transport, etc., maybe another 10, 20. So we spend between 30 and 40K US per kid to train a kid from when they're young to when they do their first degree. That's quite a bit of money. And in the US, it's about $230,000 US to train a kid up to about 18. If you have 4 kids, 6 kids in Uganda, then you're sort of hitting that mark of about $240,000. So about 1 billion Ugandan shillings. So the main point here is really education for me is quite a big thing. I think even where we plan to go and dig for oil, I think we should plan to improve education. So education, all these people are the future of our countries, the security, the workforce, etc. So thinking critical about education is very important. That's why I found this organization, this conference, so important to come to. All right, digital platforms. So what's the most important digital platform now? And I think that is AI. AI is quite profound now, and it's going to be profound in the future. Even with limited infrastructure, AI is moving at a force that we need to take notice. We can no longer afford to ignore it. And what is this AI, right? So AI has had a very evolving definition. Started from, trying to predict things, machine learning, use data, learn patterns, predict something. And now it has moved to generative AI, so the kind of thing you use with ChatGPT, you can put in a sentence, it can generate for you a PowerPoint presentation, it can solve, it can answer things about genetic mutations or synthetic biology, etc. It's so vast in its reach in generating content. And now we're moving to agentic AI, which is a thing which means you can sort of give artificial intelligence the power to go and build an application, download software, gets data from your database, build software, and if you add extra things, it can actually man the cameras on this thing and sort of organize everything. So we're moving to a place where AI is going to be quite instrumental, not only as a software, but also in the physical space. So that's one big thing. The next is sort of the status of AI. So 1 year ago, I think, maybe AI would have been a bit strange. 2.5 years ago, before ChatGPT, it was totally strange. Right now, I think almost every one of us sort of has used ChatGPT. And I would like to think we are the older cadre. But the youth and the students, the young people who are not even university students, but the kids we have in primary and nursery, they're already using this thing quite a bit, right? So they're using it in education, they're using it as personal assistants, so they talk to it. The older folk like us use it to search. People use it to generate images, generate music, generate songs. People are using it to do all manner of things. And so this is the current status. And we need to ask ourselves whether education is catching up with this status. And this is what I want to talk about, basically. The last point on this would be that AI is increasingly being perceived as part of an infrastructure. So what Professor Msele was saying, infrastructure, now we are adding AI to that. It's almost becoming like electricity, that we have to use it. So one could liken it to the time when we had internet a couple of years ago in the 90s, and people were, it was not clear what internet would do. People could sort of Google things, but now it's impossible to work without internet, right? Without the password. The major problem is the Wi-Fi password. We need internet to do this, to work, right? If there's no internet at the office, there's no work being done. So AI is going to become like that, a general purpose technology, an electricity that fuels digitization. So what's the current status globally? So this gentleman here is called Sam Altman. He is the CEO of OpenAI. So OpenAI is the people who built ChatGPT. And the recent model, ChatGPT-5, he sort of says, his pitch is that this is at a PhD level. And this is not only he's not the only person saying this, but also Elon Musk, who built Grok, also puts it at a PhD level type of tool, right? And I think for me the most profound statement is this one, that a kid born today, if you have a kid who's born today, they will never be smarter than an AI. They will never ever be smarter than quote unquote ChatGPT. So by the time they are 4 years and we're on ChatGPT 12, it's impossible for them to be as smart as this tool, right? This is very significant. It's a very significant statement that AI is going to increasingly become smarter than we are. So we need to find a way of using it in ways that advance us humans. And so to think of it as a digital platform for education is going to be critical. And this is part of what I talk about. So there's a lot of research already being done. And I think many people are sort of trying all these things. How you know, giving all these things that look like RCTs. For a group of students, you give them AI to use, another group the not, and then you sort of see how they appreciate what sort of benefits this gives them. And there's a lot of benefit coming out. All metrics sort of show that AI is improving things with some harms. And so the data is overwhelming. What do people use it for? But what we know today is that students are using it. So I met a student in Imbara University a couple of months ago, and I was asking them, how are you doing with AI? How are you using AI? And he's a student of pharmacy, and he said whenever he goes to class, he has his phone open, and one of these things, ChatGPT or DeepSeek, there. And as the lecturer is teaching, when the concept becomes a bit unclear, he sort of puts it into the phone and sort of looks at the concept, and then he gets it. He says the tool is much better than the lecturer in explaining the concept. I don't know if there are lecturers from Bara University here, but anyway, the student said he gets a clearer explanation when he uses the tool because it can personalize the learning for him. You know, what concept does he want to know? What stage of learning is he in? And sort of customize this content. So we need to think how can we think about students and learning in higher education with AI? Because the students are already using it. It's only the policy framework that may be lacking. And this is, I think, is where the role of this conference and the CEOs of higher education could come in. So what are the different options you have? So one option is to totally ban AI. I think this is an option that many have talked about. We ban AI in use in classrooms, ban it for use in research, and etc. So that's one option. I don't know if it's the right option. The other option is to continue in this sort of laissez-faire manner we are taking it, right? So we know lecturers are using AI. We know students are using AI. We're sort of using AI, but policy-wise, you know, there's nothing happening. And the third option I'd like to propose is that we deliberately direct this integration of AI as a digital learning platform for East Africa and for our universities and for education and our learning. Because we need to, and this cannot be, I think what has been happening is to say, okay, maybe the lecturers, the teachers should sort of lead this effort and try and use this thing in class. But what has been missing is actually the framework, the policy framework, the guidance from on high to redesign education to suit AI. And I'll talk about some items of redesign. What does it mean to redesign education in this dispensation of AI? So these are just some ideas. Some of them are random, but curriculum is the first thing. You know, curriculum, how long should a curriculum be? So if a student in primary now can go and Google what is quantum mechanics or quantum computing on ChatGPT and tells ChatGPT, okay, teach me quantum computing in a series of steps as if you're teaching a 4-year or a 10-year-old student, and it does that, right? You can train harder topics now because we have these tools. So what should the curriculum look like? What should the program look like? Should the BSc in software engineering be 3 years when the students can go online and develop the code and can give the software? You can sort of tell ChatGPT, build for me a website, integrate it with this database and this one, lock it up, do X and Y. Should the course still be 3 years? You know, so these are things that we need to think about. Or the level of difficulty, right? With ChatGPT now, as you know, if you're a lecturer, many of the questions you ask, assignments, I mean, it's very hard now to give challenging assignments because with ChatGPT, you know, they can quickly generate everything. And so the level of difficulty, does it need to go higher? Do we need to focus the skills on more problem-solving skills, deep critical thinking skills? These may be things that we need to change in the curriculum. what topics to add, right? So instead of adding topics that are very procedural structure knowledge, maybe we need sort of more meta topics, you know, things like philosophy, ethics, right? Things that enable learning on a much wider scale than just these very narrow-minded, the narrow topics that we have in programs. And programs have sort of tended to be more specific, but maybe now it's time to open them up in a multidisciplinary way. So some thinking in light of these, of AI, things about pedagogy. I think Prof talked about pedagogy. How do we design for pedagogy? Again, personalized learning is a key advantage of AI, right? So you can think of a student, if you're teaching mathematics in a class, what happens now is that you assume the students have to get a certain level, but actually students learn at different levels. So you can imagine teaching math with AI, where students are learning math, but they're all looking at different examples. So it presents examples to them based on their level of understanding, right? So same topic, but different examples, different consumption. So what do we do with that? Do we do personalized learning, a mix with AI? How do we do it? In class versus out of class use of AI, I think there's many people are very strict on don't use AI in class, use it outside, but how do we control this mix, right? Do we need to change the questions you give for quote-unquote homework so that those are less able to be done with AI? How do we do it? Graduate students, use of local content, local language, I think these are important things. And AI for graduate students, I think this is one of the biggest things, AI and cheating. So in research, how do students do research now with AI that can write a paper, that can write things better than you, that can do the research for you now, that can code things up? How do you do research with AI? And so there are many things to do with cheating, but maybe the concept of cheating maybe needs to change. Maybe we need to set things that are uncheatable. I think this is the idea. Can you set exams, assignments, or research that is uncheatable using AI? Otherwise, if you're using AI to set the assignment, the kids are using AI and using an AI-generated tool to detect if they're using AI, I mean, it's never going to work, right? And these tools that detect plagiarism and how much AI has been used, again, there's a lot of studies that show they don't really work. The students can game them. They can sort of go around them. And so we need to think about co-creation with AI. So instead of totally saying cheating, we want to say, okay, how much AI has been used? Can you upload the prompts you used? Can we see how you used AI? And can we examine that process and see if learning took place? And then examining with AI, right? So instead of examining outside AI, you can also examine with AI. You can use it to do the actual examination. And this may take different forms. You can actually examine how the student used AI to attempt something. All right, and of course, skilling educators is very important. How do we skill educators, lecturers to do this? And of course, first, I think this has been talked about, a literacy program, but not only computer digital literacy, but AI literacy. How do we use AI tools? How do we use them safely? How do students use them safely? And so that's going to be important. And the role of educators in the use of AI for learning, again, this needs to be integrated. Again, learners or educators need to integrate, ideally, AI in their learning process. It's almost impossible not to do that. And changing the way we think of jobs and education, again, this is going to probably redesign of the education system. So we train people very specifically to be a biologist, a computer scientist, a mathematician, but maybe we need to think more broadly, right? Maybe we need to combine the math and the biology and the anthropology so that, you know, we develop people who can sort of multitask and do different jobs apart from this sort of strict way we're doing it now. So some and other dynamics, of course, we've talked about there's infrastructure and tools, which was sort of the topic. We need internet, we need computers, we need etc. But then there's also AI safety, ethics, privacy. How do we do this? How do we control the data that is going into these tools, and etc. And lastly, I think more importantly is I think the role of government and the role of these bodies of the council in directing how AI is integrated in education. I think that's going to be the most important and most pivotal thing that can happen with this. Otherwise, time is short, so other countries have sort of taken off, other things are sort of moving, and so we need to also catch up. We need to make AI sort of mandatory, AI first education, AI literacy, a key thing in education, training, and learning. So, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mwebaze, for that very interesting presentation. I think we have saved a little bit of time, so I will take one question for each panelist, and I will ask the presenters to come up. Professor Rakabamba, Professor Msele, and Dr. Mwebaze, please come up. We'll take one question for each of them, one burning question for each of them. If you have a question, please raise your hand. The very last picture that Dr. Mwebaze showed was very interesting. He's showing a picture of children. Where were they, Dr. Mwebaze? The last picture you showed? Sorry? Germany, Japan, China. China. What came to my mind was we're here thinking of integrating, digitalizing, digital transformation in higher education. And he's telling us that children born today, what did you say? If a child is born today, they will never be as smart as AI. I don't know which generation of AI. So I was thinking if we haven't introduced this digital transformation in our primary and secondary schools, are we moving in tandem? Are we moving in line with the global trends? We are talking of digital transformation of higher education, but our primary schools and secondary schools are lagging behind. Does that mean that if our students are tertiary institution level, they're going to be equivalent to the students in Japan? Was that Japan? At elementary level in terms of digital transformation? Okay, I'll take some questions. If you have a question, please stand up. The mic will be brought up to you. Yes, I'll start with the Reverend Professor Dr. Luboga. Yes, let's keep the questions very short. Please say who you are.
My name is Reverend Professor Dr. Luboga. I'm 77 years old. And for 77-year-old, I'm very computer savvy. But I worry, shouldn't we design some PhD degrees for ChatGPT rather than give them to students who haven't thought about anything? You ask them a question, they give it to ChatGPT, and then they earn a degree. Is that okay? Why don't we give that degree to the one who actually did the work, which is AI?
Thank you, Reverend Professor Dr. Luboga. I think that's a comment. Thank you for that interesting comment. Anybody with a question, please stand up and they'll bring the mic to you. If you have a question, please stand up and the mic will be brought to you.
I'm here.
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Thank you. I am Dr. Ramadhani Mugalu, Vice Chairperson, Deputy Vice Chairperson, National Council for Higher Education. I have a question, a concern, and also a way forward. The question is, how can we recommend the AI tool to be integrated in higher education when we are not part of the innovators of that tool? That is a question. The second one is that I have heard clearly from the presenters, but we have not talked much about how we can mobilize and lobby the local business persons to invest in higher education. We have talked about scholarships from outside Africa, but don't we have, or can't we enhance the potential within the region to attract these business institutions, businessmen, to invest in education? And the way forward, I think we should focus on the output of higher education. What do we want as a region from higher education? Let us revisit our visions, our development plans. What do we want and which specific time do we want to achieve what we want? And let us focus on that. Thank you so much.
All right. Who did you direct that to? Anybody? Or it was basically a comment? Do you want a response?
General.
It's general. Okay. Let's have one more. Yes.
Well, thank you very much. My name is Mamoun Humeda, University of Medical Science and Technology in Rwanda and in Sudan. I have always asked myself, what is the role of universities post-digital revolution? The digital revolution we are talking about today is old. It's about 3-4 years. And the students have really surpassed the teachers on using the digital revolution. I think we really need to redefine what a university should be. What are the accreditation criteria? Now we are still struggling with, a university should be 50,000 meters. You have to have 1 lecturer to 20, and so on. These are old now. Because now you have the AI, you have the online business, you can get the best teachers in a very good environment from all over the world, teaching in Africa far better than people facing you. I just at the screen here, all the time, I'm very amazed. The picture is very good. The pronunciation was excellent, rather than looking at the speaker. And this is the online teaching. The online teaching. So I think I thought at this conference we should have had a paper or a presentation about post-digital revolution. We'll not talk about the digital revolution itself. We need to talk about what is after, because the students have already, succeeded in that. I reviewed the role of how universities are using AI. Oxford, Sydney, I think one in Europe, and now they are using AI. It has revolutionized the teaching, number one. It has revolutionized the assessment, the assessment of the students. How would you assess the students? Now it is very difficult to invigilate, because the student can get information even from his finger. So now people are turning into the old things like viva, oral, skills development, communication skills. So I think I would just like to throw it to the members here that we should really have a committee to think about what is the role of new universities post-digital revolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comment and question. I'm afraid I see more hands, but I have to almost close. I will only take his question at the end because he was already standing up.
Chair, can I be allowed as well? I was standing here. However, I volunteered to pass the microphone.
Okay, since you have the microphone, I will allow you, but ask as you walk towards him.
Okay, allow me first to focus on the panel, and thank you. Thank you for sharing the experience and the support. My humble request and request for the guidance is, it's commonly known that there are some traps for digitalization. Listing them, just the first 5 factors, the last one is the governance. The middle one is trying to do too much. The third one is overlooking to the people factor, while also we have the problem of fail to understand the cost. I beg to get the guidance from the presenters. What could be, in this gathering, the role of governance to embrace digitalization, whereby most of the time it is referred to as expense? Number 2 of the question, are we not overletting ChatGPT? To the extent we are qualifying AI as a platform, can we be able to be guided clearly if really digitalization stands on the platform or only culture and technology which could integrate platform? I'm sorry, it can be philosophical, but that's what I feel we could discuss further. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Please pass the mic to him. I asked the presenters, you're each going to respond to the comments, to any of the comments that you'd like to respond to after him, but try and summarize your question.
Thank you very much. I'm Abraham Matojdal, Professor of Economics Development, Vice Chancellor of Dr. John Garang, Memorial University of Science and Technology, South Sudan. About AI, it is impressive. The presenter was so articulate. But let us see our environment. Even the universities, not all the students, even the teaching staff, have computers, let alone the secondary schools and primary schools. That is one thing we have to think about it. The second point I wanted to raise is the idea of plagiarism. When a PhD student is writing his thesis and possibly using AI, it means that he has not even put in his own thoughts. Could that not be a cheating? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I invite each presenter to make a comment on any of the questions that have been asked.
Okay, I just start. I get a feeling from different people in this room that they are worried about the development of different technology, especially AI, and how it will affect education. And some of them, maybe they would like it to be banned, and so on. Professor Brega says he's 7'7" and is very versatile with digital technologies. I'm in that age bracket. When I was studying, I finished my PhD with a slide rule in the UK. We didn't have computers. And then calculators came. Institutions started saying we should ban calculators in schools. Then computers came. They wanted to ban some use of computers in schools. Even telephones, I remember, I was a minister and my colleague in the Ministry of Education literally banned use of phones in the schools, but we had to debate and allow them to go forward. I think the issue is not to ban the new technologies. It's really to embed into our university systems rather than ban them. We have to train the teachers. We have to develop systems which will control this type of things so that we have to develop with the technologies. Somebody said, how can we use the AI? We're not part of the development. Most of the time, we are not part of the development of these technologies. We have to fit into it. So we have no choice, really, technologies are going to evolve, and change from time to time. We have to catch up. There's no way we can do without them. The kids know more than you do. They are going to use them. You are not going to ban them in any way. So please, let's find a way to embed into the universities. Let's find a way of training of teachers to be able to manage these new technologies. That's my comment, because otherwise, if there's a fear of using technologies for development, technologies for training, it's going to be a big problem, and the students will catch up faster than what you do yourself. Thank you.
Yes, Prof, go ahead. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. My comment is on investment. Yesterday, President Museveni said, you cannot develop being a beggar. And I'm sorry. Well, unfortunately, I have written a lot of projects in my career. Next year, I'm going to get out. And I haven't won any. I was lamenting I didn't get any donor money, but I don't care now, because I know it's okay. We professors of Africa and East Africa, we have to review our attitude towards donors, because we are the agents of donors. But now, the solution that I showed here, it is just a community effort. We researched, we came out with something that is affordable and sustainable for our community. So there is nothing like donor. Now, the governments will always come in when they see something is working. But normally, when you give them a proposal, unless they find it feasible, working, and political advantageous, forget about their support. So I believe that if we go on like that, we are going to come about. My second comment is about the old approach that digital technology has already advanced and we are backward. Partly yes, but partly no. I don't conceive any digital technology that is going to be able to teach better than me. Even I don't see an American professor who can teach programming to Tanzanians the way I can teach. And if you ask them to prefer, to select who is going to teach them better, it is me. Now, with this AI, I agree with my fellow, we have to integrate it, but there is no way the computer is going to replace me. I record content, I upload content, but always when I'm in the class in front of the students, the sentiment, when I see and the contact I make with them, I can see now, I have to change and stop talking about programming and coding and the selection and whatever, and start talking about Simba na Yanga, or I start talking about uchaguzi, wizi wa kura. Sorry if there is a politician here. And that one, it takes, there is no AI which will be able to sense so quickly and switch. So for that matter, we are moving, there is no way I find that we are backward. But another is that the traps for digitalization, people factor what could be the role of government. I still come back to the issue of my experiment. I was leading the university for about 13 years.
Summarize.
Until when I left.
Professor Msele, please summarize.
So, let us rely on our people. Things can be done. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much.
Sorry
Dr.
to
Mwebaze?
disappoint you because I didn't want to do so. Some answer.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'll be brief. Yeah, so maybe just to jump onto what he was saying, I think none of us will be willing to pay, I don't know, $22,000 to send your child to a class where there are these robots sort of teaching. So that's unlikely to happen. But I think what's going to happen is the integration. I think the role of, I think someone talked about the role in the post-digitalization era. The role of the lecturer, the role of the teacher is going to change. But AI is, as he said, maybe AI is it's sort of a complementary tool in some way. If you think of a doctor, trained medical personnel, the amount of knowledge they have to impart to students in the learning process, even if they have ChatGPT, is very critical. So I'll stop there on that one. The rest, the role of governance, PhD and curricula. So the role of governance is very critical. I think for this group here to be talking about AI and digitalization, this is the role of governance. It needs to be talked about and understood. But I think in my short experience, big traditional universities move very slowly. I think they are still hesitant even to create courses on AI. I think the more private universities, smaller, agile, I think those are the best places to experiment with some of these technologies. And maybe the National Council for Education could have more latitude for the more smaller, agile universities. And then they test some of these concepts before rolling them out. I think I'll stop there. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Mwebaze, Professor Rakabamba, and Professor Musele for that very interesting session. I want to draw your attention to the theme for this conference, which is enhancing regional integration through harmonized higher education systems for sustainable development in East Africa. Yesterday in the afternoon, we listened to several presentations that led us to the fact that the differences in policies and all those guidelines in different countries are somehow barriers to this integration. This afternoon, we see that with the digital transformation, we can take this digital transformation and the artificial intelligence as a catalyst to enhancing regional integration. I liked the comment from one of the presenters, one of the attendees over there, and I like the answers that the presenters have given us. So let's all think through this digital transformation and see that our institutions conform to global standards. But before I end the session, I want to ask by show of hands, how many of us here are confident that the computer to teacher ratio in our institutions is 1:1? That all the staff in our institutions access a computer every day, every hour of their, stay in our institutions? By show of hands. By show of hands. Okay, I see only just a few countable hands up. I want to ask again, how many of us think that the computer or the staff to computer ratio, let's say the staff to computer ratio is 3:1 in our institutions? 3:1. Three staff to 1 computer. What about 5:1? 5 staff to 1 computer in our institutions. 5 staff to 1 computer. So you can see how badly we are doing. We need both the hardware and the software for us to be able to integrate AI in our higher education institutions. So join me to give a big round of applause to our panelists. Thank you very much for those very interesting presentations and thoughts that you have given us this afternoon. And I want to thank you very much for being an attentive audience. Thank you so much. I now hand over to our next chair. Before we take the picture, I would like to invite the next chair so that he has the mandate to chase us off stage. The next chair is Professor Robert Mayom Kurot Deng. Please come and take your chair. Thank you very much. Thank you, Prof. Over to you.
Thank you.
May I request Dr. Joseph Kosam, please come and introduce the chair. Thank you. So, friends, just count rain as a blessing. This is what we do normally. take it as a blessing, and I'm sure that will allow us to complete this session. This is going to be a short session. There are going to be 2 presentations, 1 keynote and 1 presentation. Yeah, thank you.
I'm not sure how audible the tent is with this rain, but I want to take this opportunity with great honor to invite the chairperson of Inter-University Council for East Africa Executive Committee, and this is Professor Deng, the Vice Chancellor of Juba University, Republic of South Sudan. Can you give him a big round of applause, our chair? But Professor, you are free to spice your introduction as you wish. You're most welcome.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I don't think I'm going to spice it because we are actually running out of time. We are going to be here because of the rain. But if it's not because of the rain, we should be leaving this place in the next 30 minutes because we have a function later on, and I'm sure most of you would like to go and change for the function. So without wasting time, let me take this opportunity to invite our next presenters, and they are going to talk about research, innovation, and partnership in higher education. I don't know about your universities, but in my university, research is a big issue, simply because we don't have the funds. And so, if I hear somebody who's coming to talk to us about how to get funds, I get excited. And without wasting time, let me take this opportunity to provide, to ask the first presenter, which is Dr. Okeyo Okoth. I'm just going to say a few things about him. He's a distinguished scientist and innovator with over 30 years of experience in his field. He holds a PhD in medical entomology and parasitology from Kenyatta University. I don't know when was the last time you were there, because I was in Kenyatta University from 1989 to 91 as a senior lecturer. He also has an MBA from Eastern and Southern African Management Institute. His research interest is in vector transmitted zoonotic infections of tropical neglected diseases. He has held several positions at national and regional levels. Currently, he is the CEO of EACHEA. And I cannot go beyond this because he has a very, very long CV, and I was not asked to come and read his CV. So please, with these few words about you, you can just come and give your presentation, please. Please give him a hand.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Let's wake up. Good afternoon. I'm well aware that I'm standing between you and the cocktail, so I'll try to be very quick.
But allow me to, I believe, yeah, I can see, begin by directly going to the subject matter. As you have been told, I'm the Executive Secretary for EACHEA, and I believe most of you probably do not know about EACHEA. So I'll give you a very short history of EACHEA. EACHEA is an acronym for East African Science and Technology Commission. It's one of the sister organizations of EACHEA because it's an EAC institution. It's based in Kigali, Rwanda, not very old, about 10 years old. Yeah, our mandate is to promote and develop science, technology, and innovation in collaboration with partner states. And key among the objectives is research and innovation. We develop STI policies, frameworks, and strategies, regional ones, not national ones. And that explains why I'm here to talk on funding and support for research and innovation in the community. In my talk, I will give you historical perspectives spanning about 30 years, which I believe most of you relate to. And then I will also give a brief on what is it, how is it now. And finally, I'll provide insights on future perspectives. And I think after that, I will retire. The mandate of regional science, technology, and innovation is vested in EACHEA, as I've said. And this is founded on the treaty, the Common Market Protocol, and also EAC Vision 2050. And these are allied very well to the continental and global instruments that support research and development or research and innovation. So I'll give you the historical context, a very brief one. That between 1990 and 2000, research and innovation was basically dependent on donor or development partner funding. And I believe most of you were either promoted or supported by these organizations in your either studies or in your process of going up the ladder through funding. And moving to around 2000, the region, of course, partner states, rethought about funding, especially funding research and innovation in the regional innovation ecosystem. And many national research councils came up with funding modalities embedded in national research and technology councils. Later on, some of the councils or the governments separated the funding agencies for research and innovation from the national councils. I will not specifically enumerate them. But after 2010, okay, from 2020, we've noted an incremental progress in terms of research funding and in terms of diversity of disciplines that are included within the enclave of research funding. I have projected a pictorial dimension indicating that we've had quite a steep graph between 2000 and now, and it is growing. That is exactly what I have said. And what are the current realities? I'm through with I think the projection is being done somewhere else, so they should keep in tandem with my pace. Okay, the understanding was that I do exactly this.
You see it there when you change the slides.
Okay, so I will do that. Sorry for alerting me late.
You can now move to the, up to there. You can move forward.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
up to.
This one.
Up to when you see this.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I've just talked about that. Actually, let me go back. Sorry. I think there was a challenge before me, and I'm also challenged. Where is the technical support? Okay. Oh yeah, so I think it's okay now. I will pick up from there. So that is where I stopped. I said that that particular line graph indicates the linear progression in terms of research funding in the region. And remember, we are talking about annualized mean indicator for research granting, especially from the regional initiatives, from partner state initiatives in the region. And the second one here, where I stopped, indicates the annual level of expenditure on research as relates to the GDP of every country. And it will show you that in the partner states, you can see, right from Kenya up to DRC, ranging from around 8% to 0.2. And if you look at that and compare with the world average, or the average world indicators, by 2000, the global mean expenditure on research was 1.5% of the GDP. And this rose to around 2%. It is in 2023. What that tells us is that we are below the average global investment in the region is below the global mean. And where are the sources? Where do these funds come from? We have summarized some of the 5 key sources of funding. And what you'll see up there, we have the global one vis-a-vis the regional one. I hope it's clear. But the key takeaway from this is that external or international funding, that is from donors, lead within the EAC as a source of funding. And if you look at the high R&E performing countries, you compare, you'll find that it is the funding from institutions that host research and development, or R&E. And the reasons are provided. I would just like to give some highlights within the region. And emerging domestic funding, for example, led by Kenya, as you had seen in the indicators of R&D expenditure, is governed by NRF. Initially, it was under National Council for Science and Technology, which is now NACOSTI. And also, at the within the national funding, national funding circles, we have an example of a university here, University of Makerere, that invests around 30 billion Ugandan shillings annually. Tanzania has COSTECH, and Rwanda has National Council for Science and Technology. But there are also regional thematic platforms that have supported funding in the region. One of them is Science Granting Council, which has been very instrumental from around 2015 to now. And then we have also the RSIF, which continues to expand scholarship industry linkage with universities and research institutions. And grand challenges, Rwanda is highlighted. Within the East African community space, we have the EAC Research and Technological Development Fund, which is under development. So this history indicates to us that there is underinvestment and fragmentation of research and innovation support in the region, and that there is a translation gap. Most of the funds or the funding to R&I, research and innovation, fund the primary research, not secondary or translational research. And for you to appreciate the level of investment in research and innovation and how we compare internationally and regionally in terms of development, you would be able to get the indicators which I have demonstrated there using the GII, I believe you know what it is, Global Innovation Index, and also the GAD, that is the amount of funds that are directed to research investment as compared to the GDP of a country. And you will see very clearly that the development, economic development of countries correlates almost linearly to their investment in research and innovation. Okay, you can get the information later into detail. Again, if you look at the continental level, global, continental, and then the regional level, East African community, you'd see that we are not ranking very well. Okay, the first country in the region that appears in the list comes at number 88 out of 133, which is Kenya in this case. It's not very good performance. And this is after, if you look at the continental region, after it comes after South Africa, Morocco, Egypt, and other countries. So what are really the challenges that are painting this kind of picture to us? There is one chronic understaffing, underfunding, that countries or partner states have committed themselves to the AU target of 1% of GDP being dedicated to research and innovation, but not many of them realize this or have realized this. And our focus has majorly been on the donor support, which is not bad in itself, but we are not augmenting donor support with own internal domestic or home funding adequately to support research and innovation. Actually, from the previous speakers, it came out very clearly that we need to support research and innovation for us to develop in all fields. And then if you look at the level of economic investments in the industry, the private sector is not really much involved in funding research and innovation. And also fragmentation, as I had said, in terms of mandates and also research funding platforms, weak policies to support uptake of research outputs, and also what you call brain drain, and I understand it's not brain drain these days, of skilled researchers. So where do we go from here? So we have seen where we have been before, where we are now. Where do we want to go now from here? it is very important that we strengthen the domestic investments and lobby our institutions or lobby our governments to allocate adequate funding to research and innovation, to support universities and research institutions, so that our output in terms of research and also training is enhanced. At the moment, we are in the process of establishing a regional research and innovation grant, which has gone through a process and is at the terminal approval stages. If this is realized, we will be able to strengthen our domestic funding for research and innovation at the East African level, regional level. And we need to incentivize private sector through tax breaks and other interventions to be more involved in funding research and innovation. And we need also innovate financing approaches like venture capital bonds, and also influence or rather entice the diaspora community to participate in funding research. Build human capital, because you need human capital to attract funding for research and innovation. And also be involved in a way of being able to showcase for what goes into research and innovation, what are the outcomes. So through being able to measure the outputs of research and innovation. What are the policy implications? Then the governments need to mainstream research and innovation into long-term plans. Usually it is 1 year cycle, financial cycle, financing cycle, which does not support long-term research and innovation programs. And also overly involved EAC institutions like now the regional one in coordinating and prioritizing for research and innovation funding at the regional level. As I had said, we need to strengthen private sector to coordination or collaboration with the academia and with the academia, so that they can be interested to co-invest through public-private partnerships in research. Of course, we were talking about over-reliance on donors. We still need them. We need to partner up, but chart our own path in areas of priority that we would like to fund. In conclusion, I would like to say that research and innovation is essential for the region, its transformation, and we should avoid overdependence on donors and avoid fragmentation of research funding. In future, we need to have a stronger domestic investment, as I had indicated, in research and innovation, and with the cooperation with the private sector engagement. And the goal is to ensure that we move away from the research that is for its own sake to translational research. Thank you. I think you will have more engagement as we discuss in the open fora. Thank you and very blessed.
I think it deserves another round of applause. Huh? Thank you, Dr. Okoth. Now, our next presenter is Mr. Bennett. I hope he's somewhere there. Ah, right there behind. Mr. Bennett is going to give us a presentation on strengthening public-private partnership for regional development. As you have just heard, our private companies or institutions do not provide funds for research, and I think that should be encouraged. Neither do our governments do the same. If we are below the minimum, which is the amount other countries pay for research, then we should encourage our governments to actually increase those funds. Because without research, I don't think we can go very far. Mr. Bennett is a banker. And so this is the right person to be looking at if you are going to apply for funds for research in your institutions. He's the acting director general for East African Development Bank. He's a development financial expert for about 20 years in experience. Prior to joining EADB, he held various senior management positions in a national financing institution in Tanzania. He also participated in South African Development Community Development Finance Resource Center for a number of years. He's a certified public accountant and holds a Master of Applied Finance from Macquarie University in Sydney in Australia. It's one of the top universities there, always among the top 1%. And he has a BSc from the University of Dar es Salaam. Mr. Bennett, come please, the floor is yours. Show us how we can get money from the partners. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. Good evening. My colleague was saying he was standing between you and the cocktail. Now, if he was, I think I'm in a worse position. But let me try and do what I'm able to do. Since we're talking about money, I believe I can be excused. But I'll be brief because the topic I'm talking about is most of you are conversant with it already. Let me begin by thanking the organizers for allowing me to come. I had some slides. I hope they are somewhere. If not, let me know so that I also prepare psychologically to go without them. But if they're there, please put them on. Yeah, thanking the organizers for allowing me, inviting me to participate in this event. Yeah, it's always good to be among the elites in our education system. So I also feel like, yes, I'm in there somehow by association. Yeah, I represent EADB. I wish the slides were there. Yeah, I'm told they are not there. But just a bit of history of the East African Development Bank. I had very nice photos for you. You blame the IT team for not putting the slides on. We had Mwalimu Nyerere, Mzee Jomo Kenyatta, and Milton Obote, who were there when the institution was started in 1967. That's when we started the East Africa Development Bank was started as part of the original East Africa community. And when the East Africa community collapsed then, in 1980, the bank was, the bank's charter was reenacted, and now it exists on its own charter. In 2008, Rwanda joined, so we now have 4 what we call Class A shareholders, which are Rwanda, that joined later, Uganda, Tanzania, and Kenya. We also have Class B shareholders, the institutional investors and development banks, major being the African Development Bank. The bank is growing and is doing well. I had a very nice slide for you there on our progression, but just to mention that the bank is rated by S&P as at A credit rating. Now, I didn't want to go to the national credit ratings because you can see the power of synergy, because we are A-rated, but the countries, the member states on their own, they are rated B somewhere there or below. And I had a picture showing where A is and where the B's are, and you can see you could see the difference. Our mission is to promote sustainable socio-economic development in East Africa by providing development finance, support, and advisory services. Our vision is to be the partner of choice, promoting sustainable socio-economic development. Now, I was requested to talk about PPPs, and the recurring theme I've seen around when the sessions were going on is moving from dialogue into action. And one of the things that were clear is sometimes we're not moving into action because of lack of financing. So maybe PPP could be one of the solutions. But what is PPP? Apparently, there is no one agreed definition of PPP. It depends on who is talking about PPP. You can get one definition or the other. But according to World Bank Group and other development finance institutions, they came up with a definition of a PPP and saying it is a long-term contract between a private party and government entity for providing a public asset or service in which the private party bears significant risk and management responsibility, and remuneration is linked to performance. I think that's key. There's a private party and public institution, and the provision of service, and the performance is based on, the remuneration is based on the performance. But maybe the next question is, why are we talking about PPP? And it's clear from the conversation here is we have the financing gap. We have a limited fiscal space. We have a ballooning public debt, an ever-increasing demand for public infrastructure and service delivery. And I was just imagining, almost everyone here is lamenting that the government is not setting enough funds for the activities that we are envisaging to do. But this is just one sector, education. Imagine the health sector will also be lamenting, the infrastructure guys will also be lamenting. So clearly, the government cannot be able to fund everything. Regarding the fiscal deficit, we are told that more than the deficit is more than 5% of GDP, and debt to GDP ratio is on the levels of 70% for some countries and 50 to 60% for some that we consider to be better. So clearly, there's an issue there that the government cannot be able to fund everything, and therefore, PPP could be one of those areas that can help to finance the infrastructure, to finance the service delivery, and not burdening the government so much. But again, PPP help us to bring in the private sector mindset and therefore improve the planning of the project and execution of the projects. We've seen in public sector as well, sometimes you build infrastructure or assets and they are not maintained, and they are not well run. So PPPs help us to get rid of that problem, because we have a private sector operator who knows that they are remunerated based on the performance of that asset. I had a slide on the common PPP models, but it all depends on how you mix the two. We have what we call design, or some people call it engineering. We have the build or rehabilitate, finance, maintain, operate. They're also, depending on how these are put together, you have now a model. Some of the popular models we hear is build, operate, transfer, the BOT. Some have, interestingly, build, transfer, and operate because of the laws of the, depending on the laws of the country. that is involved. I had also a picture showing us transition from what we are calling a public asset and a PPP and the private asset, depending on how much the private sector is involved. Now, some of these, we call them PPP, but from the World Bank group, they're saying they are not really PPP because you have what you call management contract, that the government has built an asset, it's owned by the government, and they are only inviting the private sector to manage that, to bring in efficiency. Yes, there's a way that you are gaining from the private sector and building efficiency, but does not fit perfectly into the definition of a PPP. The ones that fit in is where you have now a person designing, building, operating, maintaining, and then it is remunerated. Whether it's the public that is paying, I mean the users that are paying, for example, a road toll, or it's the government that is paying based on the agreed milestones. Now, how are PPPs financed? You'll be interested to know that even these guys need financing. So you have a private party who is partnering with the government to build an infrastructure. So they bring in their equity, but also, since it's not enough, they go to the bank to borrow to be able to build that infrastructure and operate it, so that when they are remunerated, they are now able to pay back the bank. And I'm bringing that aspect so that I'll flash it later to see why I'm stressing on that. Because we think when these guys come with PPP, they have all the money, but actually they also do borrow, which means we can also build capacity to our own entrepreneurs. Because sometimes when you hear PPP, we always think people who are outside us, outside East Africa. It has to be people from this part of the world, but yet we could build capacity to our entrepreneurs to also be that private party who can participate in PPP. And one of the things I was asking is, are PPPs a magic pill then, a solution, panacea, solution for everything? Definitely it's not. It depends on how it's structured. I believe all of us, or most of us, may have heard of PPPs that went sour. They didn't go well because they were not well planned, they were not well executed, and therefore the benefits that we expected to get out of them, we did not get. And therefore, it's not a panacea, but we need to make sure that it's well planned, well executed, so that we are able to get the benefits. I'll skip some of the things that I had put in to just show the key requirements for a successful PPP, but the basic one is a proper planning and execution. Because not every project fits into PPP. So what are you bringing into PPP depends on the assessment that you've made. That, okay, this one can be funded by the public, from the public coffers. This one can be a private sector investment, but this one needs control of the public, but then we need to invite the public, the private sector to invest and take stake in it. That will be guided by the analysis that is done in that area. Do we have any success stories of PPPs in the East Africa region? I believe all of us, we have some stories to tell. It was interesting when I saw, I was preparing, I looked for Kenya. Kenya, there's annual report for PPPs, and it was interesting to note some of the projects that are there. I'll just pick one. There are a number of them, but Nairobi Expressway, we are told financial closure was in December 2021. The total cost in millions is around $668 million. The tenure is 30 years. and we're told the project is in operation. Those from Kenya can tell us how successful it is. But there are other stories of projects in other countries. There's a water project in Rwanda, the PPP. Those from Rwanda can tell us how successful that is. But in Tanzania, we also hear some stories of rapid bus transport, the project that they are doing, what they call phase 4, as part of the PPP, to make sure that the private sector comes in to bring in efficiency, but the public finances are not overly exposed. Now, when I was told to come and talk, I asked myself, sometimes you're told when you are asked the question, ask yourself a question behind a question. Now, these are professors in education. They want me to talk about PPP. What exactly do they want? But again, through the conversation yesterday and today, I clearly see where we are going, that we need to invest in PPP and, unlock some of the projects that can bring efficiency and help us to deliver education to our people. And therefore, PPPs in education, I believe, yes, it's possible to do them. There's this Reverend Dr. John Bosco, when he was talking, he was lamenting of lack of hostels for some of their international students. But maybe, I have no details, but maybe they have land in that university. So, what does it take to take that land and structure, do proper analysis and say, okay, fine, how can we bring a private entrepreneur, lease this land to them for 10 years, 20 years, depending on how numbers look like. They look for capital, they build hostels, they operate the hostels for whatever agreed time, and then they transfer it back to the university. And you have a solution. You have accommodation for your students. Your asset is earning, and over time, once the period you've agreed expires, you have your buildings as an institution. So some of those, those are some of the innovative ways that we can think in education. But that's just hostel. We're talking of AI and all these other investment that is required to help us deliver education. How can we tap into PPP and be able to deliver? One of the questions I was also asking, why PPP in education now? SDG 4, somebody mentioned the SDG 4, but again, somebody mentioned our growing population and how enrollment of our children from primary and secondary schools to tertiary institution is low. How can we increase the investment so that we have more enrollment? I'm glad to note that private sector is already doing it. Yes, somebody could call it a private investment because there's an entrepreneur who decided to start a university. But for me, somehow it helps the government deliver that mandate to educate their people. And so it's a welcome development, and we need policies from the government that can really help us encourage that. Now, as a bank, I wanted to mention that as EADB, we've been active in financing these private sector players who are into education. We finance projects in Kenya. For example, I don't know if we have people from Strathmore University here. The bank financed some of the infrastructure at the Strathmore University, their law school. We financed African Nazarene University again in Kenya, and construction of multipurpose student center. Again, the theme here has been, do not only talk of tertiary, what are you doing in lower levels? We've also financed the lower levels. We finance a secondary school called Sunshine Education. Those are just few in recent years. In Uganda, we financed Uganda Christian University. We help them construct a student hostel and classroom block. We financed Nkumba University. I hope there are people from Kumba University here to part finance the acquisition of building that was, I think, partly used as a library. We've financed some other schools, the lower level schools, Green Hill Academy, Victoria's Education Services, Viva Academy. In Tanzania, we financed in recent years Baobab Secondary School. In Rwanda, we financed Green Hill Academy. I mean, I'm just mentioning these few to show that it's something that we are already doing. Our only catch and requirement is let the project be able to self-liquidating. I mean, if you're starting a project, we'll want to see the cash flows. Is the project generating cash flows that can pay back this loan? Because end of day, this is your money, the East Africans. If I can borrow the word of my Tanzanian professor, Waswahili, these are money from Waswahili. So we need to collect it back so that we're able to finance more Waswahilis to have more projects. Now, as I conclude, what can we do going forward? I mean, PPP, something that we all talk about, but I'm not sure. When I was preparing, I saw some literature, some researches that are done, but maybe I just did not get access to it. The one that is done within our region, I did not see much. So how can our higher learning institution help us into research to bring in the lessons and the challenges that are there in this sector so that we learn and improve on the process? Again, that will help us in teaching and building capacity from those involved in the government sector, also private sector. How do we analyze, how do we make a decision that this one fits into PPP, but this one needs to stay as a public asset? Again, research and reporting on that. Again, we say PPPs require long gestation period, and therefore they require long-term financing. So one of the action and the call is for the government to strengthen our national development banks so that they are able to finance our people who can participate in the PPP. I just raised that idea of hostels in Rwanda, but that private entrepreneur who would want to do that project, they'll go with their equity, but it will not be enough to complete the project. And the project maybe they need for 20 years for the payback period. Now, if there is no bank in Rwanda that can give them that long-term financing, of course, they are handicapped. They cannot be able to participate. But if we have our national development banks capacitated so that they help our local entrepreneurs to participate in these PPPs, I believe we have solutions and we're able to deliver the mandate for education and increase the enrollment and also reduce that gap of I don't know how many people per computer, and we'll be making progress. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bennett, for your very enlightening presentation. Now, they're here in front of you, and most of you are engrossed in your own little computers or mobiles. So I'm not sure whether you're really interested to listen more or go and prepare for the occasion. But I'll give you, say, two more questions to ask them. Otherwise, it will be not fair on their part. Yes. Yeah, yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah. And that means if you're going to ask a question, you just make it as brief as you can. You see, one of the things chemists like very much, instead of writing water, which is about how many letters, you write H2O. That's being brief. So I will really ask you to be brief, please. Anybody would like to ask a question? Yes, bro. Mike, where is the mic? It's just behind you there. It's just behind you. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Prof. Daniel Mushi, Deputy Permanent Secretary from the Ministry of Education, Science and Technology, URT. In the first presentation, he mentioned, he talked about challenges, and one of the challenges he alluded was brain drain. And I'm pretty sure that he's aware that that philosophy is changing over time. Now, I would like to hear from him whether we should keep talking about brain drain as we used to do in the past. Instead, or rather, we should encourage our youth to go and grab opportunities in developed countries with an understanding that in so doing, there's a lot they can bring back home in terms of remittances, but also in terms of identifying new opportunities and bring them, the young one, back home so that they can grab these opportunities. And in that way, our region will quickly be integrated into the rest of the global village. Thank you.
Are you standing up to ask a question, or you just, hello?
Trained using government resources with the hope that they would feed into the labor market. If you look at it from that aspect, then you realize the governments think they are losing. With respect to what has been asked by my friend there, is a bit, I am not really sure that academicians conduct research which do not resonate with government policy. But assuming that it is so, wherever it happens, I think it just needs sensitization. First of all, it's to ensure that the government policies are well highlighted and priorities are given to sectors, that research funding would focus on sectors of interest for the government, so that whatever researchers in the universities or research institutions participate in through government or affiliated funding resonate and support government policies and government core projects and programs which have been prioritized. Thank you.
Hello, yes, just to respond to Reverend, how long do we finance our loans? Our loans depend on the viability when the analysis show that the project will be able to pay, but we can go up to 15 years. We are thinking of how we can extend that a bit longer. So on case by case, we can discuss around that. Eligibility. Now, one thing I did not mention is EADB currently, our charter provides that we only operate in the member states. So currently we only operate in Kenya, where we have a country office. We operate in Tanzania, where we have a country office. We operate in Rwanda, where we have a country office. We operate in Uganda, where we are headquartered, but we also have a country office. Through this platform, allow me to also sensitize. We've been tasked by our governing council. Our governing council is comprised of ministers of finance, and our board is comprised of permanent secretaries in ministries of finance. So we've been tasked to reach out to the other members of EAC who are not yet shareholders, the EADB, to make sure that they can apply, buy shares, and also be members. Luckily, or good news for the one who asked the question, Burundi had already applied, and the governing council had already approved for their joining the bank. So what is being waited now is for them to subscribe to shares and pay for shares. We'll be reaching out to the other countries. So representatives from these other countries, Somalia, South Sudan, DRC, who are here, happy to pick contact so that we can keep the communication going. But we want to come together. Pamoja, we will win. So if everyone joins, the bank is stronger. We're also able to finance projects in your country. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, let us give them a resounding yes. And like everything else, all the good things come to an end. And we have heard from the managing director of ADBD, especially those countries which have already been mentioned, who are already members of the bank. So it's an opportunity for you to get some funds and get a good research which can be used to develop our community, that is the East African community. Once you are developed, we also come and join you. So thank you very much. I think you have something to announce, so the platform is yours. Once again, thank you very much.
I think we needed to thank the chair himself and with a big clap. And the MD of the African Development Bank extend our greetings and thanks and appreciation because they also did sponsoring of this conference. We thank you, we don't take it for granted. A big thank you. Wow, we have come to the end of day 2. Yes? I'm not getting you. Okay, we haven't ended. But since you have requested and you're a delegate, we can listen to it. And we have come towards, not the real end. Therefore, the starting is still continuing. And we are going to have a break, and the coffee break and tea. And this tea will continue to be served up to 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock is what in Uganda. In Uganda, 6 o'clock is 6 o'clock. Even in a 24-hour, I think it remains 6 o'clock. Now, what will happen is that as some delegate has requested, we shall ask someone to give us a closing prayer for this session as we prepare to join a very watering, interesting cultural treat, typical of Ugandan, but we'll be able to encompass all cultures and all countries in the region. Make sure you don't miss. If you miss, your country has missed. And there will be a lot of things to do. Some of you know how to drum, the steps in drumming, and let me not finish all the things because you have no news to tell tomorrow. But this is anticipation that something good is coming on, and we don't want you to annoy the organizers because they have really prepared for each and every one of us. Tuko pamoja? Yes, you have learned Swahili, and that's the second word I've learned. And now we are going to have a prayer. Let me see. I saw a vice chairperson of National Council. Yeah, you can come and give us a prayer. And make sure the prayer covers all the drinks and eats we are going to cover. And then tomorrow, from my colleague, we shall be able to report as usual at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. Then we shall, so that since we have persevered for 2 days, let us be able to be part of the conclusion for the 3rd day, so that we can be able to do our best. We expect the Deputy Speaker of the Republic of Uganda to be able to preside over tomorrow. And our exhibition stores are still open if you have not visited. And in particular, let me be selfish. Professor Matthew can stand up. Professor Matthew is a member of the University Council, and his university, Isbat, is showing, among others, AI? Yes. Yes. Okay. If you don't go there today, you do what? Okay. That's a good advert. You should pay me some money. A prayer by Dr. Ramadan. And
thank you, sir, for the opportunity. Let us humble ourselves for the word of prayer. Lord God, the most merciful, the most gracious, we are here to express our gratitude when we look back when we started this conference. We continue to pray for the opportunities and our deliberations so that our deliberations from this conference really we get the objectives of the conference. We pray for the unity, we pray for the blessings as member countries when we come together, and we pray for the continuous wisdom which we can get from one another through this conferencing. Dear Lord, there is a cultural dinner which has been prepared. We pray for the blessings for everything that has been prepared for us, the drinks, the eats, and we'll join that. After that, we move on. Thank you, Lord. In your name we pray.
yeah, especially after praying for drinks, I think we need to thank him. And he's prayed for all drinks, which is good. Now, once we go for changing, even if you don't want to change, or you want to, that will be your cultural attire, we shall all gather here. Again, this tea will continue to be served up to 6 o'clock. Then we shall gather here. Then from there, we shall be ushered in style, in a cultural way, to the venue, which will be where we've been having lunches. I can assure you, if you miss it, you will not have a full story to tell about this conference. I wish you the best. Thank you.
Is lack of electricity a challenge to your internet infrastructure setups? Do you always need cables to deploy your internet infrastructure? But did you know that our gadgets and the internet infrastructure contribute 3.7% of global greenhouse emissions? Okay, no electricity, no problem. No cables, no problem. Introducing the revolutionary solar-powered internet routers to deliver Wi-Fi anywhere. With 10 days battery life, supporting up to 500 concurrent connected users, a Wi-Fi range of over 300 meters, requiring only 10 minutes of installation time. That's not all. These routers are waterproof and weather-resistant. The first internet routers to be manufactured in the Pearl of Africa, geared up to support Uganda's industrialization drive, create jobs for youths, provide a linkage between academia and high-tech industry, and utilize solar energy for environmental sustainability, greening the internet with the first routers manufactured in Uganda. Renew in partnership with Mesh++. Is lack of electricity a challenge to your internet infrastructure setups? Do you always need cables to deploy your internet infrastructure?